skull with scissors and then collapsing the skull. This is gruesome, and I don't like having to quote this, but it is relevant to the topic we're covering here. Justice Kennedy described it this way in chilling terms when in his dissent, when he describes the fact that when scissors are inserted into the back of the head, the fetus's body, wholly outside the woman's body and alive, reacts as though startled and then goes limp. Justice Scalia, in his great eloquence, lamented the ruling, but also expressed optimism for the fact that future courts would get it right, saying, quote, "I'm optimistic enough to believe that one day Stenberg versus Carhart will be assigned to its rightful place in the history of this court's jurisprudence beside Korematsu and Dred Scott. This method of killing a human child, one cannot even accurately say an entirely unborn human child, prescribed by this statute is so horrible that the most clinical description of it evokes a shudder of revulsion." We then saw a few years later the Supreme Court of the United States issue a different ruling. The Supreme Court issued a different ruling in a case called Gonzalez v. Carhart. Gonzalez v. Carhart upheld a different statute. This one was federal rather than state, but it was a different federal statute that also prohibited partial birth abortion. Judge Jackson, can you distinguish these cases for me? What was the difference between Gonzalez v. Carhart, where the partial birth abortion ban in question was upheld, whereas in Stenberg v. Carhart, it was invalidated?
Thank you, Senator. I don't have the opinions in front of me. I think it had to do with the method of extraction, the fact-finding related to the procedure. In one case, the district court had made some findings and the court felt bound by them. In another, there was considerations beyond those that were previously relied upon. So there were distinctions that the court looked at and considered in the cases, but yes.
Let's talk about court packing for a minute.
Yes.
One of the reasons court packing concerns me, one of the many reasons, is because it's not prohibited in the first instance. It's not prohibited by the Constitution. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that Congress may not change the size of the Supreme Court. There's no limitation on that. We have, for 152 years, stuck with the number 9. It has worked, and in the absence of an argument saying that that number is too low, the court is too small. From a workforce standpoint, we need to expand it. It's difficult to imagine why it would be a good idea to change it, particularly because if you increase the size of the court in one fell swoop, and you do that for partisan political purposes, allowing one president, the current president, to have a disproportionately impact on the court and to change its rulings, that portion of the court's docket that tends to be more politically contentious. It can turn the court into a political football of sorts. Given the fact that our Supreme Court justices serve for life, once you do that, it becomes something of a one-way ratchet, always expanding, never contracting. Before long, you could see an increasingly larger court, with the court expanding each time a different party secures the coveted circumstance of a majority in the House, majority in the Senate, and controlled by the same party of the White House. And so this is why it concerns me. I understand that why it is that the canons of judicial ethics don't allow you to comment on matters that might come before you. This is one that could not come before you as a justice. This is a non-justiciable political question. It's committed to the two political branches of government. There's not even a constitutional challenge that could lie to it, even though it would undermine the separation of powers in the Constitution, as I see it. It's not unconstitutional. So it couldn't and it would never come before you. Last night when you were asked a question by my colleague, Senator Kennedy, on this. You acknowledge that you have an opinion. Did I understand that right? You have an opinion on court packing?
Senator, I have a lot of opinions. I have opinions on I'm a human being, and I have an opinion on a lot of things. The reason why, in my view, it is not appropriate for me to comment is because of my fidelity to the judicial role. I understand that it's a political question, and that is precisely why I think that I am uncomfortable speaking to it.
No, I understand that, and I respect the impulse. I respect the overall issue, and I think it's better for Article III judges and justices ordinarily to not wade into the political thicket. This one I do think is different because, number one, as I say, it can never come before you. Number two, it does have an impact on what you would be doing, and you also, as an Article III judge, someone who's served for nearly 9 years as a federal judge, you've developed experience and intuition and a thorough understanding of our federal court system, and that's why I think your perspective on it would be valuable. The reason it concerns me so much is that even when court packing doesn't succeed legislatively, it can leave an impact. The last time this was attempted was in 1937. President Franklin D. Roosevelt was upset at the Supreme Court on a number of bases. He didn't like the then 32-year-old precedent of Lochner versus New York, where the 5 conservatives on the Supreme Court engaged in an act of judicial activism, reading something into the Constitution that wasn't really there. Some people disagree with me on this, but it wasn't there. And they imposed that. But the bigger reason was he didn't like the court's interpretation of the Commerce Clause. It was that interpretation of the Commerce Clause, the one we discussed yesterday, you know. Prior to 1937, you had the Supreme Court agreeing as far as the channels and instrumentalities of interstate commerce that we talked about yesterday. You had the court more or less in agreement over time as to the impact of the Dormant Commerce Clause. But as to the substantial effects test, that didn't exist yet. It required something much closer to an interstate commercial transaction in order for Congress's Commerce Clause authority to kick in. There were the so-called 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, as FDR affectionately called them, 4 conservatives who were consistently pushing for limits on Congress's authority. And then you had other justices who would sometimes join with them. Usually that included Justice Owen Roberts, who had stood with them in maintaining narrower authority for Congress under the Commerce Clause. All that changed when on April 12, 1937, 2 weeks to the day when the case often associated with the so-called switch in time that changed 9, West Coast Hotel versus Parrish, where they undid the Lochner precedent. April 12, 1937, the Supreme Court decided a case, NLRB versus Jones and Laughlin Steel, that forever changed and magnified, expanded the Commerce Clause in a way that, had it been through a constitutional amendment, it would be among the most significant, impactful constitutional amendments ever adopted, and yet it's rarely discussed. This case resulted from one vote, one person on the Supreme Court who changed his vote, Associate Justice Owen Roberts. It's widely believed, and I believe it based on what I've researched on it, he was influenced heavily by FDR's court packing plan. He didn't want to be on a court that was packed. He didn't want, he convinced himself that he made that switch in order to save the court as it was. And that has changed everything. It's led to a much bigger, more expensive, more intrusive federal government. We can disagree as to the policy merits of that, but it did change the Constitution. That's why I worry about that. So I hope, I understand you don't want to answer it. I hope that between now and the end of the day, you'll see fit to tell us what your opinion is. I do think it's worth discussing. Let's talk for a minute. Got just moments left. I want to get back to your sentencing approach. Now, when you approach these child pornography cases, what you're describing in many circumstances is an overall concern that you've got with the sentencing guidelines, and particularly that portion of the sentencing guidelines that deals with child pornography cases. This showed up in the transcripts of some of your sentencing hearings, including the transcript of your sentencing hearing in the Hawkins case. I turned to that to page 38, lines 17 to 24 of that transcript, and here's something you say in that Hawkins case. And I believe this was the 18-year-old defendant that you sentenced to 3 months in prison, when the lower end of the guidelines range would have been 97. I think the higher end would have been in the 120s or something like that. You said, and in your case, this is you speaking to Mr. Hawkins, in your case in particular, I don't feel that it is appropriate necessarily to increase the penalty on the basis of your use of a computer or the number of images or prepubescent victims, as the guidelines require, because these circumstances exist in many cases, if not most, and don't signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense. I've got a couple of questions about that. Were those, you start out that paragraph sounding like you're making a determination as to him, but then the observations you make in that paragraph seem to apply broadly. Is that right? So that,
Senator, I don't have the transcript of Mr. Hawkins' case. I recall that I found that case, like all child pornography cases, to be difficult, really difficult. And his case, I recall, was in many ways an outlier in terms of the various considerations that Congress required me to take into account.
but there were prepubescent victims that were at stake in that.
I don't remember how many. I don't remember the circumstances of his actual crime. What I will say is that, consistent with Supreme Court case law and Congress's statute in this area, judges have to take into account a number of factors and the guidelines, which are no longer, I won't say not mandatory. You have to calculate the guidelines. They're no longer binding. And the Supreme Court has said that under the statutory scheme, judges have discretion.
But I'm almost out of time
Yes.
here. I want to make the point.
Yes.
Hawkins, as I recall, and as Senator Hawley discussed yesterday, he specifically asked for images of 11 to 17-year-olds. So I don't understand how that can be an instance where that shouldn't matter, and where the fact that he did it with a computer hardly atones for what he was doing, hardly offsets the fact that he was seeking and obtained prepubescent child pornography images. Nor does the fact that the images become easier over time to transmit and receive and store because of computers. I actually think it cuts in precisely the opposite direction that you described. It makes it more severe, not less. I see this as an aggravating factor, and that is of great concern to me. I see I've exceeded my time. Thank you.
You may respond.
Senator, as in every child pornography case that I sentenced, I considered all of the evidence, all of the relevant factors. It is not the same exercise to look at a transcript, to think about guidelines, to not have in front of you the individuals, the victims, the pictures, the circumstances that trial judges have to review in these cases or any cases. I understand, Senator, that there are some questions about records, et cetera. Courts have all of the evidence, and courts have all of the recommendations of various parties, and courts have, under Congress's authority, the responsibility of using our judgment to make determinations that are sufficient but not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes or promote the purposes of punishment, taking into account things like unwarranted sentencing disparities. And it may seem like an easy exercise. It may seem in retrospect, when you look back at a few pieces of data, that courts have not done what it is that they're supposed to do. But what I can assure you is that I took every one of these cases seriously in my duty and responsibility as a judge, and I made my determinations in light of the seriousness of the offense, the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote various purposes of punishment, and all of the other factors that Congress prescribed.
Okay, but you keep resetting that standard, and yet you specifically excluded from consideration the fact that he had requested and obtained images, prepubescent child pornography images.
Senator, I didn't exclude it. I didn't exclude it. What I did was I looked at the guidelines, which is what the Supreme Court requires, and I was making policy determinations as the Supreme Court says that judges are to do.
Look at
in
page
these
38
situations.
of your transcript. It looks to me like you excluded it, and your action sentencing him to 3 months for one of the most heinous offenses imaginable. Keep in mind, because these are transmitted
Senator,
electronically, they're there for years. They re-victimize these victims
Senator,
the rest of their lives.
We're asking everyone to try to stick with the 20 minutes, please. Next is Senator Klobuchar, but before recognizing her, I'd like to ask consent to enter into the record a support letter for Judge Jackson from 48 former federal prosecutors in South Florida. Without objection, Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chairman Durbin. Welcome back, Judge Jackson. Yesterday, you and I discussed the court's increasing reliance on issuing unsigned orders on its shadow docket. And less than an hour ago, the court once again used the shadow docket to throw out Wisconsin's redistricting maps. And because this decision just came out, I don't expect you to have immediately reviewed it. But I just want to make this point that in her dissent, Justice Sotomayor, joined by Justice Kagan, called the court's move unprecedented. She noted that in an emergency posture, the court summarily overturns a Wisconsin Supreme Court decision resolving a conflict over the state's redistricting, a decision that was rendered after a 5-month process involving all interested stakeholders, based on an obligation that is, these are her words, hazy at best, even though summary reversals are generally reserved for decisions in violation of settled law. And again, I don't expect you to be familiar with this case, but I do want to point out that this underscores the point that I made yesterday, that the court's increasing practice of using the shadow docket to decide cases that have grave consequences for our democracy, including the right to vote, that you and many other nominees have said is fundamental, is incredibly troubling. You had in the other case I mentioned yesterday where Justice Roberts dissented, the Texas abortion bounty hunter case, that should not have been done on the shadow docket. And while I'm not going to ask you about this because you couldn't possibly have read it, just your record of writing decisions that are thorough and listening to litigants in cases, could you just generally talk about the importance of having full briefings on the merits as well as public oral arguments if you believe in transparency?
Thank you, Senator. As a judge in my work over the last decade, I've seen that it is very important, at least to me in my time as a judge up to date, to hear arguments from all sides in a case. The duty of a judge is to make determinations, and under our system of adversarial proceedings, you make determinations based on arguments, and it's important to do so. I know that with respect to the emergency docket, you haven't asked me the question about it, because I would say what I said before, which is I would benefit from being able to speak with the justices. I understand that there's a need to balance getting full briefing with emergency circumstances, and the court has long had in its procedures the ability to rule quickly on various cases. It's also my understanding from my time clerking on the court that the court does recognize the value of allowing things to what we call percolate, meaning lower courts to hear issues. And my understanding is that at least in some of the recent cases, the justices have had oral argument related to some emergency matters. But from my perspective as a judge in the work that I've been doing, I know that it's important to hear from the parties.
Another hallmark of your work has been taking complex issues and making them accessible to the public. So much so that I actually referred to one of your opinions from a debate stage in Los Angeles, saying, as a wise judge said, those were my words, I guess I was ahead of my time, the president is not king in America, the law is king. I paraphrased it. That was a written opinion that you wrote that was over 65 pages long, relied extensively on Supreme Court and circuit precedent. It was Committee on the Judiciary v. McGahn. And could you talk about really two things, the importance of having the law written in terms that are easy to understand by people, and then secondly, your opinion was actually a narrow one. It required Mr. McGahn to appear to testify, but that said he remained free to assert any legally applicable privilege in response to the questions asked. So what you did there was a narrow opinion. What role do you think that narrow rulings play in helping to maintain the legitimacy of the court? Why is it important to have plain language in orders?
Thank you, Senator. Well, I'll start with the second first. I think that, as we've been discussing, we have a rule of law in this country which requires a certain amount of predictability and stability in the law. If there are big shifts in terms of legal principles and doctrines and whatnot, it could lead to people not understanding that judges are ruling on legal principles. It could lead to undermining public confidence, thinking that judges are injecting their own policy preferences rather than following the law in terms of their rulings. And so to further predictability, stability, there are many doctrines in judicial practice. There's stare decisis, which is the principle that if something has already been decided, very similarly, you at least if it may be binding on you if you're a lower court, but at least you have to contend with it because that is the law that existed before you got the case, and you don't want to make a big shift. And then there's also the principle that the understanding that when you are announcing rulings, you are building on what exists before. And so you don't want to make a big shift if you don't have to, because if you can find a way to rule incrementally in a more narrow way, it keeps the law stable, is a part of the proposition that I mentioned before. In McGahn in particular, it was a case in which there was a precedent directly on point from my district. It was not binding on me, but the exact same set of circumstances and arguments had been presented to another judge in my district. I believe it was something like 10 years prior to my case. And so we had law that governed the circumstance, and I looked at that, determined it was persuasive, and that I should continue the principles that had been laid down by in the prior case. Also, in accordance with those principles, the prior judge and I made the determination that when the president claims absolute immunity, the argument was that the person who had been subpoenaed by the legislature, a former employee of the White House, could say that they had immunity of some sort. In other words, it could have invoke executive privilege in response to particular questions, but they couldn't say, I don't have to show up at all. And so the argument that was being made was when the House of Representatives issues a subpoena and says, show up on this day at this time to answer questions, can that person just ignore and say, I have immunity, I don't have to follow the law, in other words, respond to the subpoena? Or do I have to show up and sit there and listen to the questions? And if there are things that I believe I can't answer because they're privileged, then you invoke the privilege. And the prior case had said in this narrow way, you have to show up. You don't necessarily have to give the information. That's determined on a question by question basis, but you have to show up. And that's what I held in that case as well. And it's important to be clear in your rulings so that people understand that judges are ruling consistent with the law and not their own personal views.
Right. And speaking of being clear and being careful in your rulings, some of my colleagues have, I think, given not a necessarily true view of your whole record, because when it comes to your rulings being upheld, the numbers show that out of over 550 cases, your district court cases, you were reversed less than 3% of the time. And in some of the instances, you were reversed only to have your decision later upheld. I noticed one case, Territory of Guam v. United States, in which you were initially reversed, but then a unanimous Supreme Court reversed that decision, then siding with you in an opinion written by Justice Thomas and aligned with your view. Do you want to quickly talk about that case?
Well, that case is kind of legally complicated. It was a CERCLA case, which is a Superfund cleanup kind of case where the country of Guam, which has a dump site on it that was used by both the citizens of Guam and the United States before the 1950s, when the United States was stationed there. Military operations happened out of Guam, and there was a lot of dumping into this site. And over time, the site got contaminated, and Guam was charged with having to clean it up, which is millions and millions of dollars. And there are statutes, very complicated statutes, about the circumstances under which you can seek contribution, under which a country like that can ask for the United States to pay some of that cost, or other countries to pay some of that cost. And that was sort of the nature of the dispute. And I did a statutory interpretation about whether or not Guam's action could proceed. The United States filed a motion to dismiss, saying that all of the technical requirements of the law weren't met and that the action had to be dismissed. And I denied the motion to dismiss after interpreting the statute, saying that the action could continue. The DC Circuit reversed my view, had a different reading of the statute, saying that the motion to dismiss should have been granted, and dismissed the case. And then it was appealed to the Supreme Court. And as you say, the Supreme Court reinstated the action, saying it could proceed.
Very good. Thank you. In 1972, in Brandsburg v. Hayes, a 5-4 court did not recognize the reporter's privilege in the context of criminal grand jury testimony. I spoke with you earlier, at length about Times v. Sullivan and First Amendment issues, so this will be my last question on this. Since the court's decision, my state, like many other states, enacted strong reporters' privilege laws to protect journalists from having to divulge unpublished materials, confidential sources. How would you approach balancing the need to protect journalists and the role they play in informing the public against the need for law enforcement officers to gather information?
I would apply the precedents of the Supreme Court in this area. It would depend on the circumstances. As I mentioned, press freedoms is one of the fundamental First Amendment rights. The court has a number of precedents in terms of expressive freedom, press freedom, and in every case, there'll be a specific set of circumstances regarding an alleged violation of the right, and the court would need to look at the facts and circumstances, the prior precedent, in order to determine whether that particular regulation could be upheld.
Okay, thank you. This is my very last question, Chair, before all of us get to eat lunch, including you. And that is really the important role of dissenting opinions. Justice Ginsburg once said this. She said, "Dissents speak to a future age. It's not simply to say my colleagues are wrong and I would do it this way, but the greatest dissents do become court opinions, and gradually over time their views sometimes become the dominant view." When Justice Ginsburg's rabbi gave a eulogy at her memorial service here in the Capitol, and some of us were fortunate enough to be there. They said, "Justice Ginsburg's dissents were not cries of defeat. They were blueprints for the future." What do you think is the purpose of a dissent? And do you want to talk just a little bit about that, this idea that they can be blueprints for the future?
Thank you, Senator. On the Supreme Court, there are 9 justices, and in every case, they're all sitting together to hear the issues in a case. And one hopes, and it often happens, that the justices agree as to issues in cases. That I believe that the vast majority of cases that the justices hear are actually not, there is no dissent, that they agree to the outcome. But there are cases in which, after deliberation and collaboration and consideration, the justices may disagree about how the case should be resolved, and there's a mechanism for every justice to decide whether they're going to join others, either in the majority, whether they're going to write a separate opinion that might agree with the majority but wants to make a different point, or whether they want to dissent. And sometimes more than one justice might dissent or join a dissent. It's a way of expressing one's own view that may differ from your colleagues. And with respect to the point that you made, there are actually many justices in history who have used the dissent mechanism to discuss the law in ways that others find over time to be more persuasive. And so I'm thinking of the first Justice Harlan, who dissented famously in Plessy versus Ferguson. He dissented alone. All of the other justices agreed with the proposition of separate but equal, and he said no in a dissent. And his dissent, generations later, became, according to Justice Thurgood Marshall, became the blueprint for Justice Marshall to make arguments that led to Brown versus the board. So there is the opportunity for justices to describe their views in ways that become persuasive to others in the future.
Thank you for all you've given us the last few days. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. And we're going to break now for a 30-minute lunch. I'd say to everyone that when we return, if we stick to 20-minute rounds and don't yield back time, we'll be finishing in something around 4.5 hours.
Let's take a break. Lunch is here.
About 7 o'clock. So that doesn't include a break, but we'll consider that later on. Thank you.
By the way, how are the calzones?
All right, everybody, they stand in recess. This is day 3 of the confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, misnamed by ignorant right-wingers over the last 24 hours as Ketanji, Ketanji, and lots of other names, which we can get to. If that's interesting to people, that will be coming up. No reports as to what is for lunch today.
Pizza is here, but we have Subway tomorrow. Warm food around noon.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna keep an eye on all of that stuff. What a day! Welcome everybody. Yesterday, a 14-hour stream. It was crazy. I got calls from attorneys general in mostly southern states saying, "Sir, you can't do that. Sir, you can't do that." And I said, well, we did it. We did it, and we did it with a coupon code, and it was just everything. Everything happened, and it all happened all at once. So we're going to be looking at a lot of different things here during this break. Thank you to Jen here, as well as Zathros and AJ4, as well as E. Haynes, the first 4 people. Thanks for the Twitch Prime subs today. I really do appreciate it. If you missed yesterday, we had when we hit the 13th hour of the stream, we set up a coupon code. It wasn't a coupon cold. It was actually a coupon warm.
Warm food around noon.
Yeah. No, we set up a coupon code way too long. Whoa, Senator Kennedy looking extremely disheveled. Did you guys see that? That was wild. The coupon code way too long in honor of the stream going to the 13th hour saved people crazy amounts of money, and about 100 people took advantage of it. But that was yesterday. That is not today. Folks wondering about the different people misnaming Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Here's, for example, Troy York, who called in.
There is no doubt that the Joe Biden nominee for the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Ketanji Brown Jackson. There it is. Of course, we don't really care what Troy York has to say. He's been leaving racist voicemails for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 10 to 15 voicemails a week. We don't really care about that. Why does the archive of yesterday's stream cut off at just under 12 hours? Yeah, I guess there's a 12-hour limit for archived YouTube streams. Does anybody know, are the full 14 hours archived on Twitch? I don't know if Twitch has that same 12-hour limit. Anybody know? Nobody knows? We don't know. Okay. You could check the VOD on Twitch. Over 14 hours. It's archived. Okay, good. Yeah, so I've heard Ketanji Brown Jackson called Ketanji, Ketania, and Kenyina. Here is, let's see. Here's Tucker Carlson, who referred to her as Ketanji.
Minds. One way to know, one indication would be her LSAT scores.
Right.
The LSAT is not a knowledge test. It measures logic and reasoning ability, and no one doubts it's an accurate measure of those things, which predict legal skills. And that's why top law schools have long used that test. So how did Ketanji Brown Jackson do?
Yeah. How did Ketanji do? I guess we just don't know. Okay. So anyway, there's Tucker Carlson, and it's all horrifying. It's all completely and utterly, completely horrifying. Actually, about 100 people were banned yesterday during their, during the stream. Some people want to be unbanned. Let's see. So there was a user named Debate Boar who sent quite literally
hundreds of chat messages yesterday, and no one message was like that bad, but it was just completely and totally relentless and sending paragraphs and paragraphs. So they were banned, and now they're saying they would want to be unbanned. I'm willing to unban them, and I'll do that. But you can't send 100 messages a minute. You know, it's like no matter what you're saying, that's just obnoxious. And we, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, we just can't tolerate that. Okay. So that is that. Let me get some things up on the screen here that I wanted to look at with everybody. Let's see what we've got here. Charlie Kirk weighed in on the nomination, and as many of you know, this is one of the first people we go to when we wonder what should the direction of the judiciary be in the United States. I think let's ask Charlie Kirk.
These very simply stated questions do not require overthinking. So I suppose another question here, though, is where does this come from? Well, KBJ, Ketanji Brown Jackson, is what your country looks like on critical race theory. KBJ is your country on CRT. KBJ, Ketanji Brown Jackson, is an embodiment of the tyranny that we currently live under. She's an ideological, unintelligent, yet confident fanatic who is so dismissive that you might even ask the question of what a woman is.
Right. It's hard to think of someone more wrong about everything.
This isn't my area of expertise.
Hold on. Than Charlie Kirk. Now, on the thing of what is a woman, it's actually a really old technique to try to pull someone into a rhetorical black hole. And as an example, Jesse Lee Peterson asked me the same question when I was on his program. This is going to be tough to find, but let's just see if we can find it.
Because of the polling in the House races.
Let's see.
Did.
So did you believe an awful lot of people, a lot of decent people? Love, what is love?
I don't do dictionary definitions.
You don't?
No.
So do you know what love is?
I think you know love when you see it.
And what is it when you see it?
You just know it. You can't even put it into words. It's so ethereal.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I gotta ask. I know you need to make. I know you're here for the event this weekend.
Oh wait, maybe it was early. Maybe the question about what is a man was right before that.
We see it with the representatives. The children are going to cafes and restaurants and airports and just carrying on. Right? It's turning off a lot of people. A lot of decent people.
I guess we'll see.
Do you believe that is happening?
I don't think so. I'm not seeing that now.
I gotta ask you, what is a man?
I'm sorry?
What is a man?
I do politics, not dictionary.
Are you a man?
I think so.
So anyway, it is absolutely correct not to engage with those bad faith questions. You know, dictionary definition, it's just so boring, and it's an old technique, and there's no there's just no upside to engaging in it. And I'm glad that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson did not engage in it yesterday, because it's a black hole. It's a rhetorical black hole. And good for her. Thank you to Grandpa Simpson for signing up via Twitch Prime. You are a good sir. I appreciate that very, very much. Let's look at a couple other clips. Let's see what we've got here. I guess before we went live today, I guess Lindsey Graham threw another tantrum today. Let's take a look.
Your view of how to deter child pornography?
Child pornography. Pornography.
Is not my view. I think you're doing it wrong, and every judge who does what you're doing is making it easier for the children to be exploited. If you're on a computer right now looking at a kid in a sexually compromising situation and you get caught, I hope nobody gives you a break because you use the computer.
The conduct that's been described is reprehensible, and I think everyone in this room agrees. And the fact of the matter is that I am co-sponsor of your bill, the Earn It Act, and I believe that we should be doing our job here. But part of our job, we have failed in responding to the changing circumstances that face this crime. What has it been, 15 or 16 years? She is currently not an outlier in sentencing. 70% of the federal judges face the same dilemma and wonder why Congress has failed to act and when it will act.
This is our fault?
Partially it is, Senator. To be honest with you, it is. We have to upgrade these guidelines and decide whether we're going to stick with the Supreme Court decision that they're not mandatory. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And off he goes.
I would like to compliment.
Lindsay heading out. It's really something. I mean, just tantrum after tantrum after tantrum. Let's see what else I want to skip over the Charlie Kirk thing. Let's see what else we've got. We already did this. Klobuchar we saw. What other clips do we have? Oh, Patrick Leahy weighed in on the temper tantrum from Lindsay.
How do you think today is going so far?
It was going well until this last round of questioning.
I love that. It really got bad when Lindsay got to speak. I love that. It was going well until now.
That's an abrogation of everything the Senate should stand for. You had a Republican member who went way over the time allotted to him, ignored the rules of the committee,
right?
Badgered the nominee, would not even let her answer the questions. That I've never seen anything like that. I've been here 48 years. Here we have a highly respected and respectable nominee, and to be treated that way. I don't know what the motivation might be, what political motivation is, but to see the badgering of this woman as she's trying to testify, I thought was outrageous.
Absolutely. And who could, not a single word out of place from Senator Patrick Leahy. Very, very much well said, and just vile behavior by Lindsay. Thanks to Wayno and D4 for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, numbers 6 and 7 today. Appreciate you guys and welcome. It's been stream after stream and very, very much appreciate that. Let's see what else we've got here. I'm just going through my media list here in real time. Lindsay with a message to the people looking at explicit child sexual images today.
So if you're listening to my voice today and you're on a computer looking at child pornography and you get caught, I hope your sentence is enhanced, because the computer and the internet is feeding the beast here.
Right.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
I would actually say if people are caught reviewing explicit images of children while listening to tapes of Lindsey Graham, the machines should be taken into custody. And maybe we should even consider charges against Lindsay. I think all of that should be on the table. That's a joke, by the way, guys. Okay, everybody relax. Everybody relax. But certainly the machines in question should be sued. That's for sure. Let's see what else we have here. Don't care about Cornyn right now. Oh, so here's another example again of where Cornyn, I actually do want to touch on this specific issue. Cornyn tried grilling Judge Jackson about viability of fetuses. And as many of you know, her training is not in obstetrics.
What does viability mean when it comes to an unborn child, in your understanding?
Senator, I hesitate to speculate. I know that it is a point in time that the court has identified in terms of when the standards that apply to regulation of the right.
Justice Brennan, at a later point in his career on the Supreme Court, admitted that the viability line was an arbitrary line. Do you agree with him?
Senator, I'm not able to comment on viability. There's a case.
See, like, this is one of these things where if we all got together in a room, and by we, I don't mean people like John Cornyn. I just mean people like, most of you in my audience. And we would all get together and we would say, of course, this question of viability has an arbitrary nature. Of course it does.
Oftentimes we talk about 22 to 23 weeks is the absolute earliest that at that point, I mean, even premature is an understatement, but at 22 or 23 weeks, if everything goes perfectly, you might be able, and I believe that this is still accurate, you might be able to see a fetus survive. And then with every week beyond 23 weeks, the chances go up slightly. And then you have different standards for when is the heart formed versus when can you detect. We would all agree with that, okay? And much the same way, if you set a speed limit at 35 miles per hour, we would all agree there's no magic about 35. On dry roads, 80% of cars could go 45. But we're going to set it to 35 because 20% of the cars can't. And then if it's rainy, that goes down. And but it's, of course, but we all accept that you have to accept that there is some arbitrariness to it. That doesn't make it so that abortion should be illegal. The problem is you can't do it in a conversation with someone like John Cornyn because he's just trying to sandbag you and set you up. So she really has no choice but to say, listen, I'm just not a biologist. And there's another question here as well, which is, for what purpose are we determining it, right? If you say to these very Republicans who say, oh, even at a week, we are talking about a person here. And then you go to them and you say, okay, should the mom get the child tax credit for a 1-week-old fetus? Because if it's a person, you should get the tax credit, right? They would almost certainly say, no. Well, that's different. And if you were to say to them, well, if you have a 1-week-old fetus and you're here illegally, if it's a person, then really it's already a citizen, right? Because of the law when they are born, if it's a person at 1 week, it's a citizen at a week in the fetus. They would say, no, that's different. So all of these questions are always, for what purpose are we trying to determine that? Yeah. Anyway, so she ends up with she really has no choice but to just say, I'm not a biologist. Sorry. And it's unfortunately, there are real important discussions that could be had about all of these issues. You just can't really have them with people like John Cornyn. Thank you to Margot Cabot and D4 for subscribing and gifting a subscription. Those are numbers 8 and 9. Let's see what else we have here. Let's do one quick voicemail from Whitney, hot off the presses.
So, I was a little bit confused because they were saying that, it looks like the Holocaust. And I really think that the Holocaust is a Middle Eastern invasion. Number one, because the people who convinced Hitler to lead the Holocaust were from the Middle East.
Did she say Shitler? That was weird. I don't know. Anyway, okay, she seems confused. Here's Steven Crowder's coverage. His clip about yesterday's hearings was called Pedo-Loving SCOTUS Nominee Can't Explain Why She's a Woman. So that's one perspective. Oh, God. Let's see here. We did Lindsay storming off. Here's just a little bit of like the constant berating. He was 10 minutes over his time, was Lindsay today.
If she's confused about what happened, some people on the other side had an accusation against Judge Kavanaugh that during high school, he sexually assaulted somebody. And the rest is history. That was known to the people on the other side and never revealed during the meetings they had with Judge Kavanaugh. It was literally ambushed. He was ambushed. How would you feel if we did that to you?
Senator, I've appreciated the kindness that each of you has shown me to see me in your offices, to talk with me about my approach.
But my question is, what if during our 15-minute exchange, it was very pleasant. You're a very nice person. You have a lot to be proud of. I would never do that to you. If I had some
Why is he just talking about other confirmation hearings and also people who weren't nominated?
information that's sketchy at best, that somehow you've done something wrong, I promise you, just from human decency, I would share it with you. I would not disclose it at the last minute of the last day of the hearing, and I've already given it to a newspaper so the whole country can read about it before you ever said a word.
Senator, she's had nothing to do with the cause.
No, but
Kavanaugh
I'm
hearing.
asking her about
you won't even let her finish
how
your
she may
response.
feel about what y'all did.
Y'all.
Senator, your time has expired, and I'm going to give her an opportunity to finally complete an answer.
So, if I could
Just
address,
answer the question.
Senator, I don't have any comment on what procedures took.
Why won't she comment about what people she doesn't know did to someone who wasn't nominated? Come on, guys, give me a break. Now, to be clear, in some cases, Lindsay's talking about people who weren't nominated. In some cases, he's talking about previous nominees. Neither has anything to do with Judge Jackson. Just nothing. Peter Hamby dropping in a super chat and says, a haiku for you, David. Racing to prove points, a critical questionnaire within rights theory. Thank you, Peter, for that beautiful poem. Next super chat from Pete. David, sir, if I cannot explain why I'm a man, am I even a man? Right. If you can't explain how an internal combustion engine works, is it really an internal combustion engine? It's very questionable. Very, very unclear. Okay. Let's look at a few other things here. Let's see what else we've got. So many videos of Lindsay storming off. At this point, they're almost axiomatic. Already looked at this. This may be it, actually, for now. The explicit images thing. Oh, Trump's reportedly judging a car show at Mar-a-Lago. He recently has been DJing. Also, did he get a high and tight? His hair looks different, strangely. Is that a Trump impersonator? I guess I can't even really tell. Who knows? It's kind of sad what's been going on. Yeah, I can't even do the Lindsay stuff is just crazy. It really is bonkers. I guess he mentioned George Soros. I want to hear that.
Did you know they received large donations from the Arabella Network and from George Soros's Open Society Foundation Network?
George Sources. I like that. George Source. Man, these people are really, really crazy. Really nuts. Yeah, we could say a lot about this triad, RT, Tucker, and Michael Tracy, but it's not even worth it. It's not even worth getting involved. Judge Hawley smeared Ketanji Brown Jackson with a QAnon lie. Let's see.
Ketanji Brown Jackson defending her sentencing record just ahead the Republican line of attack. Republicans pointed to her sentencing record in child pornography cases and her work defending detainees at Guantanamo Bay.
Pushing back against Republicans who claim she's soft on crime, rejecting allegations she let child porn offenders off the hook.
The sentencing of people convicted of child pornography was another contentious issue on display, as some Republicans charge that she is soft on crime.
Pushing back against GOP attacks, accusing her of being lenient in sentencing child porn offenders.
Republicans voiced concerns about her role as a public defender for Guantanamo Bay detainees, as well as her sentencing record for child pornography offenders.
Questions from Senator Josh Hawley about sentencing for child pornography.
Republicans have tried to paint Jackson as soft on crime, that as a judge, she's been lenient in sentencing child pornography offenders.
Senate Republicans have characterized Judge Jackson as soft on crime and questioned her past sentences in child pornography cases.
Republican senators tried to paint her as being soft on crime.
Anyway, you guys get it. I think people understand it. Okay. Pappy asking any updates on Ukraine and Russia using nuclear weapons. They have not used nuclear weapons at this point that we are aware of. Awesome point you raised about abortion and questions regarding why fetuses are not considered citizens. Really like watching you and hearing what you have to say. Keep it up, David. Well, what a nice message from Lodmod. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Here's something. These are the people that I would love to talk to. Like someone on YouTube named Kid Rengo just says that their comment is Pac-Man is reaching. They've misspelled my name, which at this point it's like who even, you know, that's a guarantee. What am I reaching about? Like what exactly is this person talking about? It would be great to actually speak to some of these people and see what it is they're like. What are you even talking about, you know? Oh God, we might have to ban DebateBore again. I unbanned DebateBore, but we might have to ban again. It's just very, very annoying. All right, let's get to a few more voicemails here. I do want to we have 1,159 voicemails that we could listen to, and we're not going to do it.
Trump is very definitely not qualified for president. A president does not get foreign policy from Kid Rock with classified information out on the table.
You know, we covered the Kid Rock story on today's podcast. My bet is Kid Rock is not the least qualified person Trump took advice from while he was president. Let's see what else I've got here on the hearings, if anything.
Hey, David. This is Dave in California. Did you know one of the female senators that was questioning Judge Jackson yesterday has a degree in home economics?
Yes, Marsha Blackburn has a degree in home economics. That's exactly that is accurate. I don't know that there's too much for. Listen, so this is one of these tough things because we don't just want lawyers on the Judiciary Committee. So it doesn't seem appropriate to say that Blackburn can't question the judge simply because she has a 4-year degree in home ec. At the same time, Blackburn was completely unhinged. Now, for contrast, correct me if I'm wrong, people in chat, Republican Ben Sass also is not a lawyer, but he was respectful and at least seemed curious when he was asking her questions and was a completely different sort of circumstance. So you can have or not have a law degree and question a potential Supreme Court justice in a way that's respectful and substantive. I don't know. I don't know that I have too much more to say about that. Okay, let's see what else we have here.
Hey, David. I'm a really big fan. I actually liked a message a couple of days ago on your voicemail, and I made some points. I really wanted to be on the show. I'm a huge fan. I may have cussed a little bit. Maybe that's the reason, but I don't have access to anything but YouTube. So if he did play my voicemail, I didn't see it.
Okay, I don't think I played your voicemail, sir.
Yo, Pax, Total Control 871. I know, it's been a while, right? Okay, so your communist agenda for your...
I am not a communist. Hey, can anybody in the chat tell me, why do people keep calling in saying I'm a communist, even though I'm so obviously not a communist? Can anybody tell me? Why is it? Is it because I'm Jewish? Is it because I'm Argentinian? Is it because I'm progressive? What is the reason? Why is there an obsession with saying I'm a communist when it's so obvious that I'm not? It's a problem in the water. Okay. Nice. Yeah. That's fair. They just call everybody a communist. Okay, that's fair. Anyway, let's listen to this scathing critique.
Severe winter of severe illness and death, that all fell flat on its face. Your entire fake pandemic fell flat on its face. you never once yielded anything that came close to pandemic levels. For 2 years, we were fed nothing more than recycled stock footage, okay, and fear-mongering.
Oh, boy.
Bold proclamations of what is either going on or what's about to happen, none of which was followed up with concrete proof. However, today I'm calling you to basically let you know that your fellow slithering Jews are not skulking away as
So 30 seconds ago, I said, do they think I'm a communist because I'm Jewish? And it seems that that is indeed the case. Wow. That is, it's funny because oftentimes I'll get messages from people like, David, why are you even bringing up that the person is anti-Semitic? I don't even know. It was a genuine question. Is Judaism part of them thinking I'm a communist? And all of a sudden, slithering Jews. It's full on anti-Semitism. And we will block that number. So this user who goes by the name Total Control will never be able to call again. All right. Ben says, David Parkman, sir, love the content, been watching since 2018. Quick question. Do you think you follow more people on the left on Twitter or on the right? Your feed is mainly crazies. No, so here's the thing. I don't follow all of those crazy messages I post to Twitter. I don't follow any of those people. They follow me, but I don't follow them. Yeah. Maria, you're a communist because you don't meet their Retrumplican mold. Love your work. Keep it up. Thank you, Maria. I very much appreciate that. If you're just joining us, this is day 3 of Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation hearings. Today, each senator gets 20 minutes of questions. Lindsey went over by 10 minutes. Lindsey took 30 minutes, even though he wasn't supposed to. Go figure. The trajectory for today is that they would be done around 7 p.m. if they took no more breaks. I'm guessing what they will do is they won't do a dinner break. They'll probably take, 20 or 30 minutes of breaks and be done around 7:30 or 8 o'clock. That's my guess. If you're just joining us, we are now into our, 5:14. We are into the 20. Listen to this number. Okay, please listen to this number. We are in the We are now in No, okay. We are in the 21st hour of live streams in 3 days. 21st hour of live streams in 3 days. And I so appreciate everybody who's been this is very, very important. Very, very important. And we are watching it closely. And I want to thank everybody who has gotten a Twitch Prime subscription. Hello. I want to thank everybody who has signed up on our website, and you can do that right now at joinpacman.com. The coupon code is FIXTHECOURT. Now, I'm not supposed to be promoting this. This was only supposed to be available yesterday, but it still works. You can also use the code WAYTOOLONG for an even bigger discount because these streams have been way too long. And I will thank everybody who uses either of the coupon codes, but in particular, people who use way too long. Okay. Oh, I already read that one. Let's see if we can squeeze in a couple more voicemails before this resumes. I will step away for a bit when they come back, working on tomorrow's program and doing a lot of different things. But I will be in and out throughout.
Hi, I'm just watching your little clip about the Trumpists freaking out about your rally, whatever, and you look sad, and I'm concerned because I like you. You're adorable, and you're so intelligent, but you just look sad, and I hope you're okay.
There's a reason one of our coupon codes is Sad Trump, because everything Trump related has become very, very sad. Thanks to Z Milla for the Twitch Prime subscription. Z, you're number 10 today. I appreciate that very, very much.
Hi, David. This is Kathy Goodpasture. I just want you to know that I think a lot of your show and you speak the truth, and it's good that we have people like you out there. Thank you.
Guys, that's my new favorite caller. I love the accent. Let me look up. Hold on. Where is that area code from? That's Louisville, Kentucky calling in, Kathy. And she has the show playing in the background. I don't know why. When people don't pause the show, they call in and you can hear the show playing in the background. I just love that. I love that. Let's listen to that one once more.
Hi, David. This is Kathy Goodpasture. I just want you to know that I think a lot of your show and you speak the truth, and it's good.
I can hear what I'm promoting the bonus show in the background. I can tell exactly what it is that I'm promoting.
Hi, David. My name is Nico Meeker from Los Angeles, California, and I'm an avid watcher of you. I appreciate your show and your input. I think you add a lot to the conversation, and you do it in a really eloquent way.
Thank you so much. Wow, I like that as well. A lot of positive voicemails coming in. Extremely rare. Let's see what else we've got here. Oh, Whitney called in again.
So, what I was thinking is, like, I don't really know people, so it's like, how am I supposed to know, like, where you came from or what you look like and that kind of stuff? Like, I'm supposed to just accept that, like, Jewish people look a certain way and, like...
Oh, boy. All right.
Hey, is this David Pumpkin? Hey, am I calling the David Pumpkin program? Are you still going to be talking about masks and...
I can't think of the last time I talked about masks.
Where's this COVID surge? Is it really a surge, David Pumpkin? Or are you just getting a memo to promote it? Anthony Fauci is a criminal.
Fauci. We haven't heard from Eric from Mass for a little while, but he did call in yesterday.
Hey, David, it's Eric from Mass. You should put up another hit piece on the Biden laptop guy and make fun of him how he's blind like you are. Saying how he can't see and all that's funny to you. You know what's funny to me? Is how you're a Nazi because you
Jewish Nazi, yeah,
have backed Brzezinski or whatever the fuck his name is. Zelensky.
Who's Brzezinski? Oh man, Eric from Mass is completely shot out of a cannon today. Very, very strange stuff. Extremely weaponized. Boy. Let me see if I know we have limited time that they're about to resume here. But I want to get to a couple of things.
Hey, David Packman, this is Sam. I won't give you my last name because I'm a former Tier 1 operator for Delta. I was wondering what you think on the idea of having some of these pod news places, the reputable ones, put out an alert on the September 18th demonstration that's supposed to take place.
Well, I don't know anything about that demonstration. Has anybody in the chat heard about that? September 18th, there's something happening? In Illinois, people are saying? I've not heard of that. I'm not regular. September 18th. That seems far. I mean, it's 6 months from now. I don't know. I want to say thanks to Marty McFly, Jen here, and Buttsack for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, numbers 11, 12, and 13. I appreciate that. Let's see if we can find something substantive.
Hey, David Packman, Dave Berkson here. Hey, I'm wondering why you're not giving your opinion on Major League Baseball allowing ads on uniforms.
Don't care about it. Didn't hear about it. That's why. Just have no idea about it. Ads on uniforms in baseball. I don't know. It's been a long, long time since I talked about baseball.
You're using the liquid U? Talk about granular details. Holy shit. Now, there was a time in my life where I was okay with people getting that academic. But given my advanced age and considering the political climate we're dealing in, do people really have the kind of energy to devote to that kind of analysis for a talk show host who is trying to reach the broadest number of people possible? Do they really think that grabbing your attention in that way, being that English is your second language, that really fucking makes a difference? I could care less.
You mean you couldn't care less? You couldn't care less. Oh, God. Okay. Jay Harper says via Super Chat, that guy who called you David Pumpkin sounds like Chuck Grassley. He did. It was actually Troy York. Big thank you to Blueberry Babe, who has just gifted a subscription on Twitch. Blueberry Babe has to be getting up there in the top gifters of all time, right? Let's see. Somehow not. That's weird. That's weird. Not even in the top 10 list. I'm sure you'll break into there soon. I've been very, very strong donor for a while. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see what else we've got.
Hey, David, it's Juan here. So I'm a man, right? I was born a man. Well, a child, a male child.
We might call it, but you were born a boy.
So I have no issue with the whole transgender, this or that. That doesn't really bother me in any way, but what if I decided to go into a woman's bathroom with a wig on? They don't know my medical history. They don't know if I am or not transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be a problem?
Okay.
How many creeps would do that?
Well, that's the whole point. Very few. Very few. And by the way, you know, more and more places are going into this setup where it's just single bathrooms. So it's a non-issue. And by the way, in much of Europe, I won't say all, I think it's less so in the Scandinavian countries, but certainly in Spain, in Portugal, in France, in Italy, in Brussels, for certain, in Estonia. I'm speaking with personal knowledge. Most public bathrooms there's a sink area and then there's singles. So wear a wig, wear fake pubic hair, wear whatever the hell you want. No one cares. You're just by yourself. Okay? Wear a pubic wig, right? I mean, whatever kind of wig you want to wear. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And increasingly in the U.S., bathrooms are going in that direction as well. And it removes this as even being an issue. Now, sure, you know, you go to places like, I don't know, what's some big chain? You go to Buffalo Wild Wings, and very often it's like this massive palatial men's room, and then separately a massive palatial women's room. Okay, but that's the whole point. Like, there's very few people looking to do this. Do you think most men who are not transgender think it's going to go well to just put a wig on and hang out in a women's bathroom? Like, it's absurd. It's absurd. And by the way, whether you're wearing a wig or not, if you're behaving in a creepy way or harassing people, the police are going to be called, and it's not going to matter what your gender identity is. If you're harassing people or just hanging out endlessly in the bathroom, the police will show up and be like, what are you doing here? So it's a completely farcical thing. Let's listen to just a few more seconds.
You can't say that it's illegal because you're already saying that it's fine.
Yeah, it's just, this is very, so this is someone who either doesn't get out much or, I mean, it's absurd. It's just completely absurd. Thank you to the B Dizzle for the Twitch Prime subscription. Your number.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines. And we will ban men.
15 today, number 15 today, and I very much appreciate that. Okay, do I have anything else interesting? That last call was just so infuriating. Let's see.
The older I get, I realize how stupid people are. Isn't Taurus non-white? And he thinks he's going to join the he's joined the Proud Boys. He's supporting a racist ex-president, rump. I mean, come on, be less stupid.
Is who not white? Who did she say? I didn't understand that.
Stupid people are. Isn't Taurus?
Taurus? Who's Taurus? I don't understand what that is. Torres. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that.
All right. This is going to sound nuts, but I was wondering if you could do, it's your show.
Thank you.
It's your choice, free will and all that.
Yep.
But I was wondering if you would look into society's influence on Russia. Because I found it interesting.
I don't understand how that robot voice thing happens. It's a very strange technical thing. I don't know how it happens, but I do like it. Thanks to Rapash, who is new member number 16 today. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. This is good. We're actually getting through a bunch of different voicemails here. This is really excellent.
So I was watching the news, and a lot of the French people were talking about wanting a Putin Macron. So.
Lucian says, been in a restaurant bathroom in Paris with a common sink area. A girl even told me my hair looks nice as I was trying to arrange it. Really scared me. Yeah. The bathroom thing is just, it's so, I'm just bored by it. What are people doing? The last thing I'm thinking of when I go places is how much time can I spend in the bathroom? Which bathroom can I go to? Who might be in the bathroom? What sort of things might I be able to do in there? And could I bring laptops in and just hang out in the bathroom and wear a wig or not wear a wig or wear a dress or whatever else? It's just a weird thing to even devote this much time to thinking about bathrooms. I kind of base my life around spending as little time as possible in public bathrooms. And the idea that everybody's just trying to figure out, what are we doing?
Elements of bathrooms.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. None whatsoever. Let's see if I have anything else here for you. A lot of weird voicemails.
Hi, David. It's Jeannie from Melbourne, Florida. I apologize. I think this is the third time I've called in a couple weeks.
3 in a couple weeks is fine, Jeannie. I mean, we have people calling every hour.
Not sure how often you check this line, but I was just listening to, I think it's Joy Reid with the Readout. I can't remember if she's on MSNBC or...
Folks, breaking news. Former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, the first female Secretary of State, has passed away at age 84. A very interesting woman. CNN reporting her death is confirmed in an email to staff of the Albright Stonebridge Group. She was a central figure in President Bill Clinton's administration, first serving as U.S. ambassador to the U.S. before becoming the nation's top diplomat in his second term. She championed the expansion of NATO, pushed for the alliance to intervene in the Balkans to stop genocide and ethnic cleansing, sought to reduce the spread of nuclear weapons, and championed human rights and democracy across the globe. Considered a neoliberal by many, her politics aside, her secretaryship, extremely important and sort of meaningful in the context of the history of the United States. Hard to deny that, and we will have time to talk more about that. But Madeleine Albright, dead at 84 years old. We are standing by for the resumption of day 3 of the confirmation hearings of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. I want to say thank you to an anonymous Twitch gifter who just gifted 5 subscriptions, putting us at 21. We have had no one sign up on the website yet. Let's give away a free item. First person to sign up today at joinpacman.com at any price level gets a free item from my online store. Could be a twill hat, could be a coffee mug, could be a t-shirt, hoodie, sweatshirt, whatever you want. You can use the coupon code FIXTHECOURT to save. Fix the court, because we must do it. And first, we'll kick it off. First person to sign up today gets a free item. We'll send it anywhere in the world. Lodmott says, or Lodmott, hey, Dave, felt like giving you $10 to offset some of the voicemail ridiculousness you're enduring right now. Have a nice day, dude. Thank you, Lotmott. I appreciate that very much. Let's see if we can squeeze in maybe one more.
Hey, man, just wondering about adultery.
Okay.
Christians love to use Leviticus 20 as an excuse for their hatred for gays. Yet they've never used Leviticus 20:10, which says the exact same thing about adulterers.
Yeah, they're complete and total hypocrites.
Hell, I just wasted my time.
That's a weird voicemail. I just wasted my time. Here's the Eggman.
I now know the reason that my Netflix goes up a couple bucks every 6 months is because of Pat and you, Dave. Now, I ask you guys this. How many memberships to your show does Lewis have to buy before you guys can afford your own Netflix membership? Shalom.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The Eggman referring to a bonus show story about how Pat and I are both still on our mommy's Netflix accounts. That's a true story. That's an absolutely true story. I want to say thanks to Comp Lord for the Twitch Prime subscription. That is new member number 22. I also want to thank the first person to sign up on my website today, getting herself a free item from the online store. It is Anna Piccirillo, new member number 23 overall, first on the website. Anna, you win a free item. You can email info@davidpacman.com to collect on it. Also want to say thank you to Caleb W. and Alex Millie, or Miley, new members 24 and 25 today. Thank you so much. Very, very flattered by the support from all sorts of different people. Here is Dick Durbin waiting for the return of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. We are almost ready to resume. And let's see. Should be just moments away.
David, can you think of a coin instead of saying during this war, the Russians, the Russians, the Russians? We didn't say Germany. We said Germany invaded during World War II, but it was the Nazis' invasion. The Nazis were invading. Many Russians don't agree, so we're grouping, which brings rise to discrimination. So we need a coin of phrase, whatever with the political ideology, the Putin-Trump war. We need to get another phrase besides the Russians.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll think about that.
Hey, David, what's up? It's Juan again. Why do so many right-wingers, like presidents and such, wear blue suits and red ties? Why?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Hey, David, it's Juan here again. Do you know why I am registered independent?
No.
The reason is I believe that being conservative or liberal seems to be too risky.
So this is someone who's confusing political orientation and party. I am independent, meaning I'm not a Democrat and I'm not a Republican, but I'm a progressive. And unfortunately, we have such a dearth of critical thinking in our country that Juan is just confused. I mean, you're independent because it's bad to be liberal or conservative. Liberal and conservative are political orientations, whereas independent relates to party affiliation. And unfortunately, Juan, with peace and love, and I know you call in all the time, like all the time, I would try to do like one phone call that makes sense. This is the same guy who called in about bathrooms. Exactly. It's the same guy. Yeah. That's what I would consider doing.
Hi, David. I'm wondering if, since you were born in South America and you now live and work in North America, does that make you double America?
Oh my God. We're going to have to end voicemails on that note. That is a bit too cringy for me to handle right now. Super chats continue coming in. David, sir, please figure out a way for supporters to gift website memberships. That would be huge. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to reach out to the developers. The tool, gift memberships. I'm going to look into that. We really should do it. But we're sort of limited by some of the technical aspects that are in place. And so I'm going to try to make that happen. I think it would be really great. All right. Continuing to stand by here for the resumption of the hearings. Let's see if we have any other little short clips to go through. Here is the CNN announcement of the death of Madeleine Albright.
We have some sad breaking news now. Former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright has died at the age of 84. She was the very first woman to hold that position, a strong diplomat, known to never mince words and remembered by many for those unique pins and brooches that she would wear to send subtle messages to...
Yes, she actually was known for the... Now, is it a brooch or a brooch? I always wonder about that. Mike Pillow announcing a new plan today.
This live link up with these technology people that you can actually go and get it to individual states and get injunctions to basically shut down the machines to be used in the 2020 midterm election.
Uh-oh.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
Elections and state elections, sir.
Yeah, the 2022, that's correct, Steve. And in any elections, it would be over. We're going to get preliminary injunctions, and it's with no machines because they cannot do elections accurately, and they can
accurately. All right, I'm going to make a note of that. That's probably something that I will talk about on tomorrow's show. Let me just email that to myself. It's hard to tell who's crazier, Bannon or Pillow. It really is tough. I actually am currently torturing a toaster upstairs, and if it's the last thing I do, it's going to tell me everything it knows. That you can be absolutely sure of. Let's see what else we've got here. A lot of Lindsay stuff today, for sure. Many people focused on Lindsay. Oh, look at how oh, wait a second. Yeah, Trump, look at how weird Trump looks today. Isn't that strange? I can't even figure out what's going on. Something's different about his appearance. Weird. Here's Ted Cruz sitting and being a vile person. We were scheduled for this to last until about 7 p.m., but they're already a half hour late coming back, so that would push us to 7:30. And beyond that, I mean, that's if they take no additional breaks. I want to say thanks to El Duque for the Twitch Prime subscription. You're number 26 today. Very much appreciate it. David, is there any irony in evangelical conservatives banning teaching about race in school when the Bible deals heavily with the plight of the Jews? Of course. It's also, I don't know if we would call it ironic or hypocritical. They want to ban books that have, like a sex scene, and yet, like, the Bible's okay. I mean, none of it makes sense. You guys all know that. I know I don't have to tell you. It is a total and complete hypocrisy. Complete and utter hypocrisy, I guess we would say. Unclear what the reason for the delay is. They were scheduled to be back 27 minutes ago, and we just don't know anything about it. Is there audio here? Yeah. Not everybody's even back yet. We just don't know what's going on. Yeah. Chandler Davis says, I fear that if Mike Pillow wins the class action lawsuit against all machines, that it will be paid out in rupees. I know, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene's reference to the ruble. I share that concern, Chandler. I think that that's a very fair concern. I would be concerned about the exact same thing.
Hey, David. This is Talal from Kuwait, Middle East. And you have a following. You have a great following. And I love your show. I love what you stand for. And hopefully we'll have more content on Twitch. Poggers. Have a good day.
Right. No, we're keeping it going. We're absolutely keeping it going.
Hey, David Packman, sir. This is Dave Murphy from Ohio. I just wanted to say that you are doing an excellent job, sir. Please keep up the good work. We need more voices like you speaking the truth when it comes to what's really going on in the media and in this country. So I appreciate it. Just keep it up.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Hi, David. It's Andrew, and I lived in Copenhagen in Denmark for a period of time, and I've played and have many friends in Norway. Yeah, it's just the bathroom in a cafe or a bar. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
There's the bathroom. Use it.
Nice. I like that. And then lastly, a new Whitney voicemail, hot off the presses. This one's only 5 minutes old.
But really, after looking at stuff for a while, I think what it really comes down to over there in Russia is that it's somebody who's not adhering to their regulations, but that looks like them. So it's well, they're going to be guilty for whatever mistakes that you make.
Right. A Bay Photo saying, I find the lack of questioning on elections by Republicans kind of mysterious, especially since Trump was hell-bent on using the courts to rig the vote. No, here's what's going on with that. That's a good point. Trump was desperate for the Supreme Court to take care of all the fraud and stuff like that. The reason Republicans aren't asking anything about it is because they know that it would not poll well and it would make them look really, really bad, because they know that most Americans don't believe the election was stolen, and they would see using the court as a way to steal the election as a bad thing. That's why. So yes, about half of Republicans believe the election was stolen, but most Americans don't. Republicans know that it's a losing issue, and that's why they're not asking Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson about it. It's a loser. It's an absolute and total loser of an issue. Would do nothing good for them. It looks like we're maybe close to the resumption of the hearing. It's very strange what's going on. There was such urgency to be done soon, and at the same time, they're half an hour late coming back. We hope it's not because someone's not feeling well or anything like that, you know? Oh, there she is. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson returning, followed by her husband, who's done a great job carrying her mug. And we don't know what is in there. We don't know if it's water, some kind of flavored water, or hydrogenated water, distilled water. Could be tea, coffee, Coke, anything. We really don't know what it is. But he's been doing a really great job carrying it.
Welcome back, Judge. As you can see, things get off the rails here when they decide to have a floor vote. We'll do our best to stick with the program and finish this.
So that's the explanation.
Proper way. The next up is Senator Cruz of Texas.
Oh, God, no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Under Article 3 of the Constitution, federal courts have jurisdiction over only cases and controversies.
Oh, no.
Which means under the Constitution it has to be an actual dispute, that federal courts cannot simply issue advisory opinions on a question they may have a view on. And one component of Article 3 jurisdiction is the requirement of standing, that in order for a plaintiff to have standing to bring a case, that plaintiff, at least generally speaking, must have a real and concrete injury. Is that right?
That is correct.
So, for example, that means that even if I might have a disagreement with some particular policy or some particular law, that I can't bring a case unless I am personally aggrieved by that policy or that law. So, for example, you're in my alma mater, Harvard, is currently being sued for its explicit and, in my view, egregious policy of discriminating against Asian Americans. Even though I think that policy is egregious, I, as an individual plaintiff, could not bring a lawsuit challenging it because I am not Asian American. Is that right?
If you brought a lawsuit, the court would have to evaluate whether you had an actual injury in order to be able to determine whether it had subject matter jurisdiction to hear the suit.
But if I'm not in the class being discriminated against, then I don't have the ability to bring the lawsuit. Is that right?
I think you'd have to have an actual injury. Certainly people, I think, who are in the class could claim that they had an injury for that purpose.
So now you're on the Board of Overseers of Harvard. If you're confirmed, do you intend to recuse from this lawsuit?
That is my plan, Senator.
Okay. We discussed yesterday how the standard for race discrimination was strict scrutiny. The court has laid out a different standard for gender discrimination. What is the constitutional standard that applies to gender discrimination?
Gender discrimination, the court has held intermediate scrutiny applies, which is that the government has to have an important interest and the tailoring doesn't have to be as narrow.
Right. So yesterday, under questioning from Senator Blackburn, you told her that you couldn't define what a woman is, that you were not a biologist, which I think you're the only Supreme Court nominee in history who's been unable to answer the question, what is a woman? Let me ask you.
Have they all been asked that?
Judge, how would you determine if a plaintiff had Article III standing to challenge a gender-based rule, regulation, policy without being able to determine what a woman was?
So, Senator, I know that I'm a woman. I know that
you're not.
Senator Blackburn is a woman, and the woman who I admire most in the world is in the room today, my mother. It sounded as though the question was...
But let me ask, under the modern
Ted, you're an idiot, dude. Let her answer.
If I decide right now that I'm a woman, then apparently I'm a woman. Does that mean that I would have Article III standing to challenge a gender-based restriction?
Senator, to the extent that you are asking me about who has the ability to bring lawsuits based on gender, those kinds of issues are working their way through the courts, and I'm not able to comment on them.
Okay, if I can change my gender, if I can be a woman, and then an hour later, if I decide I'm not a woman anymore, I guess I would lose Article III standing. Tell me, does that same principle apply to other protected characteristics? For example, I'm an Hispanic man. Could I decide I was an Asian man? Would I have the ability to be an Asian man and challenge Harvard's discrimination because I made that decision?
Oh, my God.
Senator, I'm not able to answer your question. You're asking me about hypotheticals and
I'm asking you how you would assess standing if I came in and said I have decided I identify as an Asian man.
Depends on the case.
I would assess standing the way I assess other legal issues, which is to listen to the arguments made by the parties,
right?
Consider the relevant precedents and the constitutional principles involved, and make a determination.
Perfect answer.
Okay, let's go back to your favorite topic of this hearing. Which is the criminal law cases you had as a district judge, and in particular the cases involving child pornography. Now
that's his favorite topic.
On the Democratic side of the dais and also in the press have suggested that the criticism that has been raised has been somehow cherry-picked, that it's only some specific examples. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to discuss each and every case you've had. Because looking at your cases, and I've now examined all of the child porn cases you've had as a federal district judge, there is a very consistent pattern. So let's start, and by the way, I'm excluding the cases. So Senator Durbin and Senator Coons focused on the Nickerson case, the Fife case, the Nguyen case, and the Hilly case. I'm excluding those because those are not child porn cases. Those are actual sexual assault of a child, which is markedly different. And I will concede when you're dealing with sexual assault, you have been willing to impose stricter penalties. So let's focus on actual child pornography cases. And let's go through each of them, because if it's right that we're cherry picking, then you should be able to explain quite powerfully. Now, your justification is that you're following the statute. And as you know, 18 U.S.C. section 3553 lays out the factors that as a district judge you had to consider in sentencing. And let's start with the Hess case, United States versus Hess. Now, in that case, a man sent 6 pictures of a prepubescent girl that he claimed was his daughter to an undercover law enforcement officer.
Listen to this.
Officers found over 600 images of child pornography, including images of sexual acts being performed on prepubescent children. The defendant pled guilty, and I believe in all of these cases the defendant pled guilty. So there's no question about guilt. They came in and pled guilty in your courtroom. The charge carried a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years and a mandatory maximum sentence of 20 years. The sentencing guidelines recommended 151 to 188 months sentence. The government, as part of a plea deal, agreed to argue for 60 months, but didn't agree that that would be the sentence, simply that they would advocate it. And you, in turn, sentenced Hess to 60 months. So, under the terms of the statute, why did you choose to sentence Hess to the absolute lowest possible sentence you were allowed to sentence under law?
Thank you, Senator. I have spoken at length throughout this hearing about these cases. I've said what I'm going to say, which is I've taken every case seriously. These are very horrible
I'm asking you specifically
crimes,
about the Hess
and
case.
I've taken every case seriously.
So you're not going to answer that?
These are very horrible crimes, as was that one. And as a mother, having to look at these pictures, having to follow Congress's directive, having to listen to recommendations like the government in that case, which argued for 60 months, I imposed the sentence that I believed was the sentence that was required by law.
So I believe you, and I've read your sentencing hearing in each one of these cases for which we have transcripts, and there are several of which we don't have transcripts. So in each of these cases, you read from the same script. So in each of these cases, you say that the distribution of child pornography is an extremely serious federal crime. And you point out that the crime involves people who are taking pictures and videos of real children while the children are being sexually abused. In Hess, you pointed out that he had hundreds of images of children in sexually compromised position. Some of them engaged in sadomasochistic acts. All of this I'm reading from you on the bench. And most importantly, the children in these pictures are not knowing and willing participants in the degrading conduct that was being depicted. They were being forced by someone off screen to commit unspeakable acts of sexual violence for the pleasure of the people filming them and for the gratification of people everywhere. And what concerns me is that many of those people have absolutely no shred of empathy for what that conduct does for the children who were being abused in this way. And you read this script in every one of these cases. So you talk about that these are terrible, terrible crimes. But you also, and in Hess, you said, I have to say that what I found particularly disturbing about your offense was that, quote, you apparently concocted a story about having photographed your own daughter who you purportedly were willing to take pictures of to trade with other people. I know from your comments and from those who know you that you are unlikely to ever harm a child, which I find remarkable that you've got a child predator in your court who says, I'm unlikely to harm a child. And you say, well, you told me that, so clearly you're unlikely. But you say, but in the context of the crime, you represented that you would. That in and of itself is astonishing. So you talk about it as astonishing. You nonetheless sentenced him to the very lowest possible sentence allowed under law. And what's striking is in these cases, in half of them in 5, you sentence the defendant to the absolute lowest sentence under law. Let's look at another case. Let's look at United States versus Chazen. Now, Chazen is a particularly nasty case. In Chazen, the defendant was accused, accessed a Dropbox that contained 35 videos and 13 partially downloaded files of prepubescent minor females engaging in sexually explicit conduct. At least 3 of the instances of prepubescent female children were engaged in sexual activity with adult men.
Is this the same thing as yesterday?
Included the sexual abuse of children, including those as young as toddlers. And several of these cases that you had involved the sexual abuse of toddlers, which is truly horrifying. In this instance, Chazen pleaded guilty. The guidelines recommended a sentence of 78 to 97 months. The prosecution argued that should be what the sentence was. And you sentenced Chazen to just 28 months. Why did you sentence someone who had child pornography of toddlers being sexually abused to 28 months, 64% below what the prosecutors asked for?
Thank you, Senator. You've picked out, 7, 8 cases. I've sentenced more than 100 people.
But not to child pornography.
And in every
These are your child
case,
porn cases.
in every case, Senator, I look at the evidence. I look at the recommendations of not just the government, because my duty as a judge is to consider all of the arguments that are made in a case. I look at the evidence. I talk to the defendants about the harms that they have engaged in. Many of these defendants are people who...
Okay, Judge, with respect, you're not answering my question. You're right. You talked to them about the harms. Let me read you again from what you said at the bench. You said in this instance...
Someone should ask for her to be allowed to complete answers, and any of the other senators could ask for that.
...received a below-guideline sentence on the basis of a downward variance as opposed to a departure. The average sentences ranged from 84 to 92 months. So that's what you lay out as the average. Our Democratic colleagues say, well, other federal judges sentence below the guidelines. That is true. A number of federal judges do. Our Democratic colleagues have not pointed to a single federal judge in the country who 100% of the time sentences child porn defendants to markedly below what the prosecution has recommended, unless you have a mandatory minimum and no ability to do so. In this case, you say comparable defendants are sentenced to 84 to 92 months. Sentencing guidelines by statute require you to have similarly situated defendants sentenced to similar sentences, but you don't sentence Chazen to 84 to 92 months. You sentenced him to 28 months. Why?
Senator, I've said what I'm going to say about these cases. No one case can stand in for a judge's entire record.
Okay, but I'm discussing every one of your cases. So if you're not going to explain it...
Senator, would you please let her respond?
There you go.
No, not if she's not going to answer my
question.
question.
If you're just going to give a speech, then you shouldn't engage in questioning.
You are not taking my time. If you want to filibuster, you're welcome to do so, but do it on your own time.
I would at least give you an opportunity to speak, and you should give her an opportunity to respond.
If she wants to answer the question, I asked her why
Please allow her to answer the question.
I asked her why she sentenced Chazen to 28 months when comparable defendants, in her own words, were sentenced to substantially higher, and she said she's not going to answer. Did you? I would welcome your answer, please.
Senator, I didn't say I'm not going to answer.
Okay, well,
I
then
said
please
my
tell us
answer.
In this case, Chazen, why did you sentence him to just 28 months?
Senator, you're looking at the record. I don't have the record here. What I will say is that in every case, I looked at the recommendations of not only the government, but also the probation office, the defendant, the record, the evidence. I took into account the seriousness of the offense. And
By the way, you know, one of the striking things in Chazen, the prosecutor comes in front of you and says, this is the prosecutor's argument at this point, and the prosecutor says, I understand from my experience before Your Honor, Your Honor's objection, policy objections to the 2G2.2 sentencing guidelines. And he goes on to say, however, in this case in particular, the 4-point specific offense characteristic is justified because it contains sadomasochistic images of infants and toddlers. I'm trying to understand how you see someone that possesses images of infants and toddlers being sexually violated, and you sentence them to 64% below what the prosecutor is asking for.
They still got years in prison. I mean, it's just this is just a weird line. I don't know.
Concerned that the guidelines are too high. You don't provide a justification as required by statute. So I'm asking you to take the opportunity to explain to this committee and the American people why in 100% of the cases, you have people with vile crimes, and you have language saying they're vile crimes. But then you sentence them to very, very low sentences. And why do you consistently 100% of the time choose to do that?
Senator, no one case can stand in for a judge's entire sentencing record. I've sentenced more than 100 people. You have 8 or 9 cases in that chart.
Okay, Judge, you said that before. These are the 8 or 9 child porn cases. I will say, to correct the record,
I just say to the judge, there's no point in responding. He's going to interrupt you.
Thank you. Look, I appreciate the chairman trying to filibuster, and if you don't like your witness's answers, you're welcome to provide your own. She is declining to answer the question, and Chairman Durbin, if you want to join her on the bench, you can. But Chairman Durbin,
my job is to make
Chairman
sure
Durbin, I'm not interrupting your questioning.
I'm asking you to give her a chance to answer.
But she has consistently said she's not going to answer. I want to clarify for the record, by the way, the case I was discussing was Cooper and not Chazen. But Chazen is, the case that I was reading from your transcript was Cooper, but Chazen, all right, let's get to Chazen. I pulled the wrong tab. Chazen is equally horrifying, and you say in Chazen, this is something Senator Graham asked you. So the guidelines lay out different enhancements, and you say repeatedly, and this is true in all your cases, you say you disagree with the guidelines, you think they're wrong. And the 2 guidelines you disagree with is, one, there's an enhancement for use of a computer, and you say the world has changed and now all of these are on a computer. And I understand that. I don't agree with you, but I understand that. That is a understandable thing to say. But the second thing you say over and over again is there's an enhancement for the number of images. And you say repeatedly, for example, in Chazen, you say, whatever the state of the law and technology at the time of the guidelines were first adapted, neither the use of the computer nor the number of images are especially aggravating factors today. Now, I find that bizarre. And you say it in every case. You say the number of images, it's not an aggravating factor, it doesn't matter, and you won't apply the enhancement. Do you really believe that a predator that has hundreds or thousands of images of hundreds or thousands of children being sexually violated has not committed an offense that is more serious than someone that has a single picture of a single child? A single picture of a single child is horrifying. But hundreds of children that have been violated, do you really believe that is not a more
it's interesting because, like, okay, assuming that none of them are pictures produced by the defendant, I think there's a difference between 1 and 1,000 pictures, but is there a difference between 2 and 12? I just don't know. I mean, it's an interesting question.
An enhancement, just not to the degree of the guidelines.
You're right. It's a 5-point enhancement under the guidelines. You provide 2.
Yes, so not 0,
okay,
not
right,
the suggestion that I did.
Are you suggesting the number of images doesn't matter? Because you say it in court over and over again that the number of images doesn't reflect that it's a more serious crime. Do you really believe that?
Senator, as I said to Senator Graham, the court is taking into account a number of circumstances. The commission has done a report about the operation of the guidelines, which enhancements actually reflect different levels of culpability with respect to...
Let me ask you this, Judge. You've said the purpose of sentencing is to distinguish between crimes that are not as serious from truly egregious crimes. Is that right?
No, Senator.
So what is the purpose of sentencing if it's not to distinguish from less serious crimes from truly egregious crimes?
It is to assign proportional punishment. It is to do justice in cases where you have defendants who are convicted of the same conduct but have differing levels of culpability.
Well, I will point out that you have a pattern. It doesn't matter how egregious the case is. Senator Hawley talked about the Hawkins case where you had an 18-year-old with pictures of boys as young as 8 being sexually assaulted and raped, and you sentenced him to just 3 months in jail. And I will point out the Stewart case, the last one on this list, because we're running out of time.
Thank God.
The Stewart case, you describe that he had over 6,700 images and videos. So that's a lot, 6,700. That's a lot of kids being sexually assaulted. You have taken over a minute of my time, Mr. Chairman.
You've been given extra time. You usually ask for it. You're given it.
Okay, I know you want to interrupt. I know you don't like this line of questioning.
I just want you to play by the rules.
I know you like to interrupt, but you've consumed a substantial question of my time of my questioning, and
The questions are actually dumb.
And you can, if you want to testify, you're welcome to.
Senator,
Judge,
you play by the same rules as every other senator.
In the Stewart case,
Shut his mic.
you said from the bench,
She shouldn't even answer.
thus, although this is not necessarily an atypical case, your child pornography possession crime was egregious in the court's view. Okay, so this is a bad one. If you're actually sentencing defendants, you said this was egregious. What did you sentence Stewart for? The guidelines said 97 to 121 months. Prosecutor said 97 months. You said it's egregious. 6,700 images. You come in with 57 months.
Time has expired.
Why
Senators
did you
used 2
sentence
minutes
him to
over the
just
allotted.
57 months in the Stewart case? Do you want to address that? Because you're claiming it's cherry picking. In fact, you're welcome to explain any of these cases, but let's take.
Durbin's got to take control.
Coons,
Did you sentence him for half the amount?
you're not recognized, Senator. Senator Coons.
You don't want her to answer that question?
The time's up.
Mr. Chairman, she may answer.
You wouldn't allow her.
Asked her why she sentenced Stewart.
You've
an
gone over the
egregious-
time, Senator, by 2 minutes.
Why
and
she's
a half.
because you've interrupted me for 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman. Will you allow her to answer the question, or do you not want the American people to hear why, with someone she described as
He doesn't let her answer, so what does it matter?
Senator, where you get a little bit.
Chairman Durbin, will you allow her to answer the question?
You won't allow her to answer.
I will happily allow her to. The question is
Senator
why
Coons, you may
you
proceed.
sentence
Chairman.
Stewart, an egregious child pornography possessor,
Can't they shut his phone off?
half of the amount
Please, Senator.
requested by the prosecutor?
Please, Senator.
Will you allow her to answer the question, Chairman Durbin?
Senator Coons.
Why are you not allowing her to answer the question? There's not another senator
What a
here who
loser.
has not allowed her to answer the question.
You're
I'm not asking another question, but allow her to answer the question, Chairman Durbin.
Thank you, Chairman
Why
Durbin.
do you not want the American people to know what happened in the Stewart case? Or any of these cases? Chairman Durbin, I've never seen the chairman refuse to allow a witness to answer a question. You can bang it as loud as you want.
Well, I can just tell you, at some point, you have to follow the rules.
Okay, will you let her answer the question? You've been interrupting, and by the way, with Senator Graham, it went 10 minutes over. You've taken a big chunk of the time. Will you allow her to
Escort
answer
him
the
out.
question?
You've given her.
Why
no
are you
opportunity
afraid of
to
her?
answer.
She's welcome to answer it right now. Will you let her?
Senator Coons.
Will you let? So no, you don't want her to answer the question.
Senator Coons.
Will you let her answer the question?
Chairman Durbin.
Apparently,
Judge
you are
Jackson.
very afraid of the American people hearing the answer to that question.
We here in the Senate, in this committee today,
Oh,
are in
God.
the middle of a policy fight. It's my understanding that across this nation, more than 70% of district court judges who impose sentences in cases such as the ones that have been so vigorously debated here depart downwards from the sentencing guidelines, from the requests of the prosecutors. And as you've explained repeatedly and in detail, that's because a sentencing judge is required to weigh a whole series of factors. How many opinions have you written?
All right, everybody, I'm going to do a little work on tomorrow's show, and we're going to keep going. Should go until about 7, 8 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Senator.
And in how many cases have you imposed sentences as a federal judge?
More than 100 cases.
And across all of those, we've just heard very forcefully assertions made about you and your character and your capabilities and your background, narrowing in on just a few. And I would simply put, for those who are watching and trying to understand what all of this is about, that in an attempt to distract from your broad support, your deep record, your outstanding intellectual and legal credentials, that we are taking what is a policy dispute that should be decided by members of the Senate. If we want to change the sentencing guidelines to make them mandatory rather than advisory, if we want to change the structure within which a federal judge imposes sentences, we could do that. But to demand that you be held accountable for this practice that is nationwide and is years old, I view as an unfair misrepresentation of your record. So if I could, let's go to something that you did as the vice chair of the Sentencing Commission, an important vote that you took in 2014. Because in my view, it shows how fundamentally misguided are the attacks that try to characterize you as someone who, at all costs, will do what you can to help criminal defendants. Let me just lay out the context for a moment. In 2010, Congress, enacting a policy choice, unanimously passed the Fair Sentencing Act, a bill that reduced the disparity in sentences between crack cocaine and powdered cocaine from 101 to 18 to 1. And the Sentencing Commission unanimously concluded this law meant those currently in prison on crack offenses could seek to shorten their sentences. 4 years later, the commission further concluded that individuals who provided substantial assistance to the government, people who cooperated, who helped out the prosecution, could use this law to shorten their sentence retroactively beyond any break they might have gotten for their cooperation. But you disagreed. In your public remarks at the time, you explained that although, given your prior service as a federal public defender, it might seem logical you'd support this direction, you could not do so because you concluded it was manifestly inconsistent with the law and would create unfair disparities between those previously sentenced cooperators and those sentenced today. Essentially, if I understand your view, it was that the sentence of a cooperator shouldn't be understood to be based on the sentencing ranges modified by the Fair Sentencing Act, but was best understood as a fixed discount of the mandatory minimum that a Fair Sentencing Act had not changed. I know this is technical, but I just wanted to make sure I'm characterizing this correctly before reaching a conclusion. Do I understand the context correctly in which you made this decision?
Yes, Senator, perfectly. It was debate among the commission, one of the very few in which we couldn't reach agreement about the retroactive application of the Fair Sentencing Act reduction.
And so just to finish the framing, the Sentencing Commission, which often decides things unanimously, was sharply divided. And here's who was on each side. You voted to deny relief to cooperators, to deny them a pathway towards reducing their prison sentences. And you were joined by two conservatives well known to us, Judge William Pryor and now Judge Dabney Friedrich. And the three of you were outvoted by four commissioners, which included Judge Hinojosa, an individual nominated by President Reagan and described as a hard-nosed, no-nonsense judicial conservative, who was on the other side of the argument from you. So you've got four commissioners, including an outstanding conservative Reagan nominee, and they thought the law could be interpreted to give a break on sentencing, and you were on the other side of that argument. If, as someone has tried to paint you, you simply were determined to give every break you could to criminal defendants, all you had to do was join the majority, and this would have passed. But that's not what you did. Help me understand why not.
Thank you, Senator. As you say, this is a sort of technical, kind of in the weeds discussion, but the top line is that when I looked at the issues and I looked at the law, it was my opinion that the law did not provide for the further reduction that was being considered.
So across an incredibly broad range of sentences you've had to impose and cases on which you've had to opine, I'm picking this one in part because it's not getting any attention in this confirmation process. But for folks who'd like some insight into how you make decisions and how you explain those decisions, there's a video, it's publicly available, of your April 2014 of the public meeting of the Sentencing Commission where you laid out your position. So I encourage folks to just watch that. And they'll see a jurist who understands that her commitment above all is to determine what the law requires and then follow it. In my view, that's an individual who belongs on the Supreme Court. By the way, your position that the law required that there not be further breaks given in this context ultimately won the day. My colleague from New Jersey made a point of mentioning a relevant case, United States versus Booker, yesterday. I have to say that in this case, it was decided in Coons versus United States with a K, not a C. Look, we all have our judicial record from which we work. But the Supreme Court ruled for exactly the same reasons you did in this argument that was made public. So I just think, Your Honor, this is an example of you looking hard at the law, making a tough decision, ultimately being vindicated in that decision, but taking a position that is not the caricature that's been proffered by some of you. Yesterday, I ran through a number of the letters and statements that debunk some of the attacks that have been levied based on a handful of sentencing decisions. There was the National Review piece by a conservative former prosecutor who calls out the smear on your sentencing practices in cases involving child pornography. The statement by the Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police endorsing your even-handed and judicious approach to the law. The glowing letter from 24 prominent conservative attorneys and the resounding recommendation we heard in person from Judge Griffith. There's also been received here a letter from a number of retired federal judges, including 2 Republican nominees, rejecting this mischaracterization of your sentencing record. As I've said, this is a policy dispute that we should be deciding, not an appropriate basis on which to mischaracterize your record or your character. We have letters from the National Coalition of Domestic Violence, in addition to these law enforcement leaders, from survivors, advocates, crime victims. The breadth of your support from the very communities my colleagues have suggested you're making less safe shows just how off base these attacks are, and in my view is a testament to your qualities and qualifications. So we all agree, all of us, that it's critical to protect our children and prevent the kinds of heinous crimes we've heard about in some detail earlier today. It's why I'm introducing a bipartisan reauthorization of the Victims of Child Abuse Act, something that we could act on as a committee to do our job, which is set policy and pass laws. But I also frankly think we need to be mindful that we are asking of you to get engaged in that policy dispute in front of this committee, which is not the role of a judge, something you well understand. Let me turn, if I could, to another reason I think you're deeply qualified and that you will bring something important to the Supreme Court. Brian Stevenson, one of America's leading civil rights lawyers, and by happy coincidence, a Delaware native, has spoken about how achieving justice requires being proximate to the people most impacted by the criminal justice system, and you've done that. As a public defender, you've represented individuals in the criminal justice system. As a district court judge, you have looked individuals in the eye and told them that for their crimes against society, they will spend years or decades in prison. You have met with, fought for, and advocated for victims. You've also studied the big picture. As an effective and engaged member of the Sentencing Commission, you've pored over data, reviewed thousands of letters, and thought hard about the appropriate national approach to just punishment in a more policy-oriented role. You've also thought about the big picture as a judge when considering the precedent that your opinions set. I'd be interested briefly in how your experience on the Sentencing Commission shaped your approach as a district court judge and how the interplay of all these factors might shape or contribute to your decisions as a Supreme Court justice.
Thank you, Senator. One of the things district judges, sentencing judges often say when asked about the task is that sentencing is the hardest thing that a judge has to do. And it's in part for the reasons that you have articulated, that it's one thing to understand the law, to read it in a book. It's one thing to look at data and numbers and make policy based on that. It's quite another to have someone in the courtroom, whether as a victim of crime or a defendant who's perpetrated a crime, and have to decide how to proceed and pronounce sentence on that individual. The work that I did on the Sentencing Commission, which was prior to my becoming a district judge, I think enabled me to understand unwarranted sentencing disparities, to understand some of the policy reasons behind the guidelines, and to make the kinds of evaluations that the law now requires since the guidelines are no longer mandatory. And I felt better in a sense about the task of calculating the guidelines, which is what courts have to do at the beginning of a sentence. They can be a little complex, and having been on the Sentencing Commission, I think that helped. And some of these cases do make their way to the Supreme Court. So I think that I am prepared to handle the cases that involve sentencing that do go to the court.
In preparing for this confirmation, I went back and read a lecture you gave, but it was later published in the Harvard Law Review about the balance, the challenge of sentencing, about that moment. I had the joy, the blessing of clerking for a judge on the Third Circuit. My legal skills and talents did not allow me the opportunity to clerk for the Supreme Court as you did, and also the District Court and also the Circuit Court. But I clerked for a judge who I first met when she was a District Court judge and imposing a sentence on someone who was a crack dealer. And she did a remarkable job of speaking to the victims, speaking to the community, speaking to the prosecutor and the defense attorney, and then speaking directly to the defendant in imposing a very long sentence. And as I got to know her later, I recognized that, as a member of our community and as someone who saw the importance of that moment, that public moment of helping the defendant understand what they'd done so that they might somehow change, but also helping the victims understand what had happened, that she took that very seriously, incredibly seriously. In the Harvard Law Review publication of your remarks, you said that you're persuaded by the theories of punishment that accept all human beings are responsible moral agents, and you view punishment as a necessary consequence of the defendant's decision to engage in criminal behavior. You also went on to say that the challenge is balancing the acknowledgement all of us are more than just the worst thing we've ever done, but there is a need to ensure the defendant is adequately addressed and punished. What I think you say in that lecture, what you've shown across the arc of your public service, reveals someone who understands the appropriate need for punishment in our society, but who is also striving to follow the balance of recommendations, guidelines, statute, and the context and facts. And I trust that as members of this committee and the Senate as a whole and the general public take the time, which they should do, to give a fair reading to the whole scope and arc and reach of your service, that they'll see you as someone who cares deeply about our Constitution and the rights that make us free, as you said in your opening statement. Your career in the law, your service on the bench, your thoughtful responses to questions put to you, the way you've maintained your composure, all impress me. As I mentioned, I don't think labels such as a judicial philosophy are always that meaningful or dispositive. I think in your case, a deep admiration for the Constitution and an understanding that the role of a judge is a limited one are critical and qualifying. You opened yesterday by referencing how your parents were educated in racially segregated schools in Florida, but how you, just one generation later, were raised in integrated schools and had far greater opportunities to put your evident God-given talents to work in service to our nation. You cited this one generation change as an example of the greatness of America. Of course, the Supreme Court played a central role in more correctly interpreting the Constitution and applying it in a manner that allowed this reversal of unjust law to occur. I think the experiences of your own family and your connection to the experiences of trailblazers who came before you, on whose shoulders you stand, has meaningfully shaped what kind of a justice you will be. I think you know in your bones how important our Constitution and the rule of law is. And I think as someone who served on the Sentencing Commission, a public defender on the trial court, and appellate court judge, you have the ability to see across the whole scope and reach of how the law impacts families, communities, and our nation. Last, in some ways, I think most importantly, I've learned that as a person and a judge, you have humility. Judge Griffith, who came before this committee to introduce you, and scores of others we've heard from, I've just referenced, have lauded your practice of judicial restraint. And you've said a core component of your philosophy is your understanding that the judge's role is a limited one. Well, I think restraint is a core part of your approach to decision-making, partly because you are a judge who is humble enough to know that the Constitution and the laws passed by Congress say what the law is. The judge has a limited role in deciding questions of law based on facts presented. Penn Law professor Lisa Fairfax, your other introducer, your dear friend, explained that since college at Harvard, and then through law school, you've been a mentor and a role model. She praised your warmth and intelligence, your devotion to friends and family, but she also mentioned your humility. She knew you were honored and humbled by the significance of this moment, not what it means for you, but what it means for our nation. I remember thinking about this on Monday. I had a chance to talk to your brother, Ketanji, and he mentioned that he knew you were destined for this moment your whole life. I am sure he would say you've been exceptional since you were student body president at Palmetto High School. I suspect your wonderful family upbringing is partly responsible for this facet of your character. I suspect your faith has played a role in sustaining you, as mine does, and so does many others in this room. I've often found instruction and comfort in the verse, "What does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God?" Now, I'm not going to ask you to reflect on that verse, Your Honor, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of your favorites that sustains you. Let me close by returning to what Judge Griffith said when he told us in his heartfelt introduction of you on Monday, and something you've also shown in the hours you've been grilled by this body. He had already written a letter to this committee delivering his endorsement. He took the extra step to then amplify it in person. And he did so because of confidence in you and because he was delivering a message to us as a committee that Supreme Court confirmations should be more than just exercises in partisan tribalism. He said there should be nothing unusual about a judge who just happened to be appointed by a Republican president and who holds conservative legal views coming forward to support a nominee with your impeccable qualifications and character, especially a nominee whose legal opinions, whose actions and decisions as a judge, he was in a position to review for years, given that you were a district court judge and he was a circuit court judge. Look, our confirmation hearings for justices have sadly been devolving over many years into longer and longer exercises of partisan politics, punctuated by just brief glimpses and occasional thoughtful examinations of a nominee's judicial decision-making and views on the Constitution, which should properly be our main focus. I have to believe this sad state of affairs troubles my colleagues of both sides and all who watch this. But as I reflect on these hearings, I'm hopeful that your gracious, thoughtful exchanges with some members will be remembered as just one more service you've rendered to our nation. And I hope some watching these hearings will be reminded that even though we disagree with the policy preferences or opinions of a nominee, we should all recognize when a nominee is fundamentally qualified, deeply committed to the Constitution, rule of law, and a person of great character. Judge Griffith reminded us at the outset of this week, and I quote, "As Justice Scalia taught us for so long, an indispensable feature of the republic the Constitution created is an independent judiciary of judges who've taken an oath not to a president or party, but to the American people and to God that they will be impartial." I couldn't agree more with Judge Griffith. You've demonstrated your unwavering commitment to that oath and your impartiality and your abundant qualifications. It'll be my honor to support your confirmation for Associate Justice. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Coons. The senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Thanks, Chairman Durbin. Judge, welcome back. I'd like to associate myself with parts of what Chris said there in his closing. I would differ with him about whether or not getting to precision on judicial philosophy matters, but you know that. You and I have been wrestling about it for a couple of weeks. But I'd like to affirm Chris's point about the beauty of the hymn to America you told, and through the eyes of your parents and the changes, the growth in the country over the course of the last 2 generations. And the Wall Street Journal had an editorial this morning that said pretty much the same thing as Chris just said, which is that the hymn to America that you gave in your opening on Monday afternoon and some of your comments yesterday were inspiring and beautiful. So I associate myself with Senator Coons on that. I'd like to talk a little bit about your time as a judge and particularly how you see development and growth and change over that time. So take us back 9 years and then maybe 5 years ago and then today. How has your approach to being a judge changed from year 1 to year 5 to today?
Thank you, Senator. I do think there was a little bit of growth. I hope there was a little bit of growth. Certainly in year 1 and year 5, I was still a district judge, and both of those years differed dramatically from my work as an appellate judge, which is where I'm currently stationed. In every job, in year one, you're new, you're trying to figure things out. I don't know that I had quite pinned down at the very beginning exactly how I would approach cases, but by the time I got to year 5, I think I had a really good sense of this judging thing, and was able to demonstrate in my opinions, the many, many opinions that I've written, the way in which I go about making my decisions. I was able to demonstrate clearly, I think, that the particular parties in the case, the issues in the case, what it's about, from a standpoint of personal preference is not an issue. I'm setting those things aside. I am ruling from a position of neutrality and trying to determine in every case what the law requires. I am looking at only the facts and the law in the case. I'm evaluating the arguments of the parties, and if it's statutory interpretation, I'm trying to ascertain what Congress has intended. I am committed, I think my record shows, to the understanding that that is the role and the only appropriate role for a judge.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the troubling pattern we see on law school campuses and across higher education more broadly, especially in the last 5 years. There's obviously a trend toward shouting down and canceling opinions that are outside the left-leaning mainstream. Calls for firing professors, canceling professors, shouting down and sometimes threatening speakers who bring diverse opinions, calls to discipline fellow students. These tactics are increasingly commonplace, particularly against conservative speakers and professors and students, but also increasingly against traditional liberals. I'm a former college president, and one of the sort of oddities that doesn't fit inside the tribalism of how a lot of times media covers things in DC, one of the oddities for me is how often I have liberal professors reaching out to me saying that their experience on campus is becoming much less interesting, that the divide on American political campuses is less and less conservative policy leaning versus liberal or progressive policy leaning, but more and more liberal versus illiberal. And I think these campaigns are obviously deeply problematic. They shut down debate rather than teaching students how to engage ideas that they might not have encountered before, which is also a pretty decent definition of education. If you already knew everything before you ever encountered a new idea, you wouldn't need to write checks or take time off of productive life. So there's obviously a tendency in response for students to self-censor rather than learn from each other, and this robs students of the chance to engage with ideas from across the political spectrum, but in particular, in law schools, it robs students of the opportunity to learn how to consider an alternate position and argue a different point of view than they might have had. So given that you're a debate champion in earlier days as well, I'd like to ask if you agree that law students should be engaging with ideas from across the political spectrum, even those they disagree with, rather than trying to shun those different ideas.
Thank you, Senator. Let me just say, in part because these issues are things that could implicate matters that come before the courts, I will just say that as a general matter, law school, like many schools, is a place where ideas and perspectives are considered. And in the law, as I've said, it's important for the judge who's making the decision to have different arguments. And so one of the things that traditionally happens in law schools is that you are trained in law to make arguments that are at times not even the arguments that you personally agree with, because the understanding is that in litigation, in disputes that come before the court is going to want to hear from different viewpoints. So in that sense, the essence of legal instruction is to have different arguments being made, because that models in great part what happens in a courtroom.
I really am not trying to ask any kind of gotcha question here. I
Yes.
suspect we highly agree, so I don't understand the qualification you put at the beginning. There's no sort of second order fork on my question. It is better to debate ideas that you disagree with than shout them down, isn't it?
It is better in law schools to make sure that there are ideas from all perspectives, and in order to have that happen, they can't be suppressed.
So you don't want students shouting down other students or visiting professors, right? I mean, I'm honestly, I didn't think there was any chance we would differ on this, so I'm not.
Yes, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting
You're
that we do
against
differ.
canceling people, I assume.
I'm not suggesting that we differ. What I'm saying is that these issues about speech on campus and the like are the kinds of things that are issues that are working their way, in different formats and different ways through the courts. And so I'm just being careful in terms of my answers.
Okay, I'm trying to lead you because I want to, because I think American civic health will be better off. You're going to be a hero. You are already a hero to lots and lots of kids, students, maybe some bound for the law, but more broadly, students across the country. And I think it's in America's public interest for them to hear you as an advocate for the full, vigorous, strong kid debate of different views. And so I suspect you are an advocate for vigorous and robust debate. I don't see how you might be constrained against saying that because of future cases, but I'm going to just assume we're mostly aligned on this.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Thank you. I do want to make, before I move on, just because we've had a number of members of this committee comment on cameras in the court. I've made my position on this clear a lot of times, but if I can give a tiny bit of friend of the court brief in advance, because I think when you're on the court and you all continue to debate this issue, I think it should be a decision for the Supreme Court to make about whether or not there are cameras in the courtroom, not a decision for the Article I branch to make for Article III. But I think it's incredibly important for us to recognize, because I think I differ from a lot of my colleagues on this who are advocates for cameras in the courtroom. I get their position that transparency is a virtue. Transparency is a good thing. I also believe that pen and pad can facilitate a whole heck of a lot of transparency just fine. And it's healthy for Americans to recognize the second and third and fourth order effects of cameras. A huge part of why this institution doesn't work well is because we have cameras everywhere. Cameras change human behavior. We know this. You don't have the same kinds of conversation over the dinner table with your family when you're wrestling through issues and apologizing for something and saying, I said this before, but maybe I should modify what I said. My tone was jerky. My substance didn't account for your position. There's a whole bunch of things that humans can do if they're not immediately mindful of some distant camera audience that they might be trying to create a soundbite for. And Instagram can be useful for some small things, but for intellectual discourse, it is not a friend. And I think we should recognize that the jackassery we often see around here is partly because of people mugging for short-term camera opportunities. And it is definitely a second and third and fourth order effect that the court should think through before it has advocates in there who are not only trying to persuade you 9 justices, but also trying to get on cable that night or create a viral video. So for what it's worth, I hope that the court doesn't respond to some well-meaning impulses from the Congress to push for cameras in the courtroom, but also some bullying. And there are ways that you can get to a lot of transparency. Audio recordings are increasingly released from the Supreme Court in timelier fashion over the past few decades. So for what it's worth, I'm glad that you on the court are making that decision, and I hope it isn't made for you by the Congress. I want to go back to the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. That term has been used a few times over the last 3 days. Do you think the Supreme Court is legitimate?
I do, Senator.
And so some of the ways that the court has been derided and called illegitimate by members of this Senate include, over the course of recent days and weeks, quote, leans into extreme partisanship, leans into extremism, twists the law, threatens basic liberties, has been hijacked by Republicans. These kinds of attacks undermine the public's trust in the court. We need the public to believe in the legitimacy of its government, including all three branches. So I would ask you, do you agree with these characterizations of the court that have been levied in this room over the last few days?
Senator, I have nothing but respect for my former judicial colleagues, my current judicial colleagues, and hopefully my future judicial colleagues. I do believe that we need legitimacy. I've said that that's the currency of the court, and I look forward, if I'm confirmed, to joining the institution.
So do you think there could be any opinion that would be handed down this term that could undermine the legitimacy of the court?
Senator, I think the Supreme Court makes its determinations, and all of them are precedents, and they are entitled to respect.
I'd like to come back to our conversation from yesterday. You pointed out a number of times that as both a district and now a circuit court judge, you were constrained and bound by the Supreme Court's holdings. You mentioned a couple of times that you haven't had a chance to do much constitutional interpretation for yourself. I largely agree with the way you framed most of that for the lower courts, but I think you would also agree with me that the job of a Supreme Court justice is different than a district court judge, and in certain ways from a circuit judge as well. When you serve on the Supreme Court, you'll have to interpret what the Constitution means, and based on what you told us about the constrained role on the lower courts, lower court decisions would then not be able to answer how you would approach the new job you would have on that highest court. And so that's why I thought our conversation on judicial philosophy yesterday was somewhat helpful. I'm not a lawyer, but I think you took a lot of us to law school yesterday in ways that were helpful. And in particular, you walked us through some different schools of constitutional and statutory interpretation in ways that I think were good for the committee, were good for the court, and were good for the public more broadly. So I guess I would ask you, if you could take us to law school one more time and walk us through some of the different approaches to substantive due process and unenumerated rights. What are the different ideas on the Supreme Court and in the broader legal community?
Thank you, Senator. I am not mostly familiar with the Supreme Court's precedents in this area. It's been a while now that the Supreme Court has determined that the 14th Amendment, which guarantees due process, includes a substantive component in addition to procedure. The term due process, one would think, is just about the procedures that the government has to afford you before it affects your life, liberty, or property. But the Supreme Court has also said that that protection extends to certain personal, individual rights that relate to dignity and autonomy, and that are deeply rooted in our nation's history and traditions, or implicit in the concept of ordered liberty. And the kinds of things the court has recognized pursuant to that line of jurisprudence are things like marriage, interracial marriage, the access to contraception, a woman's right to terminate her pregnancy, abortion, pursuant to or subject to the framework established in Roe and Casey, travel, the child rearing, the ability to direct your children. Those are some of the rights that have been recognized pursuant to the 14th Amendment due process clause. I'm less familiar with the sort of scholarly debate outside of the Supreme Court's rulings.
So will there be new ones in the future?
Senator, I am not able to forecast. In every case, the Supreme Court is looking at a particular set of circumstances consistent with the Article 3 requirement that the court look only at cases and controversies. So it would depend on what cases came before the court.
So I think that gets at the challenge here that you and I have been going back and forth on over the course of a couple of weeks, because I get the modesty points about being on the district court, but it seems pretty important to understand what the limits might be as a justice. And so I think this morning, again, you stated that I think the quote was that your judicial philosophy is your methodology. But I think that a judicial philosophy of some kind is necessarily an input into your judicial methodology and into every justice's actual jurisprudence on the court. And that's why I think it's important for us to unpack that, because the philosophies that you've outlined for the committee, again, I think yesterday's back and forth that you and I had on Breyer v. Scalia, is important, and you wouldn't claim any of those philosophies for yourself. And yet I think the philosophies ultimately instruct judges on the sources and the tools they consult, on how they discern intent, on whether the Constitution is protecting specific limited and defined principles or more general values, and whether modern values can be used to infuse our understanding of the Constitution. So again, when you narrated a bit of the debate between Justice Breyer, I know you've got lots of intellectual inputs in life, but you've credited him as a brilliant jurist and role model before. And the Scalia debates, you didn't really tell us who you thought got the better of the argument. And so I think throughout these 2 days, you've focused a lot on what the Supreme Court has said, and I think that is helpful and important. But I've been also trying to get at what you think the limits might be on what Justice Jackson would be constrained by. So I feel like, I believe we still haven't heard your judicial philosophy, and I wish I'd made more progress with you on that. But what we do know on a personal note is that these committee 3 days have been very long, and I want to thank you, and got to have a nice conversation with your parents earlier, your whole family, for what you've endured and for spending time with us, and obviously wish best wishes to you and your family. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sass, and Senator Blumenthal is next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Judge Jackson. I know your birthday, September 14th.
Yes, sir.
You have the happy coincidence of a birthday with Constance Baker Motley,
Yes, sir.
who just happens to have been born in New Haven, Connecticut.
Ah,
And we're very proud that she is a daughter of New Haven and Connecticut. And she is one of my heroes as well. As you know about her, she was the first Black woman appointed to the federal bench. She is the first Black woman to have argued before the United States Supreme Court. In fact, her record before the court was 10 wins and 0 losses. She was very predominantly responsible for Brown versus Board of Education. Thurgood Marshall got most of the credit, but she did a lot of the work. Probably sounds familiar to you. So why don't you tell us, and maybe tell those folks, particularly women and girls who are watching or listening, why you said at the outset of the hearings here that she was one of those whose shoulders you stood upon as you came here today.
thank you, Senator. Well, in addition to the fact that we share a birthday, which I discovered when I was in law school and thought, what a happy coincidence in terms of someone who I so admired. And secretly at that point, I was thinking maybe I might want to be a judge. So it was a wonderful, wonderful coincidence. I so admired the fact that she was the first. It's it's not necessarily easy to be the first, but it is an opportunity to show other people what is possible. When you're the first, it means no one has ever done it before like you, and there may be hundreds, thousands of people who might have wanted that opportunity and thought, I can't do that because there's no one there like me. And so being a trailblazer, whether it's Judge Motley or Justice Marshall or Justice O'Connor, being a trailblazer is really inspiring, I think. And I was always moved by Judge Motley's experience and think it may even be part of why I moved in this direction.
Well, it is inspiring. And I hope that your very inspiring story will make it possible for a lot of others to think it not secretly, but say it out loud and aspire to it, because it's what this country needs. And fortunately, President Biden has recognized it in the nominees that he's put before us. And we've tried to work with the great leadership of Senator Durbin to confirm people of real merit, the kind of qualifications in intellect and character and depth and warmth that you bring to us today. I want to talk a little bit about voting rights, because part of the reason why those dreams now are realities is that more people have the right to vote, at least until recently. In fact, there has been a lot of backsliding about turning back the clock on voting rights. The gentleman sitting behind you, Doug Jones, our former colleague, whom we very much respect and admire, wrote a tribute to Vivian Malone Jones, who has a rich story as a civil rights warrior and who succeeded John Lewis as head of the Voter Rights Project. And he said in a speech that Doug Jones wrote in tribute to her as she was inducted posthumously into the Alabama Women's Hall of Fame, I'm quoting, "We can best honor her by acknowledging that while most doors are unlocked today, they are still heavy and so hard to open for so many people in Alabama and the rest of the nation. Let us commit ourselves to do our part to open these doors as wide as possible so that everyone can take the walk that Vivian took." I'm going to ask that former Senator Jones' full speech be entered in the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The simple fact of the matter is, Judge Jackson, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act in 1965. It was a source of real power to so many people who got the right to vote for the first time in practical terms, because it struck down more than 1,000 discriminatory election rules proposed by state and local officials. It opened the ballot box to millions and millions of Americans, and it became regarded as the crown jewel of the civil rights movement. And then, just in the last few years, the Supreme Court has hacked away at it in an exercise of judicial activism that has been historic in magnitude. Judges supplanting their views for the policy preferences and official acts of legislatures in opinions that were written and joined by only conservative justices. These decisions were about as far from judicial restraint as they could possibly be, not even close. and they rewrote the rules of our most cherished and most bipartisan civil rights laws. You know the cases, Shelby County, Brnovich versus Democratic National Committee. In effect, their opinions, including Justice Alito's decision in Brnovich, are completely untethered from the clear statutory text, and they impose a series of so-called guideposts on Section 2 that create unreasonably high hurdles to the exercise of the Voting Rights Act. I hope that you will bring to the court that deliberate, careful methodology that you described earlier very convincingly. It is part of your judicial philosophy in the sense that it's your approach to cases. And it has been very persuasively and clearly articulated. And I think if that kind of deliberate and careful methodology had prevailed on the United States Supreme Court, we would still have the Voting Rights Act in full right now. And I hope that we can once again return to bipartisan support of those rights. The most recent exercise of unfortunate decision-making in the voting rights area came just hours ago when the Supreme Court struck down the decision of the Wisconsin State Supreme Court in Wisconsin Legislature versus Wisconsin Elections Commission. What is striking is not only the result, but the fact that it was done as part of the shadow docket. We've talked a lot about it here, and what the people of America should know is there's no oral argument, there's only minimal briefing, there are no full opinions of the court. In fact, I'm holding up a per curiam opinion that is about 12 pages in length from the court, which means you don't know who wrote it. And there is a powerful dissent. I recommend that everyone read it. Again, use of the shadow docket has become increasingly prevalent since 2017. And in effect, the United States Supreme Court is shirking its duty. I hope you will bring to the court the kind of responsible and methodical approach to decision-making that will lead to an avoidance of the shadow docket, as well as a return to the Voting Rights Act. And if I can just offer one more piece of advice on the court's workload, I have a chart. I know we're not going by the rules of evidence here, but this chart indicates the signed decisions of the United States Supreme Court over a good part of its history. And I think the pattern here is pretty clear. The court issues fewer signed opinions. In fact, it has declined precipitously since 1972. This little blip at the end here is an increase from 53 to 57, but you can see it's only a fraction of what the court used to do in signed opinions. Even from the time when I was a law clerk, it's diminished profoundly. The Supreme Court needs to do its job. It needs to issue signed opinions, not the shadow docket. It needs to take cases and resolve real, fundamental, important issues. And taking your record, 573 opinions over 9 years. I'm not a math major, but that's about 64 opinions a year. That's a lot more than they do, all 9 of them. So I hope you will bring the energy that you have demonstrated in this room, the energy and the work ethic to the United States Supreme Court, because clearly you have both. And I think the court is very much in need of it, as it is some of the other great qualities, intellect, character, that you have demonstrated here. Just a couple more points, if I may. You were asked earlier about dissents. I want to ask you about one in particular. The dissent of your mentor and your predecessor on the court, Justice Breyer. I am told, I think I've read, that there is one opinion that he is proudest of. Could you tell us what you recall it being, if you know?
Senator, I'm not able to answer that question.
Well, I think he said that the dissent that he is proudest of was in parents involved in community schools versus Seattle School District. I think he said it was the opinion that he was proudest of. And he cited it in a Harvard Law School symposium about his notable opinions. And he said this dissent was most notable. I will give you the citation when we're done, and ask that it be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
It's 77 pages long, and it's a dissent. It's a dissent in the parents involved case, which was a 5-justice plurality invalidating public school integration plans in Seattle and Louisville. The plans had been in place for decades, put in place by 2 local school boards, voluntarily trying to address school segregation in public schools in both of those cities. And the justices, conservative justices, striking down the school integration plans, said in effect they couldn't move forward with those integration plans. You may recall it is the opinion where Chief Justice Roberts said, very famously, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. Justice Breyer, in dissent, which reminded me of a lot of what you've said here this week, wrote, quote, "I do not claim to know how best to stop harmful discrimination, how best to create a society that includes all Americans, how best to overcome our serious problems of increasing de facto segregation. But as a judge, I do know that the Constitution does not authorize judges to dictate solutions to these problems. Rather, the Constitution creates a democratic political system through which the people themselves, through their legislators, must together find answers. The court should leave them to their work." I think that's the philosophy that you've articulated here today, the judicial philosophy of separate branches of government, as you so eloquently described our constitutional scheme, our federalism that really should have led the court to respect the Wisconsin Supreme Court's decision and the Wisconsin governor's decision. and to stay in its lane, as you have put it so well. The fact is, there has been a lot of progress, and we see it in this hearing room. But there is a lot of work still to be done, and there's a lot of reason for folks to feel even some anger at what we've seen on voting rights and on resegregation in some areas. So I am really excited, as I've indicated, and joyful at the great landmark and the historic accomplishment that your nomination represents and reflects. And I hope, as I've said, that not only will you make the court look more like America, but hopefully think more like America. And I want to thank you for your very hard work, all of what you personally have done, because you as a person have done it. And history has given you this opportunity. Your parents have helped to make it possible. Your family story is so powerful, but you've really earned it. And we're grateful to you for providing all of us that role model. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Senator.
We don't have a lot of time, so let me just get straight into it. Senator Cruz was asking you at the end of his time and questionings about United States versus Stewart. This is the case where Neil Stewart tried to cross state lines to rape another person's 9-year-old daughter. He had 6,700 images and videos of egregious and brutal child pornography. The government recommended 97 months.
All right, everybody. I think Josh Hawley is going to get back to talking about the same 8 cases. I see I have a lot of people that need to get banned on Twitch and YouTube. I've been planning a great show for you guys for tomorrow. I'm going to get to banning, and then we will listen.
Can stand in for a judge's entire record. I have sentenced more than 100 people in a variety of egregious circumstances. In every case, and especially cases that involve the kinds of acts that you're talking about, the kinds of evidence that I had to deal with as a judge, in every case, I am balancing the factors that Congress has determined are appropriate and required for a judge to make a determination. The data points that Senator Cruz pointed to, that you may have in front of you, don't account for all of the information that was before me as a judge and the authority that you all, Congress, and your prior confirmation when I was a district judge provided for me to exercise my judgment. And I treated those cases and every case very seriously and imposed a sentence that was sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment.
Would it surprise you to learn that Mr. Stewart is a recidivist? He was warrants issued again for his arrest just 3 years after you sentenced him.
Would it surprise me?
Yeah, would it surprise you?
You know, Senator,
I'm a judge.
there is data in the Sentencing Commission and elsewhere that indicates that there are recidivism, serious recidivism issues. And so among the various people that I've sentenced, I'm not surprised that there are people who reoffend. And it is a terrible thing that happens in our system.
Yeah, indeed it is. Let me ask you about the Hawkins case. You and I talked about this yesterday. You've been able to think about it overnight. This is a case where you had an 18-year-old who possessed and distributed hundreds of images of 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds, and you gave him, frankly, a slap on the wrist sentence of 3 months.
Senator,
Do you regret it?
I don't remember whether it was distribution or possession. In
It was
the law,
both. Do you regret it?
In the law, there are different crimes that people commit
Judge, you
in
gave
this
him 3
area.
months. My question is, do you regret it or not?
Senator, what I regret is that in a hearing about my qualifications to be a justice on the Supreme Court, we've spent a lot of time focusing on this small subset of my sentences, and I've tried to explain.
You regret that
many
we're focusing on
times-
your cases? I don't understand.
No. I'm talking about the fact that you're talking about
Child pornography
7
cases?
very serious cases.
I'm glad we agree on that. Don't you think
Some
we should be focusing on
some
that?
of which
What a loser.
some of which involve conduct that I sentence people to 25, 30 years.
3 months
for-
in this case, Judge. Do you regret it? You haven't answered my question yet.
All these guys are just suck-ups to right-wing media, doing everything they can to get their clips played by Laura Ingraham tonight.
The circumstances, we discussed it for half an hour yesterday. There's a 55-page transcript, which I'm sure you've read. You
I
lived
did not-
it.
I
As
did
you've
not-
emphasized to this committee over and over, you've lived it, right? You said that you've been through all of this. You've looked at all of the images. You're the one who's had to endure all of it. You gave him a 3-month sentence. I just wonder if you regret it or if you stand by it. I mean, do you stand by that sentence?
Senator, in every case, I followed what Congress authorized me to do in looking to the best of my ability at all of the various factors that apply.
My instinct, and this would be the wrong thing to do, would be to say, Senator, with all due respect, as someone who's not a judge, you aren't even equipped to understand that the concepts of standing by or regretting a sentence aren't the way judges think about these types of things.
No one case, Senator, can stand in for a judge's
I'm not asking you that.
entire
I'm asking you
record.
if you regret this sentence in this case. And it sounds like the answer is no. But I want to tell you, I regret it. I regret that you gave him only 3 months. Let me read to you what you said about these kinds of cases. In fact, to this defendant, you said, make no mistake, Mr. Hawkins, the children you saw in those pictures were not willing participants in the conduct that you witnessed. They were being forced to commit unspeakable acts of sexual violence for the pleasure of the person who was filming and for the gratification of sick people everywhere, people who apparently have no shred of empathy for what this must be doing to the children who are being abused in this way. You go on. Some of the children you saw in those pictures will never have a normal adult relationship. Some of them will turn to drugs and prostitution and other vices to try to deal emotionally with the pain that results from the torture that they have experienced. And even those who manage to lead a somewhat normal adult life say they live in constant fear of being recognized. Some people are even unable to leave their houses because once those pictures are on the internet, they are there forever. And the victims can't do anything without worrying that every person that they meet has seen them in their most vulnerable state at the most horrible time in their lives. That's your words, pages 34 and 35 of the transcript. Powerful words, Judge. I just don't understand why after saying this and believing this, you could give this guy 3 months in prison when the probation office that we've heard so much about recommended 18 months. Even the probation office recommended 18 months. Do you have anything to add?
Was there a question?
No, Senator.
Let me ask you about your policy of not giving enhancements when there are prepubescent children, like there were in the Hawkins case, who are 8, 9, 10 years old, when there are prepubescent children involved. I'm just struggling to understand this. You said it in Hawkins. You said that you weren't going to give him an enhancement. You weren't going to make his sentence any tougher, despite the fact that we had all of these terrible videos that you and I talked about at length yesterday. This is page 38 of the transcript, just so that we're all following along. You said, in your case, I don't feel that it is appropriate necessarily to increase the penalty on the basis of your use of a computer, and we've talked about that, or the number of images or prepubescent victims as the guidelines require, because these circumstances exist in many cases, if not most, and they don't signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense. You said the same thing in the Cooper case just last year. This was an individual, Cooper, who was 30 years old at the time of his sentencing. He pleaded guilty to distributing child pornography. He posted between 3 and 4 dozen images of child exploitation to Tumblr, where it could be accessed publicly.
You can tell that she's now going into the approach of let them talk. If there's no direct question, don't even give an answer. They each get 20 minutes. It's almost over. She doesn't actually need their votes. And if they're not going to vote for her, she's not going to be able to say anything to convince them. This is the right approach now.
Of the content of any child pornography, but rather to say that the content of those videos is on the more egregious or extreme spectrum of the child pornography videos that are encountered in these cases. And yet, when you sentenced him, you said, I'm quoting now from the transcript in Cooper, I'm really reluctant to get into the nature of the porn. And then later, it's very difficult to assess how different Mr. Cooper's images are than those of other similarly situated child pornography defendants, such that I, without going into looking at them, and I'm not an expert, you say. So you say, while I understand the government's arguments, Mr. Miranda, the government's arguments in that regard, I don't find them persuasive from the standpoint of characterizing this as an especially egregious child pornography offense. Help me understand this, Judge. Why is it that what's your policy disagreement with the guidelines treating images, videos, pornographic images that have small children, infants, 7, 8, 9-year-olds? Why won't you give an enhancement for those? Help me understand that.
Thank you, Senator. I'll make 2 responses. First, that's not my policy disagreement. I don't know why you've characterized that in that way.
Well, wait a minute. You say right here in the cases. I mean, this is what I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing here.
Why did they interrupt Amy Covid Barrett like this?
Increase the penalty on the basis of your use of a computer or the number of images or prepubescent victims. And you say the same thing in Cooper.
Senator, 2 observations. 1, I am sentencing in every case. I have policy disagreements with certain aspects of the operation of the guidelines that I lay out in every case as Congress has required and as the Supreme Court permits in light of my experience, not only as a district judge, but also on the Sentencing Commission, which did a report about the operation of the guidelines. Second, you've read extensively from the government's argument in this case. You've not provided information from the probation office or the defense. And when
I don't have the probation office report.
No, excuse me, Senator. The probation office provides a recommendation. There has been information gathered about what a recommendation was given in each one of these cases. I don't have that information here, but what I'm saying is that in every case, the judge is not just hearing from the government. The judge is not just evaluating what the government says in these cases. In every criminal case, a judge has to take into account all sorts of factors, including arguments being made by the defendant, by the government, by the...
She's kind of just explaining to Holly how sentencing works. Like, there's 2 recommendations. One is usually stricter than what they give, and one is usually lighter, and it's usually somewhere in between, depending on the circumstances.
Arguments, and the court evaluates everything as Congress has directed, and no one case can stand in for my entire record of how I deal with criminal cases, or did when I was a district judge. I have law enforcement in my family. I am a mother who has daughters who took these cases home with me at night because they are so graphic in terms of the kinds of images that you are describing. They give you not only the actual videos, which you can ask to see, but they describe in the briefs in detail what these videos show. So I am fully aware.
Josh Hawley is a great example of the wheel is spinning like crazy, but the hamster's dead.
To take into account all of the various aspects of the crime as Congress has required me to do, and I made a determination seriously in each case.
What I'm trying to understand is, why is it that you say multiple times that just because there are prepubescent victims in Cooper, in Hawkins, that does not signal that this is a heinous or egregious child pornography offense, and you're not going to apply any sentencing enhancements that the government's asking you for? The sentence gets to be less because you say, I'm not going to apply. The government asked for enhancements related to prepubescent children, related to the nature of these images, you say, I'm not going to apply it. But I get what you're telling me is, I guess, that you don't have a policy objection. I mean, why didn't you apply the enhancements as they were asked for?
Senator, I've answered this question many times from many senators who've asked me, so I'll stand on what I've already said.
Beautiful.
So you have nothing to add about why these crimes, why these images, in your
Nothing in
view,
addition to her 40
do
answers.
not signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense. That's Hawkins. You say in Cooper, I understand the government's argument, but I don't find them persuasive, the fact that there were prepubescent children, from the standpoint of characterizing this as an especially egregious child pornography offense. That's page 58.
Is there a question?
Let me ask you this. You said to Senator Graham earlier today that you were trying to do what's rational.
This is another good move. Unless you're asked a question, don't just talk because there's a silence.
People who had thousands of images by using a computer to the sentencing guidelines, to the mandatory range. I'm sorry, it's not mandatory, to the no longer mandatory range, the discretionary range.
No, Senator, I said the guidelines system is designed to be rational.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Why isn't it rational to sentence people who have thousands of images on a computer to more time as opposed to somebody who has one or two pictures in the mail? In other words, the more images there are, why wouldn't you want to sentence that person to more time rather than less? Why isn't that rational?
Senator, I've answered this question, and I'll stand on what I already answered.
So, but your answer is what? I mean, refresh my memory.
Senator, I've answered this question. I've explained how the guidelines work, and I'll stand on my answer.
But the guidelines are not mandatory. I wish they were, but
Change the guidelines as a member of Congress then.
trying to understand why you think it's rational not to sentence criminals based on the number of images they have. You say that this is a policy disagreement that you have with the guidelines. This gets to the core of your judicial philosophy. You served on the Sentencing Commission where you recommended changes to the guidelines based in part on this policy disagreement. So I think it's relevant and indeed vital we understand what the policy disagreement is. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Senator, I previously explained what the policy disagreement is, and I will stand on my answer.
So you're not going to answer my question?
No, I've answered your question, and my answer
You
is
haven't
I've
answered my question.
explained-
I'm sitting here asking you and you're declining to answer.
I've explained how the guidelines work. I've explained that the guidelines
Is it different to access porn via the internet versus through a gramophone?
was different than it is today. I've explained that Congress has not intervened to revise or direct the commission around how to deal with the changes in the commission of this crime. And so judges all over the country are grappling with how to apply this guideline under these circumstances. And there's an extreme amount of disparity. And in each case, a judge has to look at all of the factors, not just the guidelines, not just what the government asks for, but the recommendations of the probation office, the arguments of the government and the defense, the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote the purposes of punishment, which include things like rehabilitation. Also, in every case, Congress has authorized judges to impose not only terms of imprisonment, which are a very important part of the consequences for these crimes, but a range
Judge, did you ever receive porn by fax?
preventative kinds of measures which courts impose in cases to prevent these defendants from repeating these egregious, this type of egregious conduct. And I talked to each defendant, as you have quoted, explaining to them the harms that their crimes caused, and I imposed not only a term of imprisonment, but also all of the other consequences of the offense, to include decades of supervision, restrictions on use of a computer, and the like. That's my answer. I've answered it many times Do you have other questions for me?
Yeah, I do.
to answer?
I do, because I want to try to understand when you talk about the guidelines being outdated and outmoded. I understand that they were written, the initial guidelines were written at a time when computers were not common. Everybody didn't have one. Certainly didn't have phones in every pocket like we do now, smartphones. So I understand that. I also understand that the number of images, sexually exploitative images of children on these devices has exploded. And so I'm trying to get at what Senator Coons earlier characterized as a pretty fundamental policy question, which I think is the correct characterization here. I'm trying to understand your view on why it is that while the number of images available on these things has exploded, that sentencing shouldn't track that. You see what I'm saying? I mean,
Do you guys think Holly doesn't get it? Like, Holly's insisting that her position is it never matters whether someone has 1, 1,000, or 1,000,000 explicit images. My understanding of what she has said is that that alone doesn't tell you how much prison time they deserve. And there are considerations like, are they producing it? What other factors are there? What is the person's age? Etc. That's it's just so simple. She's not saying it's the same, whether it's 1,000,000 or 1. It's just, does he get it, or is he pretending?
Now is that you have a guideline that has gradations in it for the number of images that ends up being, when you look at the scale, something like the difference of 10 years. I don't know exactly what it is, but each 2-level enhancement is like several years. And the gradations are like 0 to, and again, I don't have it in front of me, but it's like 0 to 50 pictures, 50 to 100 pictures, 100 to 150 pictures, set up at a time in which the male was the primary mode of possession and distribution. And so if somebody had 50 pictures, they, according to Congress and the Commission.
This is another fair point. When you're physically sending images, it's different than, like, I guess that's another fair point, which is if you're on a computer and someone sends you a zip file with 1,000 or 2,000 images, if you didn't produce any of them, it's essentially the same crime, right? I mean, you're receiving it in an instant over a high-speed connection. That I understand as well.
How are we going to deal with the penalties and do our jobs to impose sentences that are sufficient but not greater than necessary under these circumstances?
Right.
Yep.
That makes
Thank
sense.
you, Judge. I'll just say in closing that I appreciate that answer, and I understand that as a policy matter. I just think we disagree. I think that the more images are there, the more punishment there should be, and I want to see this deterred. And I just think we've pretty fundamentally disagreed. I've enjoyed our exchanges. Thank you for your candor, and I appreciate it. I just disagree with you on the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono?
Mr. Chairman.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Chairman.
It's Cancun.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm asking to be recognized to make a point to the chairman.
Mr. Chairman. I believe he recognized me. May I proceed?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I waited my turn on here, and I've been on this committee for 47 years. I think we ought to follow the regular order.
Mr. Chairman, the witness just said that we cannot understand those
I'm
cases
sorry,
without
Senator,
the pre-sentence reports.
I don't want to go through this again.
I have a letter that I want to enter into
There
the
are rules
record
in the
that's
committee
signed
that
by
should
10
be
senators
followed.
on this committee. Are you not even going to allow a letter from 10 senators on this committee?
Send any letter, you can do it by
This
hand
letter
or by
that is
mail.
signed by 10 senators on the committee addressed to you makes the point that the White House gave you probation information for Democrats that was not provided to the minority on this committee. And just now, Judge Jackson told Senator Hawley, you cannot understand these cases without reading the probation reports. 10 senators on this committee are asking the chairman to provide those reports so we can do what Judge Jackson just said, which is to assess those reports. And here is the letter. I ask unanimous consent that it be admitted to the record.
I know the junior senator from Texas likes to get on television, but most of us have been here a long time trying to follow the rules.
Yeah.
And he could very easily hand you a letter to go in the record. He's saying he's doing this to help Senator Hawley. Senator Hawley could have put it in, and he didn't. Let's get back to regular order.
Senator Hawley didn't write the letter. Mr.
Let's get
Chairman, I
back to
ask
regular
unanimous
order.
consent that it be admitted to the record.
What a loser.
Thank you.
Are you denying consent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's just out of order.
Aloha, Judge Jackson.
Aloha.
I'm going to try and spread some aloha into this room. I'm taking a lead from my friend, Senator, sitting to my left.
Hirono's very good, by the way.
Color coordinated today. So since 2018, I have been asking every nominee that comes before the committees on which I sit the two questions that I asked you at the start of my time, namely, whether or not they have a history of sexual assault or harassment. This is something I started in 2018 to make sure that harassment and abuse that women mainly have put up with since, as far as I'm concerned, time immemorial, didn't continue to get swept under the rug. I found these questions to be important for nominees to the judiciary. As Chief Justice Roberts stated in his 2017 year-end report on the federal judiciary, events in recent months have illuminated the depth of the problem of sexual harassment in the workplace, and events in the past few weeks have made clear that
It would be so great if she went through every one of the allegations against Kavanaugh. Judge Jackson, have you ever been accused of boofing? Are you familiar with the Devil's Triangle?
And staffers accused Ninth Circuit Judge Alex Kozinski of subjecting them to a range of inappropriate sexual conduct and comments. In September 2019, the 10th Circuit Judicial Council issued an order finding that District Court Judge Carlos Mejia, apologize if I mispronounced his last name, had harassed multiple employees over a period of years, including by subjecting them to sexually suggestive comments, inappropriate text messages, and excessive non-work-related conduct. In February 2020, former law clerk to the late Ninth Circuit Judge Stephen Reinhardt accused the judge of a months-long harassment campaign.
There's a very good post message that I'm stealing from the Twitch chat. I'm going to tweet about it right now.
Both because of the power imbalance between federal judges and their clerks and employees who often rely on connections and recommendations to advance in their careers, and because of the lack of legal recourse available to the judicial employees. Many may not realize this, but federal judicial branch employees are not protected by the foundational federal statutes, such as Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that prohibit discrimination and retaliation. And that's why I introduced, along with Chair Durbin and Senators Whitehouse and Murray, the Judicial Accountability Act, which would ensure the more than 30,000 employees of the federal judiciary have strong statutory rights and protections against discrimination, sexual harassment, retaliation, and other forms of workplace conduct. I know you can't comment on legislation, so I won't ask you whether you support the Judicial Accountability Act. Instead, I'd like to hear what you do to make sure your chambers is a safe, inclusive place to work.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm going to briefly step away to keep working on tomorrow's show. I do want to say thanks to Zippy Boy, Priest, and Mike Boy Raps putting us at 29. Also, real quick, thank you to Ron Gate, as well as Dracula and Heather Lynn for the website memberships, putting us at 32. We will continue expecting this to go to about 8 p.m. Eastern.
Employer that I bring law clerks into my chambers. I was a law clerk to 3 wonderful federal judges who were role models for me, and I try to act as a role model to my law clerks. I try to bring in people who have the respect of others, people who come with strong recommendations, people who I think will get along with one another, and certainly people who I think will get along with me. And we create a little group, a working group, and I think that it's worked out well.
And I would think that you would make sure that there are no instances of inappropriate behavior, sexual harassment from any of your clerks or employees.
That's absolutely correct.
During our courtesy meeting, I enjoyed learning more about your background and family. And of the 9 sitting justices of the Supreme Court, only 3 Justices Alito, Breyer, and Kagan were educated in our public school system. And you would, as far as I'm concerned, make a welcome addition to the court from that standpoint as a public school graduate myself. So public high schools educate people from all backgrounds, and most people go to public schools. Most people don't get to go to private schools. So your classmates probably came from different racial and ethnic backgrounds, incomes, social statuses, academic abilities, athletic abilities, among others. How, if at all, has your public school experience shaped the person you are and your approach to the law?
Thank you, Senator. I was very fortunate to go to public school in Miami, Florida. I had a wide range of classmates, and it was a wonderful opportunity to get to know people who were different than me, and to learn at the end of the day that they were not so different than I am, even if they came from different backgrounds. And I've talked a lot about my debate team. That was one of the activities that I engaged in and spent a lot of time with my colleagues on the debate team and with my wonderful coach. And you learn how to support each other, how to speak across difference, how to communicate with different kinds of people. And it was a wonderful experience, and as I've mentioned, in many ways different than the generation before, who in Florida were segregated by law.
So I take it that not only did you have, I would say, a broad experience of encountering people from all different walks of life and backgrounds, but there was still commonality that you had.
Very much so.
And that is very much exemplified in your approach to your work. I also talk with you about the importance of the creative part of our lives, because I think lawyers tend to be very left brain, and I know that you are a very well-rounded person. And so I asked you, what do you do to pay attention to the creative side of your life?
Thank you for the question. I took up, not too long ago, but took up the fiber arts, as they say. My mother is an expert crochet artist. She makes beautiful pieces of all kinds, and I always wanted to do that. I always wanted to, and she tried to teach me when I was younger, and it didn't quite turn out. But as I have gone along in my career and wanting to have some sort of a creative outlet, and especially in times of high stress, I started pining for something to do to express my creative side. And I bought a book on crochet. I talked to my mom. I started making hats and scarves, and then I moved to knitting during one of my confirmation hearing scenarios, because I needed something to keep my mind off of the stress. So I have a basement full of yarn if you'd like to come over.
I think that's another way that you're connecting to the people who really mean a lot to you. The creative outlet is really important to me because in a changing world, I think it is our ability to be creative in our approaches and how we think about things that will enable us to deal with the rapid changes that happen every day in these days. I view you as a consensus builder. And so I know that in your work with the Sentencing Commission, you really worked hard to come up with some 95% of the time. In this very diverse group, there was consensus in your recommendations. How important do you think consensus is on what I characterized yesterday as a very ideologically split Supreme Court?
I think consensus is very important. It was one of the things that I most admired about having the opportunity to work for Justice Breyer as a law clerk, to observe his process for reaching out to colleagues and trying to collaborate in his thought process about the outcomes of cases. And it's something that I tried to emulate when I was on the Sentencing Commission, which, as you said, is a very diverse body. I saw in that context the importance of trying to reach common ground with respect to your determinations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. To illustrate the kind of broad support that this nominee has, I would like to enter into the record 2 letters, one signed by 1,000 public defenders from all across the country, and another signed by 48 prosecutors from across the country. Judge Jackson, I have very much enjoyed the privilege of talking with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it will be my privilege to support your nomination.
Thank
Aloha.
you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator from
I have a letter here signed by members on my side of the aisle I'd like to put in the record.
Without objection, I'd like to comment. I had a chance to review this letter for the first time just a minute ago. There is apparently a concern on your side, Mr. Chairman, about whether you have on your side of the aisle access to all the information that we have on this side of the aisle and all the information that's in the possession of the White House. During a break earlier today, I met with the ranking member, Senator Grassley, his staff, and with White House staff to discuss it. Here's my understanding of what has transpired. Last Wednesday evening, the senator from Missouri selected a handful of Judge Jackson's more than 1,000 district court cases to claim that Judge Jackson, quote, endangers our children, close quote. On Thursday, the next day, the White House contacted Judge Jackson's chambers to request the probation office recommendation in each of the cases. I underline probation office. That probation office provided a chart reflecting these recommendations. This is the sum total of what was provided. They shared with the White House from the chambers. When the senator from Missouri continued to raise questions and request the probation office's recommendation in these cases, the probation office provided this chart reflecting those recommendations, which was shared with the White House. When the senator from Missouri continued to raise questions about Judge Jackson's sentencing record, my staff asked the White House for information about the probation office recommendations. These are just numbers for each one of the cases. That's all that is. The White House and my office didn't have this information earlier because we didn't know the senator from Missouri was going to make this claim in the first place. Once the Republican side requested the same information, my staff shared it within minutes. So now your side, Senator, has exactly what the White House and the Democratic side has. The same chart provided by the probation office. And I might add that some of this had been published in the press, in Washington Post and other places, but it consists in each case of the case number, name, the probation office recommendation for custody, the sentence imposed custody, the probation office recommended supervision and release, and the supervision and release imposed. All of that information has now been shared equally. Some information on the other side, on the Republican side, includes frequent reference to transcripts, which we don't have on this side. And the reason being, we didn't anticipate this objection from the senator from Missouri and request that information. Now, the letter also goes a step beyond, which I think is a very important decision for this committee to make. This request for pre-sentence reports from each of these cases. Now, these pre-sentence reports are typically filed under seal. They can contain highly sensitive personal information, not just about the defendant, but about innocent third parties and victims. We've spent a lot of time here reflecting on these terrible crimes. Everyone has acknowledged how terrible they are and how damaging they can be to the victims. We have heard story after story, and I don't question a single word that was spoken in sympathy for these same victims. I would not want it weighing on my conscience that we are turning over these pre-sentence reports to this committee for the first time in history, and that information out of this, or because it was released, would somehow compromise or endanger any victim as a result of it. This information was not requested before. It's never been requested by this committee. And I think we ought to think long and hard about whether or not we even consider going into pre-sentence reports. So I'm going to take this matter up with our side, and I'm sure you will with your side. I have your letter requesting it. As far as this information, you have exactly what we have, no more, no less. In terms of pre-sentence reports, this is a critical policy question, which ought to be carefully weighed. It goes way beyond, I'm sorry, Judge Jackson, it goes way beyond your nomination. And I want to make certain that we don't take a step here that endangers the lives or well-being of innocent people.
Mr. Chairman, since you just responded to the letter that I wrote and was submitted on behalf of 10 senators, I will point out that in Judge Jackson's answer to Senator Hawley, she said that he and this committee did not have sufficient information to assess her sentencing decisions because we heard the arguments of the prosecutors in the transcript, but we did not have the recommendation from the probation office. And what she testified under oath is you can't understand why she issued her sentences without having those probation reports. You are right that there can be sensitive victim information in those reports, and everyone on this side, I'm confident, would agree to redacting out any information that would violate the privacy of a victim. But Judge Jackson has told us it is relevant to understanding those cases, and that's why 10 of us have requested we have those reports, and there's explicit statutory authority for us to do so that is cited in the letter we just submitted.
Senator, I don't know where other members of your caucus stand on the basic question of this nomination. They can decide on their own, and they will, and they should. That is their responsibility. I think I know where you're headed. And I would just suggest that we ought to think long and hard, my friends, about members of the Judiciary Committee endangering the lives of innocent people to pursue this line of questioning. We spent 2 days, 15, 16, 17, 18 hours, and a large part of it on this issue. I don't believe these pre-sentencing reports are going to change anyone's disposition if they're going to vote on this issue. And I do not want it weighing on my conscience that I gave the green light to release this information so that it might endanger the lives of innocent victims. I'm sorry. That's a bridge too far for me. I think the issue before us on sentencing, you've each had a chance to hear plenty of testimony on it. And I believe this should be taken up with the individual caucuses on both sides, if you wish. But that to me it's gone way too far. Way too far. I don't want it on my conscience.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Senator,
when I agree with you, I've prosecuted literally thousands of people. I would have to go back and see over 8 years. I can't remember the hundreds of sentencings I was at where we had pre-sentence reports over and over again. There were things in there that were sensitive, sometimes reflecting somebody who were putting their lives on the line to even give a report. Neither the defense counsel nor I as a prosecutor ever thought those would be made public. And we assumed the judges, we had judges across the political stripes who read them, kept the confidence of that. As a result, we knew that the reports were thorough. And a judge has the final say, but as a prosecutor, I might have a recommendation, but I never question a judge who might give a different sentence, because my responsibility was to prosecute, theirs was to sentence.
Senator Lee.
Yeah, might I just weigh in here? I totally understand the concern that you're describing relative to the confidential nature of pre-sentence reports. As a prosecutor and as a law clerk, I reviewed those with some regularity. I understand the sensitivity of them. Let me suggest a couple of things. First of all, it's not unusual for us as a committee and as members of the United States Senate to review materials that would be inappropriate for public release. I don't think one of us is suggesting that. There are means by which we can review things in a classified environment and treat them as classified. We've done that with significant success in this hearing. Secondly, to the extent that wouldn't provide the level of comfort necessary, we'd also be happy to review them on a redacted basis. These are things that have become relevant in our conversations. We want to make sure that we have the facts, but not one of us wants to endanger anyone or to render public information that is sensitive in nature. There are abundant ways around that.
I would suggest that the information contained in these reports is dangerous to the victims and to the innocent people who are mentioned in these reports, and unnecessary at this point. It's never been requested by this committee, and it's merely a fishing expedition in dangerous territory. Classified settings, redacted versions of the reports. This has never happened in the history of this committee. And I would say, Senator, I will just tell you, I am not going to be party to turning over this information and endangering the life of an innocent person for a political quest to find more information. We have exhausted this topic, and we've gone to it over and over again. And I think that this is a bridge too far for this committee. That's my personal feeling. I take it that Senator Leahy may agree with me in that regard. This nominee has been before this committee for 18 hours. I don't believe that this information is going to change anyone's vote. You can decide in your caucus what you want to do to go forward. I've told you my position. I want to proceed if I can. I thank the nominee for waiting for this colloquy, and I turn it over to Senator Cotton.
Judge, I want to return to the question of crime and specifically sentencing.
What a shocker.
In any of the cases where you've sentenced an offender below the guidelines, has that offender gone on to commit another crime after getting released from prison?
Thank you, Senator. When judges sentence, they often impose terms of supervised release. And there are times in which, when a person is on supervised release, they reoffend. There are also times when they don't. But even after the period of supervised release, the court doesn't continue to have any way of tracking or knowing what happens, because if they were to reoffend, it wouldn't necessarily come back to the same court or the same judge.
So you don't have a factual basis to know whether or not anyone you've sentenced below the guidelines has reoffended in the future?
Well, a fair question would be, do the people sentenced below guidelines reoffend at a greater rate? And they don't want to touch that question.
People who have reoffended while on supervised release, I can't remember whether any of them were guideline sentences, below guidelines, or above guideline sentences.
Okay. I know you've answered a lot of questions the last 2 days about sentences and sex crimes. I just want to be exact about this. In these cases, have you ever sentenced an offender above the guidelines recommendation?
I'd have to take a look at, I know that I have sentenced offenders to the guidelines if in the category of sex crimes in general. I know that I've given 30-year sentences for at least one offender, almost 30 years, 29.5. I've given, I believe, a 12-year sentence for someone at the agreement of all of the parties, which was a sentence that was a part of his plea agreement.
Obviously, the reason this is such a big topic is these types of cases, sex crimes, come before the Supreme Court all the time, right? Oh, wait, hold on a second.
Wesley Hawkins, as a reminder, was convicted of a child pornography offense in 2013. The sentencing guidelines for this offense called for a sentence of 97 to 121 months, or 8 to 10 years. The prosecutors asked for 24 months. You sentenced him to 3 months. We've heard a lot about this case and your 3-month sentence of Wesley Hawkins, but you got another crack at him in 2019, Judge. In 2019, you sent Wesley Hawkins back under conditions of confinement with the Bureau of Prisons for 6 months with additional restrictions on his computer usage. That's twice the amount of time in custody that you sentenced him to in 2013. What did Wesley Hawkins do in 2019, Judge?
Oh, I don't remember, Senator. I have a lot of defendants who I've sentenced who are on supervision, who violate conditions of supervision. If in our system, someone like Mr. Hawkins, especially given the crime, the egregious crime that he committed, was likely on a very long period of supervision. And during that time, he would likely be under computer restrictions for 10, 20 years or something, where he's not allowed to do certain things with a computer. And a probation officer is monitoring. They put software on the computers of individuals who are who have these kinds of conditions imposed, and that restricts their ability to access certain information on the internet. And so it's not uncommon for a probation officer to report violations of supervised release, not just in this area, but across all crimes. And then the court has to determine how to handle that. And you could, in fact, send someone back to jail for violating conditions of supervised release that are not themselves criminal behavior. It's just, the court says in their supervision order, I'm imposing a 20-year or whatever it is sentence of supervision, and during this time, you're not allowed to access your computer, et cetera, et cetera. So if he were to do that, it wouldn't be additional criminal behavior, but it would be a violation of my order. And when he comes back to the court on violation, the court has factors that we look at to determine whether or not to treat that essentially
Does Tom Cotton have two black eyes?
Of violation that would require him to go back to jail.
Okay. Judge, yesterday we had an extended conversation of your sentencing of a man named Keith Hodges, a fentanyl kingpin. That sentencing occurred in 2018. You had very detailed recall of that sentence. To my knowledge, that's the only time anyone's asked you about Mr. Hodges' sentence. You've been asked repeatedly over the last 2 days about the Hawkins case. It's been in the news, as Senator Durbin has cited, for days on end. This resentencing happened in 2019, and now you're saying you don't have any recollection of it. Let me see if I can refresh your recollection.
Okay.
This is the order you signed, Judge, on April 17th, 2019.
Kinko's owners making a killing during these years.
To return him to a residential reentry facility for 180 days and to engage in various kinds of computer monitoring and computer monitoring and search. There's your signature over there, Judge. You really don't remember what?
Senator, that is a very, very common thing that judges do. I've sentenced over 100 people, and supervised release, which is the kind of post-incarceration condition that judges ordinarily impose, is something that's done on a standard form, which is what that is.
I understand you've done a lot, Judge,
And-
but none of them have been the centerpiece of your hearing for the last 2 days. Do you really expect this committee to believe that you don't remember what happened in this Hawkins case when it came back before you?
Yes,
Are you
Senator,
accusing me of
do
lying,
expect
Senator?
You to believe that's my
Well,
testimony.
I don't find it credible, Judge. It's been in the news for days. Senator Durbin has cited it being in the news for days. You've been asked about it probably more than any other case you've ever had. And
The centerpiece of their case against her is a guy who had, what was it, 2 kilos of drugs?
prepared for that matter in 2019. You know what I think? I think he got caught with child pornography again, and he wouldn't have if he had been in prison for the 8 to 10 years the guidelines called for in 2013 when you first sentenced him.
That's not a
Let's
question.
turn, though, to your work for detainees at
Yeah,
Guantanamo.
smart not to even say a word.
First off, let me just ask, do you think most detainees at Guantanamo Bay were mostly terrorists?
She
or
can't say that.
mostly,
She's not reviewed those
I
cases.
don't know, innocent goat farmers?
Can't say.
Senator, it's impossible for me to answer that question. The
Correct.
people at Guantanamo Bay had been accused by the government of engaging in terrorist activities
and therefore classified by the executive branch as enemy combatants.
Okay, do you think America would be safer or less safe if we released all the detainees
How
at
could she
Guantanamo?
say without reviewing the cases?
Senator, I'm trying to figure out how to answer that question.
Because it's absurd.
9/11 was a terrible attack on our country, and the executive branch, pursuant to authority that the Supreme Court said it had, designated people as enemy combatants and sent them to Guantanamo Bay. The Supreme Court also said that anybody who was so detained could seek review of their detention. And as a federal public defender, my role and responsibility was to make arguments in defense of the Constitution and in service to the court that was trying to assess, based on the authority given to it by the Supreme Court, whether or not people were adequately classified, what the legal circumstances were, how these habeas petitions were going to be processed. This was a series of legal challenges in a novel environment that federal public defenders and lawyers across the country were engaged in helping the court to evaluate so that we can understand what the Constitution required in this time of emergency.
Judge, does it matter how many sexual images of goats the Guantanamo detainees have?
The detainees from Guantanamo Bay.
Senator, America would be less safe if we don't have terrorists out running around attacking this country. Absolutely. America would also be more safe in a situation in which all of our constitutional rights are protected. This is the way our scheme works. This is how the Constitution that we all love operates. It's about making sure that the government is doing what it's supposed to do in a time of crisis.
You
As
got to
Justice
charge them at some
Gorsuch
point.
said, the Constitution is not suspended in times of crisis. The government still has to follow the rules. And so criminal defense lawyers make sure that in times of crisis, the government is following the rules.
Okay, let's turn to the actual cases. How many of these terrorists at Guantanamo Bay did you represent?
When I was a defender,
What happened to alleged, right? I mean, guys, do we have due process? I thought Republicans were for it.
but
You personally had 4.
I was assigned to them along with another defender who worked on the same cases. She was more senior. She did all of the sort of fact gathering related to the cases. And as an appellate defender, I worked on the legal arguments.
Okay. Did you ever represent any of the detainees at Guantanamo Bay when you were not a public defender?
One of the people who I'd represented while I was in a federal defender, his case got spun off and taken up by a law firm. Law firms around the country were also engaged in this work
I'm well
at the
aware of what
time.
law firms were doing at the time.
Yes.
Let her answer.
And I left the federal public defender's office. I joined a law firm, and one of the people that I had represented was now at that law firm. They had him as a client.
That's
and
Mr. Al-Salwam.
Al-Qahtani
Al-Qahtani was the one.
was the one who
Just coincidentally, both he and you went to Morrison and Forrester.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. What about Mr. Al-Salwam?
I don't know what happened to Mr. Al-Salwam.
You were listed as counsel for 2 years during your time at Morrison and Forrester.
What happens is when you leave from any place, firms or government service, you have to let the court know, or their records their records reflect where you are in the system and not so much the case in terms of your address.
So to go back to Mr. Al-Qahtani.
Yes.
He just coincidentally, it's a small world, went to Morrison and Forrester at the same time you did, and then you represented him, and you did file multiple motions on his behalf.
So I don't know if it was at the same time. I'm not sure.
But you did file multiple motions for him,
I only
2008 and 2009.
I don't recall whether it was multiple, but he was still at the habeas stage of the process. And I don't know when he came because the partners who picked up the case were in Los Angeles. I was in Washington, D.C. They contacted me to say, oh, we see on the docket that you had previously represented him and now you're with our firm. Will you assist us with looking at these briefs, working on these briefs? There were many lawyers who were working on the filings that you're talking about.
After you left the public defender's office, did you continue in your representation of any other client you had at the public defender's office?
I didn't continue my representation of any client. I left the federal public defender's office and then picked up Mr. Al-Qahtani through the circumstances that I talked about, and there were no other clients that I represented in that way.
I have to say, that sounds like continuation. You represented him at the public defender's office, and then you represented him in private practice as well.
Who cares?
And you're telling us that's the only person you represented at both the public defender's office and in private practice?
Yes.
So you didn't continue to provide any kind of pro bono work for murderers or rapists or anyone else, but you did continue to represent this terrorist at Guantanamo Bay.
Alleged, right?
When I got to the firm and they told me that the case was there and they recognized that I was at the firm and had previously worked on the case, and by they I mean the partners in the firm, they asked me as a member of the Supreme Court and appellate group of the firm, which is what was my practice, if I would help review and work on some of the briefing that they were submitting.
So for normal people in the chat who are like, what difference does it make? What Tom Cotton is trying to suggest is that she has a soft spot for Gitmo terrorists, and she went out of her way to continue representing one when she went into private practice. That's the point he wants to make.
Amicus briefs. You had two briefs in Guantanamo cases, one for a think tank, one on behalf of a group of former judges. I think, as anyone who's done amicus work knows, sometimes the client seek out the lawyer, sometimes the lawyer seek out the client. For either of those amicus briefs, were you involved in any way in seeking or recruiting those clients or suggesting the idea for an amicus brief in the first place?
No, Senator.
Were both of those briefs done on a pro bono basis?
Yes, because the Supreme Court and appellate group in a law firm has paid clients and also has pro bono clients. And the briefs that I worked on were on the one brief was 20 former federal judges who wanted to make an argument in the Boumediene case that was in the Supreme Court. And one of them was a partner at my law firm. She was a former federal judge whose idea it was, and she knew the other judges and wanted our group to work on the brief. The other was not just one think tank, it was the Cato Institute, the Rutherford Institute, and the Constitution Project.
I don't even think we know whether she likes beer at this point.
Who wanted to make arguments in another case that the Supreme Court had taken up related to these issues, because all of this was novel and a lot of issues were being evaluated by the Supreme Court regarding the scope of executive authority during this time of crisis.
Okay, so you've done pro bono work for or on behalf of detainees at Guantanamo Bay. Have you ever done pro bono work for the victims of terrorism?
Senator, I'm not aware of any such cases in my law firm. I was in a group of lawyers that was often approached to ask, would you file a brief for some group? And I'm not aware that any victims of terrorism asked our firm to participate.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about the people you represent. Let's talk a little bit about the defendants in those cases and how you characterize them. I'll remind you that those were the President, the Secretary of Defense, and active duty Army officers. Senator Graham and Senator Cornyn said that you called them war criminals. You disputed that, and Senator Durbin has repeatedly denied it as well.
Now, guys, fact check. She wrote a brief that had, I think it was a dozen arguments on behalf of her client, one of which said that he had been the victim of war crimes. So that's a little bit different than saying George W. Bush is a war criminal, although it would have been accurate. It's just not what she did.
And saying they've committed acts that constitute war crimes. So
Right.
can you explain that difference to me?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a
I
huge
will.
difference.
Thank you for the opportunity. So when you file a habeas petition under our law, you can't file it against the United States because of sovereign immunity. The way our law works, you have to file it against individual officers in their official capacity. That's the way in which you're able to file a habeas petition. So
Correct.
whoever is the executive at the time becomes the named party in the brief. And a habeas petition is like a complaint in a civil case. It's making allegations to begin the litigation about the person's detention.
Tom Cotton's really getting schooled here, huh?
Capacity, personal capacity, all that is just a bunch of procedural gobbledygook. These are the people that you said committed acts that constitute war crimes.
With respect, Senator-
I just don't understand the difference between calling someone a war criminal and saying they committed acts that constitute war crimes.
With respect, Senator, they were not sued in their individual capacity. We weren't making allegations about those individuals. And in fact, over the course of the case, the names changed. So later on, the habeas petition became against President Obama because he then became the executive for the purpose of the habeas petition.
I'm
So
well
it
aware the name
wasn't-
changed. It probably changed from Bob Gates or from Don Rumsfeld to Bob Gates as well. But they were not the ones in office. They were not the ones who were overseeing the government.
He's not this stupid. He understands this. There's no way.
I just don't. I don't understand how you
Oh, he
expect
says
this
he doesn't.
committee to believe that there's a difference between saying someone's a war criminal and saying they committed war crimes.
Thank you for the opportunity to explain, Senator. One of the allegations that had been publicly reported with respect to the group of people who were in Guantanamo Bay was an allegation concerning the use of torture.
How can you not understand there's a difference between attorney Ketanji Brown Jackson saying, here are my client's 12 claims, one of which is that he was tortured, which is a war crime, and I, attorney Ketanji Brown Jackson, say Bush is a war criminal? How does anyone not understand that?
In belief, Mr. Al-Qahtani was tortured. That allegation is made under a law that says that there was a war crime that occurred as a result of that torture, and you're making that allegation against the United States, but because you can't sue the United States, the actual petition is named in the name of whoever's leading the United States at the time. So later in the course of this, it moved from President Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, to President Obama. It's not about the individual. It's about the allegation that that Mr. Al-Qahtani.
Yeah, the U.S. military and intelligence, whoever did the torture, right, while Bush was president, tortured me. That's the allegation from her client.
Dance on the head of a pin to me.
Thank you,
Man,
Senator
Cotton's
Cotton.
a moron,
Ask unanimous consent to enter a letter in the record from 9 former national security officials defending Judge Jackson's Guantanamo representation. The signatories include former Attorney General Loretta Lynch, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, and the former Judge Advocate General of the United States Navy, Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Judge. After me, only 5 to go. But sit back for a second, because I don't have questions right away. I actually have a number of things I just want to say, because this has been not a surprise, given the history that we all know, not a surprise, but perhaps a little bit of a disappointment, some of the things that have been said in this hearing. The way you have dealt with some of these things, that's why you are a judge and I am a politician, because you have sat with grit and grace and have shown us just extraordinary demeanor during the times where people were saying things to you that are actually out of the norm. I had to go up dais to ask some of my more senior colleagues about what I feel like is a dangerous precedent. People are taking 1,000 cases you've been over, is that right? I'm sorry, I said you wouldn't ask you questions, but just give me a...
Something like that.
Something like that. And from what I understand is that these cases often take days, weeks, sometimes months, right?
To decide in a case?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a trial sometimes. And the folks are taking any of those cases and just trying to pick pieces out. And so my colleague, Senator Hawley, has been doing this all into the lead up and saying things, tweeting things that I think that a lot of us, when I was just trying to get some advice here, is this is what the new standard is going to be. That any judge coming before us that has ever chosen outside of the sentencing guidelines, below the sentencing guidelines, we're creating this environment now where I could make myself the hero of people who have been victims of some horrible crime and suddenly put whatever judge I want on the defensive by trying to drag out little bits when they have no context to the case.
Right.
None of the facts. They're seeking to exploit the complexities of a criminal justice system, the reason why we have a third branch of government. I feel bad that there was a judge mentioned by name in this hearing that's from Senator Hawley's state. What is that judge going to think next time they have a complicated sexual abuse case that comes before them, and they know that they could possibly be called out if they go below the sentencing guidelines, which I showed you yesterday in my lack of chart. If you remember, I was uncharted. But that you are deciding completely in the norm. 70+% in many states of people are doing just like you did. But I'm a Democratic senator. I've never quoted from this very well-respected conservative periodical. This is the National Review. Very well-respected. They're not necessarily something I agree with all the time. But here's what the National Review, this is the title. Senator Hawley's disingenuous attack against Judge Jackson's record on child pornography. I'll just read the first paragraph. I would oppose Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson because of her judicial philosophy for the reasons I outlined last week. I addressed that in a separate post. For now, I want to discuss the claim by Senator Josh Hawley that Judge Jackson is appallingly soft on child pornography offenders. This is the kicker here. The allegations appear meritless to the point of demagoguery. I got letters from leaders of victims' rights groups, survivors of assault, all saying sort of the same thing with the National Review. Feel proud about yourself. You brought together right and left in this calling out of people that will sit up here and try to pull out from cases and try to put themselves in a position where they're the defenders of our children. To a person who has children, to a person whose family goes out in streets and defends children. I mean, this is a new low. And what's especially surprising about this is it didn't happen last year. You were put on a court that I'm told is considered like the second most powerful court in our land. And you were passed with bipartisan support. Nobody brought it up then. Did they not do their homework? Were they lax? Did they make a mistake? I wonder, as they ask you the question, do you regret? I wonder if they regret that they didn't bring that out. No. Why? Because it was an allegation that is meritless to the point of demagoguery. You are, I don't mean this in any way, because if anybody called me average, I would be upset, but you are a mainstream judge. Your sentencing, I've looked at the data, falls in the mainstream on everything from child sexual assault to all the other issues that people are trying to bring up. Some of these things that are being cast at you, that you called George Bush a war criminal, come on, that is painful. Especially because, as you said, the brief change, these are names that you have to put in. And we're talking about a real issue that goes to the core of our values, torture. Barack Obama was named once Bush left office. There is an absurdity to this that is, it is almost comical if it was not so dangerous.
Right.
Because the next time a judge comes before us on the right or the left that has a body of work like you do, gosh, one of the, some performance artists on our side could pull out one of the cases where they were below the sentencing guidelines, say, for example, it was on something like as horrific as rape that we all agree is horrific, and they can suddenly put themselves as the defense. How dare we put someone who's soft on crime? Well, are you soft on crime? God bless America. I got this great text. I've become really good friends with the folks at the FOP from my negotiations. And this was my favorite text. You all got to get this. I think my brother Kennedy might get a kick out of this. He goes, things that are uncountable, stars in the sky, grains of sand on the beach, and the number of times Democrats will mention that the FOP endorsed Judge Jackson in this hearing. But let me mention it again. Just in case my people say you're rough on crime folks really want to try to make that stick. You were endorsed by the largest organization of rank and file police officers. You were endorsed by the bosses, the largest organization of chiefs of police. And you were endorsed by Noble, who I hope people find out more about that organization. You got uncles that are officers. You got a brother, not just an officer, who went to serve after 9/11. Your family's not soft on terrorism. He went out there to capture and kill and defend this country from terrorists. I actually sitting back here and finding this astonishing, but then I do my homework. I love that my colleague brought up Constance Baker Motley. You know, when she was getting to the floor of the Senate, they were trying to stop her with outrageous accusations. You know what the accusation was back then? She was a communist. Dragging up stories, trying to throw anything that they might stick. But this is what you and I know. Any one of us senators could yell as loud as we want that Venus can't return a serve. We could yell as loud as we want that Beyonce can't sing. We could yell as much as we want that astronaut Mae Jemison didn't go all that high. But you know what? They got nothing to prove. As it says in the Bible, let the work I've done speak for me. Well, you have spoken. You started speaking as a little girl, watching that man right there try to raise a family and study law while your mama supported everybody.
He may cry again.
You spoke in high school when you started distinguishing yourself. And you know what you said when they told you you couldn't go to Harvard? Watch me. I went to law school. I didn't serve on the law review. You did. I didn't clerk at every level of the federal court. You clerked for a Supreme Court justice, one widely respected on both sides, which really shaped you. You left there and you went to private practice, and you know what you found? This is what you told me. That you had those tough choices that working moms have to make, the demands of a private law firm, raising your kids. It just didn't add up. You went before this Senate 3 times in a bipartisan manner. God bless America. We don't do that much stuff bipartisan around here. You went to become a public defender because you wanted to understand all aspects of the law. Who does that? We live in a society that's very materialistic sometimes, very, very consumeristic. You went into, do people become public defenders for the money? No. Your family and you speak to service, service, service. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not letting anybody in the Senate steal my joy. I told you this at the beginning. I'm embarrassed. It happened earlier today. I just look at you and I start getting full of emotion. I'm jogging this morning and I'm at the end of the block I live on. And I get terrified because I put my music on loud when I'm jogging, trying to block out the noise of the heart attack I'm having. And this woman comes up on me, practically tackles me, an African-American woman. And the look on her eyes, she just wanted to touch me because I'm sitting so close to you, and tell me what it meant to her to watch you sitting where you're sitting.
I don't think this is cringy at all, guys. I genuinely don't. He's very, very good here.
Agenda? You didn't get here because of some dark money groups. You got here how every black woman in America who's gotten anywhere has done, by being like Ginger Rogers said, I did everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards in heels. And so I'm just sitting here saying, nobody's stealing my joy. Nobody's going to make me angry, especially not people that are called in a conservative magazine demagogic for what they're bringing up that just doesn't hold water. I'm not going to let my joy be stolen because I know you and we appreciate something that we get that a lot of my colleagues don't. I know Tim Scott does. When I first came to this place, I was the 4th black person ever popularly elected to the United States Senate. And I still remember a lot of mixed people, white folks, black folks work here, but at night when people are in line to come in to clean this place, the percentage of minorities shift a lot. And so I'm walking here, first week I'm here, and somebody who's been here for decades doing the urgent work of the Senate, but it's the unglamorous work that goes on no matter who's in offices. The guy comes up to me, all he wants to say, I can tell, is, I'm so happy you're here. But he comes up and he can't get the words out. And this man, my elder, starts crying. And I just hugged him. And he just kept telling me, it is so good to see you here. It's so good to see you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love my brother, Tim Scott. We can write a dissertation on our disagreements. He gave the best speech on race. I wish I could have given good of a speech. But talking to the challenges and indignities that are still faced. And you're here. I was in the White House with my Democratic colleagues, and I'm in my joy. I can't help it. and the president's asking our advice, who should we nominate and whatever. And I look at Kamala and we have a knowing glance, which we've had for years when she and I used to sit on this end of this committee at times. And then I try to get out to the president what it means. What it means. And I want to tell you, when I look at you, this is why I get emotional. I'm sorry, you're a person that is so much more than your race and gender. You're a Christian, you're a mom, you're an intellect, you love books. But for me, I'm sorry, it's hard for me not to look at you and not see my mom, not to see my cousins, one of them who had to come here and sit behind you. She had to have your back. I see my ancestors and yours. Nobody's going to steal the joy of that woman in the street or the calls that I'm getting or the texts. Nobody's going to steal that joy. You have earned this spot. You are worthy. You are a great American. Your hero is Constance Baker Motley. Mine, she has sat on my desk for my offices that I've held. She's my icon of America. Her name is Harriet Tubman. There is a love in this country that is extraordinary. You admitted it about your parents. They loved this nation, even though there were laws preventing them from getting together. When they were loving, there were laws in this country that would have prevented you from marrying your husband. It wasn't that long ago, it was last generation.
True.
But they didn't stop loving this country, even though this country didn't love them back. And what were the words of your heroes and mine? What did Constance Baker Motley do? Did this country that she saw insult and injuries, when she came out of law school, law firms wouldn't even hire her because she was a woman. Did she become bitter? Did she try to create a revolution? No, she used the very constitution of this nation She loved it so much, she wanted America to be America. As Langston Hughes wrote, "Oh, let America be America again." The land that never has been yet, but yet must be the land where everyone is free. Oh, yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, but I swear this oath, America will be. That is the story of how you got to this desk, you and I and everyone here, generations of folk who came here and said, America, I'm Irish. You may say, no, Irish or dogs need apply, but I'm going to show this country that I can be free here. I can make this country love me as much as I love it. Chinese Americans first forced into near slave labor, building our railroads, connecting our country, saw the ugliest of America, but they were going to build their home here and say, America, you may not love me yet, but I'm going to make this nation live up to its promise and hope. LGBTQ Americans, from Stonewall women to Seneca, hidden figures who didn't even get their play until some Hollywood movie finally talked about them and how they were critical for us defying gravity. All of these people loved America. And so you faced insults here that were shocking to me. Well, actually not shocking. But you are here because of that kind of love. And nobody's taken this away from me. So you got 5 more folk to go through. 5 more of us. And then you can sit back and let us have all the debates. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to be a well-charted Senate floor because it's not going to stop. They're going to accuse you of this and that. Heck, in honor of your person who shares your birthday, you might be called a communist. But don't worry, my sister. Don't worry. God has got you. And how do I know that? Because you're here. And I know what it's taken for you to sit in that seat. Harriet Tubman is one of my heroes because the more I read about this person, the more, she was viciously beaten. For her whole life, she used to fall into spells, cracked skull. She faced starvation, chased by dogs. And when she got to freedom, what did she do? Did she rest? No, she went back. Again and again and again. The sky was full of stars. But she found one that was a harbinger of hope for better days, not just for her and those people that were enslaved, but a harbinger of hope for this country. And she never gave up on America. She fought led troops in the Civil War. She was involved in the suffrage movement. And as I came back from my run, after being near assaulted by someone on the street, I thought about her and how she looked up. She kept looking up. No matter what they did to her, she never stopped looking up. And that star, it was a harbinger of hope. Today, you're my star. You are my harbinger of hope. This country is getting better and better and better. And when that final vote happens and you ascend onto the highest court in the land, I'm going to rejoice. And I'm going to tell you right now, the greatest country in the world, the United States of America, will be better because of you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Senator Booker. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Wow. Cory Booker.
Have the last 5 senators ask their questions.
Everything is great.
So 5 times 20, about 100 minutes to go. That's an hour and 40 minutes if they take a 10-minute break. 6. It looks like about 7:40 to 8 o'clock roughly is when they will be done. A very, very interesting day. I liked Cory Booker's speech. I thought it was good. Yeah, I liked it. Thank you to Queen Janie for the raid earlier. Very much appreciate that. There is a break in the chamber. Cory Booker hugging someone. I can't tell who it is. Oh, this is just Judge Jackson's parents, it looks like. Yeah. Very, very interesting day. Thanks to MacLubber for the Twitch Prime subscription. I appreciate that. This is so my understanding is this is the last day of questions. Tomorrow there's going to be, I think it's a couple witnesses who will just be sort of singing the praises of Judge Jackson. I don't plan to cover that. We have a lot going on tomorrow, a lot to film, a lot of different things. Ethan said about the Cory Booker speech, he gives me vibes like he belongs on the cast of Saturday Night Live in a good way, with his energy or like a motivational speaker. He's very smart and seems genuine. He seems very, very genuine. My brother actually ran into Cory Booker at an airport once and chatted with him a little, and that was his reaction. Extremely genuine. Like him, hate him, whatever. Just genuine. It is what it is. He is. He's not pretending to be something else other than what he is. So very, very interesting approach. I believe that's Senator Alex Padilla that he's hugging. Is that right? Can people confirm? I think that's who it is. Anybody know? Anybody remember? Yes, it is. Okay. Good. A lot of people really liking it. Okay. There's Dick Durbin, and it's just a brief 10-minute break, and man, people just really seem to like that. Let's get to a few voicemails that have come in. I will continue to thank people who sign up and support the stream. We are now into hour 5 of today's stream, and overall, I believe we are into hour 24 of streams just since Monday, since all of this started. Just a few voicemails that came in here in the last few minutes.
Hey, David, this is Nick Brangle. Really enjoy your stuff. Been following you for a couple of years, I guess now. Anyway, I just wanted to throw out a term that I use on a regular basis. It's called America on its knees. And in situations like this, as we watch perfectly, just an individual like Judge Jackson, who has been an upright citizen and just has been stood by all of the principles and her work ethic, but yet people like Ted Cruz, who unfortunately I've met before, as slimy and gross as he is, it's just another instance of America on its knees.
Wow.
Thank you, David.
Well said. Very nice voicemail. I mean, that's sort of the perfect voicemail. I mean, you've got 46 seconds. Nick introduces himself, gets right to the topic, concise, pithy. I mean, a very, very solid voicemail, just really doing all the things a good voicemail will do. Here's another voicemail that just came in.
Sir, my apologies for my abhorrent phone connection yesterday. I think my pillow is suing my phone. So may I ask if you please play some of A.D. Bryant from SNL as Ted Cruz after this, because this is...
SNL is very, very aggressive with copyright, so I don't know that I want to do that right now. Our friend Juan has called in again. He's the one who called earlier about trans bathrooms and made no sense.
Hey, David, it's Juan. I'm going to try to be critical thinking.
Okay.
So Republicans are against immigrants from the southern border because they believe that the Democrats are for them immigrating in order to gain votes, correct?
Listen, we're already struggling here, Juan. I don't know about those.
So according to them, the only reason Democrats are letting immigrants come and seek asylum and all that and are so pro-immigrant is for votes. Okay, well, here's my critical thinking. Being anti-immigrant would not help Republicans get votes either. Maybe if Republicans were pro-immigrant, they would shift the balance of the vote in favor of Republicans. Their logic doesn't seem to make sense. If you want immigrants to vote Republican, you need to be pro-immigrant. Stop the replacement theory. Stop this with some call inhumane practices at the southern border, etc. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Anybody know what Juan is talking about? What is he saying? He's saying the Republican Party should welcome immigrants to try to win by convincing them to vote for Republicans. Is that, I guess, what he's saying? I don't know. Jay Bundy says, after my internship with Cory Booker, he threw a pizza party for me.
Pizza is here.
Got me personalized gift and always provides letters of support. 100% genuine guy. Yeah, that's what I hear from everybody who knows Cory Booker. Couple others?
It's been suggested that Trump might try to flee the country, like to Russia, to avoid prosecution. I don't think he'd be able to with the Secret Service following him around. Plus, he wouldn't be very close to any of his golf courses to play golf.
Right. No, I think that that's an absolutely fair point. He would have to, I don't know how much golf there is in Russia. Whitney also called in while we were listening to Cory Booker.
So, what I don't understand is like, just exactly what America's doing over there. 'Cause I'm like,
Where?
I don't like understand like why it's our problem. Same with like Latvia. It's like, yeah, sure, like I'll send like, you know, some veterans out there. Like we're gonna kill themselves anyways, so that's cool. That's the people I train. And it's like, well, you know, you're like about to die, so, you know, there's definitely a little bit of longevity there, you know, where you can have some fun before you have to go. But as far as our troops and stuff, I'm just like, why are you like wasting people when it's like they're gonna have people like me have to join the army so some fucking white trash can get like a fucking promotion when it's like they don't usually use people like me because I'm just like flying right underneath the radar.
Anybody know what Whitney's talking about? Does anybody have any idea what she's talking about? Like, I don't even know this general. Is the subject the military? Is it Russia? I don't know.
Like, you know, making myself look like just a little bit more attractive, just like a little bit smaller. But they were like, well, it doesn't matter, you know, like I'll just fudge it, you know, just to get the numbers up. I want to get a promotion when it's like I have had a daughter. And it's like, well, like why? You just want to get white trash promotion. So it's like, well,
we're trying to do justice to listening to an entire voicemail to see if we know anything about what it's about.
You know, hand over more fucking people that look sort of kind of like Asian when it's like,
oh boy.
Well, those people aren't going to be around very much anymore to help some fucking white trash get promoted into whatever because he's like a fucking, obviously, you know, a white supremacist or whatever. But
it seems to be winding
like,
down.
I saw him talking to people, you know,
Who?
like why don't you get some of your friends on board, you know, have them go fight. But it's like this lazy fucking trash for nothing gets to just like sit around and loaf and watch fucking TV all day. Like, what the fuck does any of this fucking make sense? Like, why would I want white trash to get promoted when they obviously like, you know, don't want me to have a fucking life?
That's a full Whitney voicemail. And I have to tell you, I don't know what she's talking about. I genuinely don't know what that was about. We sometimes people say, David, the reason it's unclear is you don't listen to the whole thing. If you listen to all of it, then you'll understand it. But I don't understand it. I don't. Daratan says you could fill a book with what Whitney doesn't know. They're called encyclopedias. Okay, well said. Also, thanks to Makalani Kenyatta for the YouTube membership. I very much appreciate that. All right, well, we're back momentarily with Senator Kennedy, which I don't want to miss. I'm going to refill my water, and we will be back very, very soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. I don't want to be alarmist and I don't want to be insensitive, but I think it should be mentioned that Justice Clarence Thomas is still gone from the court. And as you know, he was hospitalized last week with something we were told is not COVID. And I believe it. I mean, he's been given antibiotics, and you don't give antibiotics for COVID unless, you know, I mean, some people were like, take azithromycin, but, you know, we don't. In general, doctors are not giving antibiotics for COVID. And Justice Clarence Thomas is still gone from the court today. Now, initially, the whole attitude was he's fine. He's expected to be released within 1 or 2 days. That was what we heard on Friday, I believe it was. It's now Wednesday. And so we hope that he recovers and, you know, all of it. I think we also have to mention that, you know, 5 days in the hospital, 6 days, it starts to become significant. And Clarence, how old is Clarence Thomas? He is 73. Oh, for some reason I thought he was older. So it's, I mean, I don't know what we're to make of it, but it's just, there's a Supreme Court justice that has been in the hospital for 5 going on 6 days. Okay. I mean, that's it. That's all we know. That's the whole story. I want to say thank you to Alex Neat. Alex Neat just made a pledge on Patreon or Patreon. And we are counting Patreon pledges double today, so that puts us at 35. I would encourage you, consider making a Patreon pledge. I also have some really exciting news. One of the things I take very seriously on this show is when people in the audience make good faith, bona fide suggestions, I investigate them. I take them seriously. Earlier, the suggestion was made, you've really got to set up a way to gift subscriptions on your website. I reached out to the company that makes the system we use for managing memberships. They wrote me back and they said, hi, David, we have a gifting add-on that is new, or new, as some people say. I say new. Some people say new. I like the liquid U. We have a gifting add-on that's new that you can install to allow for gifting. It is usually only available with the Pro plan, but since you have been a loyal customer for years, I will send you a copy. Beautiful. So let's see, gifting add-on. Let's see how it all works. Okay, set up a membership for gifting. Once you have a membership created, you can go in and check the box, allow this membership to be gifted. Beautiful. Then update the settings, and you will now have the option to offer it as a gift. You can check, it adds a little, is this a gift button? Beautiful. You fill out the info and you check the box, and then it'll send an email to the recipient. It will then create a coupon for the form. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, wow. This is great. You know what we will be able to do? Wow, this is beautiful. So there will be 2 things that can be done. One thing is we'll be able to set it up where if you want to gift a membership to a specific person, you can type in the recipient, right? So like say, you know, remember my fake character, Diego Salabumbersmith from the Frank Calls. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So like if you know my friend Diego wants a membership, you can type in their email address. But I see people saying you've got to allow it to be random. We can do that. We can set it up so that you can go in, and if you want to gift it to someone random, we can set up like random@davidpakman.com. It'll generate the code, and then we'll fulfill it on the back end. We can just say, does anybody want a membership? Fill out this form, request a membership this way. We'll generate the codes when people say, I want to gift it to random. And then we'll just send people, here's a code, here's a code, here's a code, here's a code. I love it. I love it. People are asking for the gifts right now. Okay, it's not set up yet. We're going to set it up. Okay, we're going to set it up. I love this. This is fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic. What a gift. What a gift. Okay. All right. While we wait, a couple more voicemails have come in.
David Packman, sir. I've been a long-time listener, huge fan. I love your live streams this week. We need to get a compilation or an interview between Whitney and Mike Pillow. That would be groundbreaking.
I agree.
Thank you, sir.
That would be great.
We're doing a class action lawsuit against all machines.
Okay, here's another one that came in.
So I was just watching this video about like Donald Trump using the N-word and stuff, about how he's saying Putin's this horrible person, you know, killing thousands of people every day, and how he should be stopped.
I like
And,
that.
like, I remember like a week or two ago, Donald Trump was saying that Putin was his like military mastermind.
Yeah.
Like, you know, just like praising the dude. Now he's saying, oh, you know, Putin's an awful person. He's killing millions of people. It's just, and people are still like praising this man, like saying he's like the next coming of Jesus Christ. He's gonna save our country, but like really he's gonna sell our country to the fucking Russians, you know?
Right. Okay, very good. I'm being asked about Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II being banned from Twitch. Is that true? Was Stephen banned from Twitch? Can anybody weigh in on that? Sometimes people just trigger me about things that didn't really happen, but it's not that funny. Dylan Burns tweeted that Destiny was banned. Can confirm. Does anybody know why he was banned from Twitch? Something happened to his Twitter. Oh, well, that's a different story. I don't know anything about it. I'm asking you guys. Destiny banned from Twitch. Let's see. 1 hour ago. Oh, there's articles about it. Twitch streamer Destiny banned from Twitch. Let's take a look. Twitch streamer Stephen Destiny Bennell II. They've misspelled Bennell, and I think he spells it with a V. This seems to be completely misspelled. Is that right? Isn't it Stephen with a V and Bennell with 2 N's? And they don't even have his middle name. What great journalism, huh? Twitch streamer Stephen Destiny Bonnell II was banned from the platform Wednesday. The reason for the ban as of this writing remains unknown. While the official reason is not known, a Twitter account he's associated with used the N-word. Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, I'm not even going to get involved there. Not even going to get involved. More interested in what Senator Kennedy is going to say and ask. We're down to 5. If they started right now and had no breaks in between senators, we would be done at 7:42 by my calculation. But of course, they haven't started yet. I'm guessing that it'll probably be done closer to 8 p. East, 5 p. West. 8 p. East, 5 p. West would be my guess. We are standing by here. Let me see what else we've got. It has been quite a few days. Yeah, it's been hectic. Very, very hectic the last few days.
David, that voicemail guy that you aired at the end of your show, the old white guy, he's got a chip on his shoulder. It's not about what he feels you don't or do know about government or democracy or whatever. His smug arrogance tells me everything I need to know about where he's coming from. And that he opened up his call calling you a book boy. He's trying to be derogatory towards you.
Yeah, I consider book boy a compliment, quite frankly. It's like, what, reading's bad now? What are you, stupid? Give me a break, guys.
Hey, David, it's Adam from Boise. Hey, do you think that America will have a harder time reacting to these rises of COVID-19 cases around the world. If it ends up happening here and say, God forbid, we have the worst caseload we've ever had in the pandemic, given that it's a election year, do you think it's a possibility that the Democrats are too afraid to enact even mask policies?
Yeah, I do think that there is a good point there, which is I believe in the 8 months, 7.5 months that are left until the election, I think Democrats, even if it is warranted by the science and the numbers, I think Democrats will be very hesitant to really enact any kind of serious guidelines because I think they know it won't help them win. I think that that's absolutely fair point. Absolutely fair point. Very well said. I appreciate that.
Hi, David. My question is about Russia and Ukraine. As expected, the failed one-term President Trump has been making his rounds on right-wing media, talking about how things would be so much different if he was president. And recently he said the reason for that is because nobody in Biden's administration knows how to talk to Putin, because, meaning that he can talk to him and he knows how to do it. So my question is, if he's got a direct line, to Putin, and he's always said that he's the one that can fix things, why isn't he fixing it? Why isn't he making gas prices better? Why isn't he doing all these things that he says he can do?
Fair, yeah, of course. Beautiful question. Absolutely beautiful question. See what else I have for you guys. There's all these hidden, sort of diamonds in the rough.
Hey, David. I got into a car accident last night. I got T-boned at about 35 miles per hour, and my car's totaled, and it's all because of a damn Nissan Sentra. I think the United States Senate needs to pass a bill banning Nissan Sentras on the road. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense. I don't know if the idea is to make an analogy to guns, but like the point of cars and the point of guns is very different. It's not a particularly interesting voicemail to me. Maybe he was hit in the head in the accident. I don't know. It's not making a lot of sense here. All right, they are continuing here, and we will hear from Senator Kennedy, which is going to be pretty wild.
Committee will resume with Senator Kennedy of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Judge,
I want to continue where we left off yesterday.
Ooh.
And try to get to the essence of this tension between judicial power and judicial restraint. You have testified, and stop me if I get this wrong, that judges should stay in their lane. And I think it's fair to say that one of your definitions of staying in your lane is that judges don't make policy. Am I right so far?
Yes, that is correct, Senator.
Then how do you explain, or help me understand, the following? We have a judicially created doctrine with no textual basis either in the Constitution or a statute called substantive due process. And through substantive due process, our federal courts, let's just narrow it down, the United States Supreme Court has given itself the authority to read into the Constitution unenumerated, unmentioned rights. Not read the Constitution and say, well, there it is, freedom of speech. But these are unmentioned, unenumerated. Isn't that making policy?
Senator, the Supreme Court interprets provisions of the Constitution, and there are provisions of the Constitution.
If you believe that they're there, then by definition, you're not making policy. The argument or the disagreement would be, are those unenumerated rights really there?
Answer the question before the court. So due process, what does that mean? And the Supreme Court has, the words due process do appear in the text of the Constitution, and the question is what is covered by that provision? The Supreme Court, oh, sorry.
I was just
Go
going to say,
ahead.
but when they do it, aren't they making policy?
Well, Senator, the role of the judiciary is to interpret the law. To the extent that somebody argues to the court that there's been a violation of the due process clause of the Constitution, it is within the role of the court to determine what that means, whether the person is correct that what happened with respect to their case violated the due process clause. And so there's an interpretive function that is a part of the judicial function.
Here, let me see if I can put a finer point on this.
Senator, could you speak more slowly? I'm having a hard time keeping up.
It's how the right is created. That's why I asked you yesterday whether you think that these unenumerated, unmentioned rights ought to be decided by the people through their elected representatives versus the federal judiciary. Let's take two rights that I talked about yesterday, the right to assisted suicide, the right of a transgender woman to participate in women's sports. I can see how, I'm not predicting that it will, but I could see how the court, either through the due process clause or the Ninth Amendment, could find those rights in the Constitution. As we talked about yesterday, the Supreme Court looks to me like they've adopted the policy of there is no test for a fundamental right. There are several tests. And in Obergefell, Justice Kennedy cited with approval Justice Harlan's dissent in Poe v. Ullman, which says there's no test. We go case by case.
Please proceed,
And
Governor.
but I know there are tests, like I'll get the language here somewhere. I've got it. I don't want to look it up, but implicit in the concept of ordered liberty, and you've talked about that. Here's a new one that Justice Kennedy talked about in Obergefell. He said, inherent in the concept of individual autonomy. Well, I can see how if the court with 5 votes wanted to say, even though the right to assisted suicide or the right of a transgender woman to participate in women's sports, I can see how somebody, you're smart, you could write an opinion and say that's inherent in the concept of individual autonomy. And maybe, again, it's not the right, it's who's supposed to decide. And that's where the judicial restraint comes in. I mean, don't you think that the values of ordinary Americans and their ability to decide these issues are just as good as those of 5 members of the Supreme Court?
Thank you, Senator. There are policy determinations that are made by vote, and absolutely in the democratic process, people get to decide things. The question and the difficulty is when you have a constitutional scheme of government and you have a constitution that
Right.
does.
If the court believes something is a right, you don't put rights up to popular vote.
In a circumstance in which those rights, whatever they are, enumerated or not, are might be things that the people have disagreed with. That's the tension.
Right.
That that although we have democracy as we do, and people vote and should absolutely, we also have a constitution that protects certain rights against the sort of majority will about those things.
But the rub, of course, is, I agree with everything you said, but the rub is these are unenumerated rights.
Yes.
They're read into the Constitution.
Yes.
And what troubles me, I'm not saying I disagree with all the rights that the Supreme Court has created, but I don't think we talk honestly enough about how those rights should be adjudicated. For example, I'm not asking you to comment on this. I think you already have. But when President Biden announced your appointment, or at least shortly before, he talked about, I want a judge that's going to read new rights into the Constitution through the Ninth Amendment. And I'm sure some Americans are saying that's a good thing, but you got a lot of Americans going, hey, wait a minute. Supreme Court isn't elected. A couple years ago, Chief of Staff Ron Klain wrote an opinion piece, and he said he hopes, and I'm going to quote, that, quote, I hope the Supreme Court will intervene whenever the nation's conscience and laws need a jolt in a progressive direction. That's policy making. Do you agree with that statement?
Do I agree with the statement that that's policy making, or
Did you
I'm
agree
sorry,
with what the chief said?
Senator? That's a political statement made by someone in the executive branch.
Okay.
I'm
not going to push it on that. I get it. It's not a good time to make the chief of staff mad, is it?
I mean, you know, she's not going to decide cases based on what the chief of staff wants.
I mean, this is what judicial restraint is all about. And I think part of the division in our country, America's a big, wide open, diverse, sometimes dysfunctional, but sometimes imperfect, but basically good country. But we have different values. That's part of our diversity. And I think our country works because of our system of federalism. The values in Louisiana may be different from the values in Maine. And if you don't like what's going on in Maine and you like what's going on in Louisiana, you can move. But as our federal government has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, what is developed, at least here in Washington, is this managerial elite. And when I say the managerial elite, I mean the entrenched politicians. I guess I shouldn't say entrenched because that's pejorative, but we do have a lot of politicians that have been here a long time. They're members of the media that are part of the managerial elite. They're members of the administrative state. They're academics that are part of it. There are a lot of corporate phonies that are part of it. And many people in this cabal think they are smarter and more virtuous than the American people. And that they ought to set forth how people should live their lives. People should shut up and just do what they're told. And if they behave, maybe the managerial elite will let them eat meat occasionally. And I think that's part of the division in our country. And I think to some extent, the Supreme Court, I don't want to say contributes to it, but it needs to be mindful of this. I'll give you another example.
Oh, my God.
And this case bothers me. I want you to explain it. I think Lindsay talked to you about it, but
Lindsay.
I want to hear you explain it. It's Make the Road New York versus McClellan. You remember that one?
I do.
Yeah. Here's the way I read it. Congress, we, in a rare moment of consensus, gave DHS the sole and unreviewable, those are not my words, they're in the statute, the sole and unreviewable right to determine when illegal immigrants should be removed on an expedited basis. The Department of Health of Homeland Security, taking this statute, decided to use its sole and unreviewable authority or discretion to state that we're going to have expedited removal of all illegal immigrants who've been in the U.S. less than 2 years. And you said no. And not only that, but you issued a universal injunction. And I don't understand why. You talked about judicial activism, and I don't see how clearer Congress could have been. Now, the D.C. Circuit reversed you, but I want to hear your reasons for issuing that nationwide injunction.
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to address that decision in that case. The statute at issue gave discretion to DHS to determine the amount of time that a person needed to have been in the country between 0 and 24 months in order to be subject to expedited removal, as opposed to the normal removal process in the immigration system. The statute said that DHS had sole discretion, meaning I interpreted, meaning no other agency was to have the authority to make that determination. And the statute said that DHS's determination in that regard was unreviewable, meaning it was final. Once, this is how I'm interpreting, meaning that once the decision was made, it was over. Nobody else gets to review. The court doesn't get to say, no, you're wrong if you pick 12 months, for example, or 16 months or 24 months, as they did in this case. The statute did not speak to whether Congress intended, with that grant of very broad discretion, to exclude another statute that Congress has passed that directs agencies, when Congress gives them discretion, the other statute, the APA, directs agencies as to how they go about making decisions that Congress has given them the authority to make. The APA is a procedural statute. It says to agencies, when Congress gives you discretion to make a determination, you have to do so in a way that's not arbitrary and capricious. You have to use your expertise.
Right.
In certain kinds of decisions, you have to use notice and comment in order to get information. It's procedural. The claim that was being made in this case, as I read it and understood it, was not that the agency couldn't pick 24 months, because obviously Congress had said in the statute you can pick between 0 and 24 months. The claim that was being made is that the agency picked 24 months arbitrarily in violation of Congress's direction about how you go about
The
exercise.
APA was violated?
Yes, the claim was an APA violation. So no one was saying that the statute was violated in the sense that the agency did something that it couldn't have done per the statute, picking 24 months. They said the APA was violated because, this is the claim that they were making.
Sure.
Because the agency did no analysis, the agency did no expertise, the agency did not evaluate, okay, if you've been here 6 months, these are the kinds of ties that you have. If you've been here 18 months, right? The agency didn't do anything. Essentially, according to the claimants, the agency heard the president say, we're going to now do 24 months when everybody else, all of the other administrations up to this point.
Because I've only got 2.
Yes, I'm sorry. All right.
What I hear you saying is, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
They didn't follow the APA, in your opinion, which you have to do even though Congress passed the statute?
Well, no, because 2 things. One is the APA under longstanding DC Circuit case law is presumptively applicable to every situation in which an agency is exercising its discretion. So that's the first thing. It's always there as a background rule. So the DC Circuit has said Congress has to be pretty clear when it decides to exclude the APA, when it's saying, I'm giving you discretion, but you can do this arbitrarily, you can do it however you want. And in other places in the immigration statute that sets up expedited removal, Congress says, we are excluding the APA. We're telling you that with respect to this kind of discretion, the APA doesn't apply. So here I had these 2 statutes, and there are canons of statutory interpretation that says that you should try to give effect to all of the will of Congress. You should try to read statutes so that they go together in a way if you have these 2 directives. And there's also DC Circuit case law.
Judge, I got to stop you.
All right.
Because I got it.
And let me just say, I agree that the DC Circuit reversed me. They disagreed with my interpretation, and that's the way that our system works.
Let me ask this last question. This is a question based on your experience. Can we agree that if, I want to emphasize if, cocaine is cocaine, that crack cocaine is equal in its danger to powdered cocaine? You with me?
I think so.
One is not more dangerous than the other. If that's true, then the sentencing rules ought to be the same. Okay?
It's a policy matter for Congress. You could make them differently if you wanted to.
This is what I want to ask you.
Yeah.
Based on your experience, you've been on the bench a decade.
Yes.
Is crack cocaine more dangerous than powdered or less or the same?
Senator, that's a policy determination. That's what policymakers do. They look at the evidence related to these things and they decide what's more dangerous.
But what have you seen?
I have seen evidence through the Sentencing Commission that the 2 compositions are chemically similar, so similar as to be indistinguishable. And the commission for very many years, as a policymaking body, indicated its view that they should be equivalent and lobbied Congress concerning that. And Congress made a determination about, in the policy realm, making it 18-1 instead of 100-1, which is what it had previously been.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Very interesting.
Now, Senator Padilla.
Very, very interesting. All right, we're going to keep going. There's 4 to go, guys. I will be back.
I know you're being very mindful of the clock, so I just want to say I have 2 initial, more substantive questions, and then I think 2 very brief questions, but are very important. So I'll get right to it. Judge Jackson, I am so glad that you take some pride in sharing your family's story. As you should. I know I take pride in sharing mine. My colleagues have heard it, but I never get tired of reminding folks that I am the proud son of immigrants. My parents came to the United States from Mexico decades ago, and through their hard work and determination, they raised 3 of us. My sister, my brother, and I, we all attended and graduated from college, and we've all found successful careers in public service. Now, it's a story that is shared by hardworking immigrant families across the country. and over the course of generations, families who work diligently each day to create a better life and to contribute to the country. Whether it's as farm workers, short order cooks, celebrity chefs, software engineers, or tech CEOs, as school custodians, teachers, principals, whether they're documented or undocumented, people who migrate to this country seeking asylum, seeking refuge, or a shot at the American dream, all deserve to be treated with dignity and humanity. Now, unfortunately, our laws and our courts don't always do that. Beyond our often cruel and counterproductive choices that we've made over the years when it comes to immigration policy, the language that we use to speak about immigrants can often have dehumanizing effects. For example, in the Immigration and Nationality Act, it's replete with references to quote-unquote aliens. And court opinions written by federal judges across the country can be found referring to undocumented persons as, quote, illegal aliens. Now, I know NASA has put a man on the moon, and there are billionaires increasingly exploring space, but let's be clear, no person is an alien, and no human being can be illegal. So with that context, I read your immigration-related decisions on the district court with great interest. Now, beyond the substance of your opinions, what stood out to me is that you seem to have tried to avoid making the same choice as many of your predecessors and many of your colleagues. When not quoting statutes or precedent, your opinions appear not to refer to immigrants as alien or illegal. Instead, you use terms such as undocumented and non-citizen. I hope that was a conscious choice. The language we use and the language our courts use to describe people, whether immigrants, the formerly incarcerated, individuals who identify as LGBTQ, or other historically marginalized people, really matters a great deal. Our language matters. It's exactly for that reason that 6 years ago, Congress passed a bill to remove derogatory and offensive references to Black Americans, Asian Americans, and Native Americans from the U.S. Code. And it's why last year President Biden ordered the Customs and Border Protection Agency and ICE to stop referring to migrants as illegal immigrants. With all that said, Judge Jackson, do you agree that the language we use to describe one another and the language used by the bench matters?
Thank you, Senator. As I mentioned earlier in this hearing, judges are the only branch of government who are required to write our opinions, to explain our decisions. And I have long believed in that capacity that our clarity and language matters. We're explaining the law to people, and people read and understand what the law is, what the rule of law is in this country through the opinions of judges. So they do matter, language.
Thank you. Now I want to discuss with you an issue of law and technology, an issue previously raised by Senator Ossoff earlier today, and I'm excited to talk to you about this topic. Just as an aside, any day that an MIT engineer gets to question a Harvard lawyer, it's a good day. So thank you for indulging. But as you know, the Supreme Court only hears a tiny fraction of all federal appeals. That means that the cases that get to the Supreme Court are typically either new questions of law or very difficult questions of law. And I think the intersection of law and technology is one where many cases are both new and difficult. Over the course of human history, innovation has constantly disrupted our culture and our norms. And for the most part with good intentions, but societal benefits have not always been the result of innovation. Innovations have challenged us to respond with new means of safeguarding basic rights, whether in the context of privacy, security, competition, employment, just to name a few. And I appreciate that the speed of innovation will always challenge our ability to keep the law up to date with new technologies and their impact. I've grappled with this question as a city council member, as a state senator, as a secretary of state, and now as a United States senator. But clearly, it's also a challenge for the courts, which often have to decide cases during that period between technological progress and the enactment of new laws that seek to account for that progress. Now, new technology alone has given rise to a number of fundamental questions of law, as you mentioned yesterday and earlier, including how the Fourth Amendment applies to new contexts that no founder could have ever contemplated. And likewise, the court has to grapple with questions like how copyright law applies to computer code. And in the coming years, new technologies will present new questions, not just in the context of the Fourth Amendment, but in areas of communications, energy, transportation, healthcare, and many others. So if you can take just a minute, Judge, to discuss the challenges that courts at every level face in addressing cases involving new and emerging technologies, and how you, as a Supreme Court justice, would begin to prepare for these types of cases.
Thank you, Senator. The court does get cases that involve disputes that touch on technological innovation, whether it is something like copyright kind of case, or a patent kind of case, or the Fourth Amendment search and seizure. New technologies do intersect with what the law says in the Constitution and in statutes. And at least as far as statutes are concerned, it's certainly much easier for judges who are doing their duty to interpret the law if Congress makes changes that update the statutes to track the modern innovations. What happens with constitutional interpretation is similar to what I described earlier about cases in which the court analogizes back to the time of the founding concerning the principles in something like search and seizure, what qualified as a search that violated the Constitution when those words were written, and then determines whether that same kind of violation is at issue with respect to the technology today. And the court has done that with respect to searches regarding cell phones, police access to GPS data, tracking technology that is put on vehicles, because these disputes do come up. And so, so I'll take this opportunity to encourage Congress to help us by ensuring that new technologies are addressed in statutes that we interpret.
You're absolutely right. Both judges and members of Congress are never done doing more homework and learning, hopefully. Judge, on Monday, which at this point feels like so long ago, I suggested in my opening statement that by the end of these hearings, America would know just how qualified you are to serve on the Supreme Court. And over the course of this hearing, I think the American people have seen that and have gotten to know you as a person. They have heard your family's journey and everything that your nomination represents. Now, I also said on Monday that your qualifications bear repeating over and over again. And so, Judge, with your help, I'd like to remind the committee and the American people once again just some of your incredible credentials. Yes or no, after law school, did you serve as a law clerk for a district court judge, a court of appeals judge, and a Supreme Court justice?
I did, Senator.
Yes or no, did you practice law for more than 10 years before becoming a judge?
Yes, Senator.
And did that include time in private practice and time as a federal public defender?
It did.
How many years have you served as a federal district court judge?
I served as a federal district court judge for, I believe, 8.5 years.
And circuit since then?
Circuit since last June.
And as a district court judge, approximately how many opinions did you write? I think we've covered this before.
As a district court judge, I believe I wrote somewhere in the neighborhood of 560.
With a very low rate of having been reversed, if I've done my homework correctly. Look, I can go on, and don't worry, Mr. Chairman, I won't. But Judge Jackson, for 2 days, here's what I've seen. I've seen a number of my colleagues trying to engage with you in good faith on questions about the law, and you've answered them fully, fairly, and thoughtfully in every instance. You've shown yourself to have the keen intellect and legal acumen to serve on the Supreme Court. Now, you've also sat here and politely listened as some of my colleagues have attempted to disparage your judgment and character based on allegations that even, as Senator Booker pointed out, conservative commentators have called meritless to the point of demagoguery. And through that, you've shown clearly that you have the temperament to serve on the Supreme Court. Now, this confirmation hearing has been a reminder, and in some ways, a new Exhibit A, that for people of color, particularly those who have the audacity to try to be the first, often have to work twice as hard to get half the respect. Judge Jackson, I offer that with your talent and exemplary qualifications on full display, if my colleagues truly believe in maintaining the legitimacy of the Supreme Court, if they really care about Americans' faith in the judicial system, they will see that even if they may disagree with you on a particular area of the law, that you're exactly the type of judge that should serve on the Supreme Court. You're exactly the type of judge that should receive bipartisan support, not just from this committee, but from the full Senate. And if any senator doesn't, then I hope they'll think long and hard about what it says to the country about the politicization of the Supreme Court. That if someone is eminently qualified as Judge Jackson in all the ways that we've been discussing, cannot receive bipartisan support. Judge, there's just a couple minutes left, and I'd like to ask you just one last question. Last Friday, in my preparation for these hearings, I took the opportunity to spend some time with a group of students at South San Francisco High School. I went there to speak with them about this historic Supreme Court nomination and to speak with them about you. We had a great conversation about how the court's decisions affect the everyday lives of Americans and about the past and the future of the Supreme Court. But as I was speaking with the students, I couldn't help but be reminded of my own high school experience when one of my teachers discouraged me from applying to MIT because they didn't want me to be disappointed. I turned that discouragement into motivation. Judge Jackson, I know that you too have been doubted on your way to the seat that you find yourself in today. Even over the last 3 days of this hearing, your experience and qualifications have been called into question by some, despite your clear, lengthy record of talent, achievement, and accomplishment. So I want to end my time today by asking you this question. On behalf of the young people I visited with last Friday in South San Francisco, and for the many others across the country who are watching this confirmation hearing today, what would you say, Judge Jackson, to all those young Americans, the most diverse generation in our nation's history? What do you say to some of them who may doubt that they can one day achieve the same great heights that you have?
Thank you, Senator. That was very moving. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to young people. I appreciate it very much. I do it a lot for the reasons that you have articulated. I hope to inspire people to try to follow this path because I love this country, because I love the law, because I think it is important that we all invest in our future. And the young people are the future. And so I want them to know that they can do and be anything. And I'll just say that I will tell them what an anonymous person said to me once. I was walking through Harvard Yard my freshman year. As I mentioned, I went to public school, and I didn't know anything about Harvard until my debate coach took me there to enter a speech competition, and I thought, this is a great university. It was basically one of the only ones I'd seen, and I said, maybe I'll apply when I'm a senior. But I get there, and whoa, so different. I'm from Miami, Florida. Boston is very cold. It was rough. It was different from anything I'd known. There were lots of students there who were prep school kids like my husband, who knew all about Harvard, and that was not me. And I think the first semester I was really homesick. I was really questioning, do I belong here? Can I make it in this environment? And I was walking through the yard in the evening, and a Black woman I did not know was passing me on the sidewalk. And she looked at me, and I guess she knew how I was feeling. And she leaned over as we crossed and said, persevere. I would tell them to persevere.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. You don't have to hope. I'll tell you right now, you do inspire. You are an inspiration.
Thank you.
And I will associate myself with the closing words of my colleague and my brother, Senator Booker, that I too refuse to let anyone steal my joy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Jackson, as Senator Booker was providing his closing comments, I could only think, and they were very powerful, that if you liked his, how much you're going to like mine on the subject of intellectual property. But before I do that, I know you've been spending a lot of time here. Do you have much experience in matters of copyright protection, patent protection?
Senator, I mentioned earlier that I did a trademark case.
Yeah.
Not
By
that.
the way, I looked up the menu. It looks
Did
like
you?
a really good menu.
I think it's a good restaurant. They had a lot of evidence to that effect.
I haven't done a lot of food or restaurant trademark work, but when I came to Judiciary, fortunately, the former chair and the current chair indulged us in reinstituting the Intellectual Property Subcommittee. And I love that committee because you really have to work hard to be partisan in it. And in fact, it's not partisan. I worked very well with, as the chair, with Senator Coons, and done very well with Senator Leahy and Senator Rono, and working together on things that I think are really important. Because I think one of the things that make our country great is the Founding Fathers got it right on understanding the value of intellectual property and how it could catapult us into the innovation powerhouse that we are today. So I may ask you a few questions about it, but I'm not going to dig too deeply. I do want to go back to maybe getting a suggestion from you. I thought, I told you, I don't even pretend to be an attorney, but I am about 30 years into technology. As a matter of fact, I spent 2 years in Boston at Wang Laboratories, and it was no coincidence, having been born and raised in Florida, that I moved one September because I couldn't bear another winter. But I've been in the technical field. I was working on IP, or Internet Protocol, before anybody knew what Internet Protocol was back in the early 90s. And I do think that we should go away and understand the threat. If you've seen the multiple of illicit activities, and for the purposes of this discussion, child pornography now, imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now. I was talking with someone in the hallway. They're taking a playbook from drug kingpins, the creators and the aggregators and the distributors are using technology, I think in some cases, to reach out to people and incent them to go to these websites, to infect their computers, to download thousands potentially from a single click. I think that we have to examine these criminal enterprises and put law enforcement resources into cutting the heads off of these people, figuratively speaking. And one of the ways you do that is to provide, I think, more ways to go about prosecute, more technology that we need to cut down the supply. But we still have to deal with the demand. And that's another area where these criminal organizations and others are taking advantage. And, you know, today, if you think about technology 10 years ago, it was a little odd, at least 15 years ago, to see a child. I've got two granddaughters. One is 4 years old, one is 2 years old. They're technologically savvy. As a matter of fact, I love talking to them on the phone, but even my 2-year-old knows how to deal with the filters to make me look like I've got rabbit ears and everything. They're technologically savvy. There's a real danger there that these horrible people, and I genuinely believe that you think they're horrible people, are going, they're going to infect and destroy a lot of lives. And so I don't know, is it with the Sentencing Commission? How would you, and incidentally, this is a toxic subject in Congress, because if you start talking about better understanding those, most people are going to run away from it. But we do it at the expense of destroying a lot of victims' lives. So I don't, unless you have ideas off the top of your head, I'm trying to get an idea of how we can make people understand. Maybe we could even have a discussion to say that the penalties today are the floor. to begin the discussion, just to simply eliminate people from making this so toxic that we don't better understand it and get ahead of it. But how can we even start having an intelligent discussion and a productive discussion where Congress is clearly going to need to act to do what I think everybody in this room wants to do, is just erase it from the planet of the earth, or at least make a lot of progress, because quite honestly, it has exponentially grown, and there are exponentially more victims today than there were even 10 years ago. Any ideas?
Thank you, Senator. I actually don't. I haven't been working on or looking at or dealing with sentencing policy for a long time now. In my work as a judge, we're looking at individual cases, not systems or crime organizations and policies related to them.
Yeah. Well, I think it's something that we should take seriously, and after we cool the temperatures and have people have legitimate concerns about some of the rulings, I think that we have to clear up some of the complexity and recognize that Congress is a part of the solution. Okay, now on the weighty subject of intellectual property, are you familiar with copyright preemption under Section 301A?
No, I haven't worked with that.
Okay. I wouldn't have expected you to necessarily, but, and I won't get into patent questions. We've got a lot of work that I think ultimately is going to require us getting rid of the shambles of jurisprudence that we have. It's a very complicated field. We've got a lot of mixed signals and current jurisprudence, and my committee's working on that. So it may be something that ultimately works its way up to you all if you're confirmed. But I'm not going to take a lot of time, particularly because the hour is late and I intend to yield back some of my time. I do want to go back because I felt like this morning when I went through some of my comments, I mentioned law enforcement. I talked about a couple of your decisions that gave me pause, mainly, excuse me, because, law enforcement's under attack. Law enforcement needs to be held to a high standard. I've been involved in this for nearly 22 years, making sure that when I was a town councilman, that we did something audacious and spend a lot of money in getting our law enforcement officers in a small town of only 20,000 people, CALEA certified. That's a national certification to make sure that they understand how to de-escalate, get engaged in the community, and reduce crime. And it worked. But now there are some people that think it's fashionable to attack the police and to defund the police. And quite honestly, there's increasing data that suggests the communities that are loudest about that are becoming the least safe. So I want to ask, you mentioned several times, I think yesterday and more today, about your methodology. So is the United States versus Jenkins fresh in your mind, or roughly fresh in your mind? Criminal pleaded guilty to assaulting a law officer. It was his third conviction. In assaulting a law enforcement officer. The government recommended 30 months. The defense recommended 21 months, and you decided to go with an 18-month sentence. So I was trying to, do you recall?
I don't recall. I would want to look at the records and see the probation office's recommendation as well.
Okay. And that, again, is something I wouldn't have access to. So I'm just trying to figure out what the mitigating circumstances were, and there were other ones, and unless you immediately recall it, I'm not going to ask you to go into details. The other one was United States versus Weeks. There was a 24-month request from the government for the conviction on assaulting an officer, and you gave them 12 months. And does that ring a bell, United States versus Weeks?
I think Weeks had a number of different appearances, and there were different aspects to his case, but I'd have to look at the whole file to recall.
That I just feel like again, because I know that you've rendered some 100 sentences over a period of time, I wouldn't expect you, but it is an area that we'll submit it as a question for the record so that maybe you can refresh your memory and try to get back on that, because it's something that I, for one, think that we need to place a priority on. We've got so many law enforcement agencies across the country now, that are having a hard time recruiting people and having a hard time retaining people. A lot of people are retiring. And, you know, I know not every police officer is an angel. I was talking with somebody in my office who was talking about her brother. She had a lot of confidence in him. She was here to talk to me about police reforms. And I actually believe that the vast majority of police officers, like your brother and your family members, were good people. And a part of what we have to do is just make sure that when we have these assaults, which are increasing, that we have just punishment, because we need to do that for the protection not only of the law enforcement officers, but the communities they serve. So, you know, and I'm going to yield back time, because I know we've got two other people talking. And, you know, I thought you've done a great job over the last 2 days. I've tried to be here. I had an emergency and had to leave for about an hour and a half, but I tried to be here for a business emergency. But I thought that you presented yourself well, and there was a lot of pressure. And that demonstrates a certain temperament or poise. I can't imagine what's going on inside your head, but at least overtly, you did very well, and you should be proud of that. It's not an easy thing. It's very easy up here to feel comfortable, right? Because there's 22 of us, and it's not like you can really come at us. So you have an arm tied behind your back, and I'm sure that there were a number of things you'd like to say, but time didn't allow. But, you know, I just want to commend you, your family, your daughter, who has been glowing every time you talk, and I appreciate your service. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator
Thank you,
Tillis.
Senator.
Senator Ossoff, you started the day for us.
Judge, good evening. We've come full circle to the end of the dais. Likewise, I don't intend to use all of my time. I do want to echo the sentiments expressed by Senator Tillis. You have conducted these hearings with extraordinary poise, strength, grace under pressure. You've had a lot of poison thrown at you, and you've responded with substance and truth, and it's shone through, not just in this room, but across the country and around the world. So I have two substantive questions regarding the First Amendment. One question, as I noted, that I wanted to address regarding war powers, and then I'll be yielding the remainder of my time to the chair and on to Senator Blackburn to close. We discussed earlier this morning, Judge, the constituent elements of the First Amendment with respect to speech, expression, and assembly. I just briefly want to touch on the free exercise of religion. My great-grandparents came to this country fleeing anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe. Many American stories, including many of the very first American stories, involve flight from religious persecution. Just briefly would ask you to touch upon the constitutional roots and significance in our system of government of the First Amendment protection of the free exercise of religion.
Thank you, Senator. As you mentioned, free exercise of religion and the Establishment Clause, which prevents the government from preferring religion over another, is foundational. It is the principle that many people originally came to this country when it was founded in order to support. It was people who fled from religious persecution and wanted to found a country in which
everyone could believe what they wanted to believe and not have the government encroach on, impinge on, burden that right. And so it is a core foundational right. It's in the First Amendment, and your family story is very similar to many families who moved to this country for that reason.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. We discussed in brief earlier today the Sullivan decision, New York Times v. Sullivan, in which the court established a standard by which libel and defamation claims by public figures would be judged. And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the standard is that false statements must be made knowingly, that the party making the false statement must know that it is false, and must make such knowingly false statements with malice. Am I correct that that's the standard in the case?
I believe it's knowingly or with reckless disregard for the truth, and that standard is termed or thought of as actual malice, yes.
Is there any generalized obligation in law that you're aware of to accurate reporting or accurate publication where there is not malice or where there is not one of the components established in the Sullivan case?
If I understand your question, I know that the standard related to the Sullivan case does pertain to public figures. And so if a public figure is not involved, there's a different standard in terms of liability for inaccurate or defamatory statements.
Thank you, Judge. And I want to note that the chairman earlier remarked upon the disruptions in the market in publishing and the dissemination of information that technology has caused in recent years. And I was just reflecting as the chairman spoke that at the time of the invention of the printing press, many of those who previously had centralized control of the production and dissemination of information recognized that it was disruptive and threatening, and that it disrupted power dynamics, and it empowered new participants in public discourse to participate. And I just want to express to you, this is not a question, but express to you my view that it is vital that we in Congress and the judiciary relentlessly defend the principles of the First Amendment and the free expression of ideas, even as new technologies emerge which disrupt these markets and present challenging new particular circumstances to the court. A very brief question on the not lighthearted but important subject of war powers. I reviewed some of the comments that prior nominees have made when asked about questions with respect to the allocation of war powers between the legislative and executive branches. And something that I've seen in some of those transcripts has been a tendency to say, well, these are disputes between the political branches, and questions about those authorities should be resolved between the political branches. I noted in the McCann opinion that you issued, you noted in that case that one of the reasons it was appropriate for the judiciary to consider the claim made by the U.S. House in that case was that where there is a dispute between the legislative and the executive, in that case, and perhaps in many cases, the judiciary is precisely the appropriate forum for the resolution of that dispute. And so it seems to me that the court and you, should you be confirmed, may very well have to entertain cases and controversies pertaining to disputes between the legislative and the executive with respect to war powers, because there is, in my opinion, unsettled law. There's some ambiguity in statute, the Constitution allocates various authorities to the two branches. So not asking you to posit a thesis on this point, but just want to ask you how you will approach such cases. I assume applying the methodology that you have laid out for us consistently throughout these hearings, where war powers may come before the court.
Thank you, Senator. In every case, I applied the methodology that I have laid out in order to ensure that I'm ruling impartially and consistent with my judicial authority. In the part of my methodology that addresses my judicial authority, one of the things that I do, as judges do, is decide whether I have jurisdiction to hear a particular issue. The McGahn case was not a war powers case. The McGahn case, I determined in that opinion, and Judge Bates had determined in the prior opinion, raised a question of law. The question essentially was whether the subpoena that had been issued by the House had to be responded to by the person who received it, or whether that person had absolute immunity and did not have to respond. That's a question of law that courts answer all the time with respect to the enforceability of subpoenas. In the war powers realm, there may be questions of law that are appropriate for courts to decide, but there may also be political questions. And so it would depend, a political question, if there was a dispute between the legislature and the executive branch over some exercise of authority that was not governed by law, but was in the discretion of either of those branches under the Constitution, where they got to make determinations, something, say, for example, like the exercise of executive authority in war to move troops or do that kind of thing, that would not present a question of law that the court could decide. So it would depend on exactly what the court was being asked to do as to whether or not it had jurisdiction. And under my methodology, that would be the kind of thing that I would have to carefully examine in order to determine whether I could rule.
Thank you, Judge. Let me close with this comment. As I said, you have conducted yourself with extraordinary skill and grace throughout these proceedings. And it's in some ways a lonely place for you to sit there under the lights, facing questions, many of them substantive, some of them less so, many of them constructive, some of them mean-spirited and distracting. You've handled it all extraordinarily well. It's been a very long 2 days. I know you know this, but I just want to make sure you do, that throughout this process, and right now, there are millions and millions of people who are watching and cheering you on right at this very moment in homes across this country. There are millions and millions of people inspired by you and your example who are cheering you on. And not just that, there are people all over the world, who are watching these proceedings and seeing what is possible in America. After some years when there's been some doubt about what this country stands for. That's my opinion, not yours. But people all over the world are watching this and seeing what is possible in America, what is possible in the system of government that we have, what values this country stands for. And I thank you profoundly for the service you've rendered throughout your life and in this hearing. And with 7 minutes remaining, Mr. Chairman, I know you'll remain focused right through the end. I have no doubt that Senator Blackburn has some provocative questions for you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Ossoff and Senator Blackburn.
Senator Blackburn will be last. Thanks to Be Kind, Nike, Potato, M-Boss, Lizard Stan, and Straw Carpenter for the Twitch Prime subscriptions.
Notes because he's a new daddy, and if you have time, he'll show you pictures. But indeed, we have all enjoyed hearing about your family and your parents and how hard they worked to open doors of opportunity for you. And look at how you went through those doors and really created such a wonderful life. And I mentioned yesterday that I would hear from friends in Tennessee, and so many of them talk about they like how you have pushed those barriers aside, because a lot of them have had to do the same thing to kind of make their way into careers. And so they've appreciated that very much about you. And I'll have to tell Senator Booker, now I like the fact that he talked about Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. And when my daughter was in high school, I actually bought that poster, and I've probably told Senator Klobuchar this before, but I bought that poster of Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, and they're dancing, and it says, I took every step he took, but in high heels and backward, just to make the point with her that she was going to have to work hard. And indeed, she accepted that challenge, and I'm really proud of her, like I know all parents are proud of their children. I do want to get to a couple of things, and we do have the vote on the board. Yesterday during our discussion, you had mentioned that you were unfamiliar with some of the statements that I had read back to you, your previous statements and writings, including the statements on child pornography and critical race theory. I was a little surprised by that because I know the White House has worked really hard to prepare you for the hearing. So I wanted to introduce documents just so that we have those in the record, Mr. Chairman. The first document is an article.
It's funny because there are documents she's not familiar with and which she will be asked no more questions about. So like imagine being like, well, I'm just going to look at what documents are here. Oh, all right.
2020 edition of Georgetown Days magazine. You stated, and I quote, since becoming a part of the GDS community 7 years ago, I've witnessed the transformative power of a rigorous progressive education, end quote. Second document is a transcript of a...
You really have to think through the motivation for introducing these, because it's like, okay, she's done, sorry, Judge Jackson is done answering questions today. So putting these documents in, it would be for someone to go later and be like, okay, let's see. Here's the document Judge Jackson didn't know anything about. I guess I shouldn't vote for her on the basis. I mean, put in books she hasn't read also, right? I mean, it's crazy.
I went back and pulled that to show that it was a statement and not a question. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask permission to enter those.
Without objection.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
no one cares.
Chairman. We talked about abortion yesterday, and I want to go back to that. On abortion, I had another question there. Some have argued that bills seeking to protect children who survive abortions are unconstitutional. They say that the right to an abortion includes the right to an effective abortion. So, in other words, does the constitutional right to an abortion include the right to let a baby die if that baby unintentionally survives an abortion? I'd like to know if you agree with that.
Thank you, Senator. Issues like the one that you have raised are in the court system now, and as a result, as a nominee to the Supreme Court, I'm not able to opine about the constitutionality or not of the kinds of legislation that you mentioned.
Well, one of the main factors the Supreme Court is considering is deciding whether to uphold Roe in all of this, and with precedent, is if all of this is a settled issue or not. And some of those that are on this about whether it is to an abortion or an effective abortion, and if that constitutional right includes the right to terminate the life of a baby that survives that abortion. So that is an issue that will be decided before you go to the court. But I think it's important to have that discussion. I do want to go back to the issue about the child predators. And as you've heard, Senator Blumenthal and I are working on legislation. Senator Klobuchar's got some legislation that deals with technology. But I want to ask you this because of some of the questioning, and it's just a yes or no. Do you believe child predators are misunderstood?
Senator, I don't have a context for that. I believe
Well,
they're.
I'm going back to the comment on the Sentencing Commission. As you said,
Sandbag
that
question.
not all child predators were pedophiles.
Senator, I believe that all child predators are dangerous, that the behavior that they engage in is horrible.
Okay.
That it needs to be taken seriously by the court.
Yeah,
and
you
by
could be a child
Congress.
predator who wants to hurt kids but not sexually assault them, right? I mean, you could be a predator without being a pedophile, I think.
Your position that child pornography offenders are not pedophiles.
Senator, I believe that the statement that you referenced was a part of a hearing before the Sentencing Commission in 2012.
Right. It was a meeting, yes.
It was a
I've got it
meeting,
right
and
here.
and what the Sentencing Commission does is it
Right.
reviews evidence about various things, and I believe I was
Right, and as I said yesterday, the children that are victimized, they don't understand the difference between an offender and a pedophile or a pornographer. And I do think it's a distinction without a difference. Let me ask you about gun rights.
Oh, boy.
Violent crime is rampant. We have seen that during the last year. It's making people really nervous. Pulled some stats. In 2021, 27 major U.S. cities experienced a 44% increase in homicides since 2019. Over a dozen cities set new homicide records in 21. And a lot of families no longer feel safe. So they're buying guns, they're buying ammo, and trying to make certain that they can protect themselves. And in times like this, I think we're really fortunate that the founders afforded such constitutional protection as the Second Amendment. So very quickly, walk me through what current Supreme Court precedent says about the Second Amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Current Supreme Court precedent says that under the Second Amendment, there is an individual fundamental right to keep and bear arms in the home, and the opinion focuses on those circumstances.
Okay, and so you agree it is an individual right and not
the
only
court's opinion.
reserved to militias, because there are some that keep trying to say it's only reserved to militias. But if my memory is correct, you base this on District of Columbia versus Heller, that it is an individual
Yes, ma'am,
right.
that the
Okay.
Supreme Court has established it's an individual right.
I wanted to get that on the record because I don't think anybody had asked you that this entire time.
What a clever question, huh?
Here's another question. I've asked other judicial nominees that are coming to us for the district court and the appellate court, and I've really not gotten a satisfactory answer from anybody. So why is it constitutionally permissible for the right to keep and bear arms, which the Supreme Court has recognized as a fundamental right, and you agree with that, why is it constitutionally permissible for this right to be subject to the discretionary issuance of a license by a local official?
Thank you, Senator. The Supreme Court is looking at that very issue in a case before it right now. And as a nominee for the Supreme Court, it's important that I not speak to it because the court is deciding this question. It has a pending case. I believe arguments have even occurred related to it.
So should other unenumerated rights be subject to the same type forbearance, having to get a local license? Should someone that wants an abortion have to go before a government bureaucrat? Because the Second Amendment,
Whoa, that's very
keep
stupid.
and bear arms, is
Oh my God,
enumerated
that's shockingly stupid.
of the Constitution. So the question would be, why should it have to have an extra burden?
I understand the question. It's one that the Supreme Court is looking at and consistent with.
That might be the record for the dumbest question so far, and there's been some dumb questions like our baby's racist.
Issues that are
Okay.
live.
All right, then let me move on. I want to turn to some of the sentencing decisions.
It's like an abortion isn't something you can put in your pocket and then use to shoot mass numbers of people. It's a bizarre question.
Have an unmistakable pattern of releasing criminals with dangerous backgrounds into the community, and the COVID-19 pandemic seemed to exacerbate the trend. To name just a few examples, you use the COVID-19 pandemic as justification to release a fentanyl drug dealer, a bank robber addicted to heroin, a convict who murdered a U.S. Marshal back on the streets. And at a time when violent crimes, including homicide, are spiking all across the country, and we're facing an opioid epidemic driven in large part by the trafficking of fentanyl across our border, how can you...
Isn't it pronounced fentanyl?
These offenders do not pose a danger to the community?
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to answer this question. The statutes that govern judges and that allow for compassionate release are policy determinations that Congress has made to permit individuals who are in various circumstances and various stages in the system to seek release. People who are detained after their final sentencing can seek something called compassionate release. People who are detained between when they've been convicted and when they're sentenced.
Not to cut you off, but time's going to run out. We do have,
She has many other dumb questions to get to.
that I have been asked so much. Here's a stack. These are the ones that you sought for compassionate release. There were 1,561 that were detained in D.C. Department of Corrections, and your state...
Now, that number's supposed to shock you, but we imprison and detain so many people in this country that it's not really that many.
You stated, and I'm going to quote you, each and every criminal defendant in the D.C. Department of Corrections custody should be released because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in that same opinion, you lamented the fact that you as a federal judge were limited in your ability to order the universal release of criminals back onto the streets. And I am shocked that that would have been your position, because people are they are just really concerned about crime in the streets. So do you stand by your position that it would have been the right thing to do to release all of those prisoners back onto the streets during?
Senator, that was not my position. In that opinion, United States versus Wiggins, I started off by explaining that given the compassionate release system and the COVID-19 pandemic, it would seem as though that was an extraordinary and compelling circumstance. But 2 sentences later, I say,
Oh, that's brilliant.
we can't release everyone. There are people who are too dangerous to release.
Oh, that's
And
genius.
so even in Wiggins, I decided that he had to remain incarcerated.
Wow.
Notwithstanding his compassionate release motion.
Wow.
So the point, the sentence that I have there, I did say, but I said it to lead up to my statement, which was the actual ruling, in which I said, we are not releasing everybody. We're not opening the jails.
And Judge, you know, to lament that you were limited in your ability
So now it's not that, oh, wow.
of all.
Unbelievable.
That is what causes, that is a judgment issue. And that is what causes the concern with that.
She would love to release them if they weren't all dangerous criminals who shouldn't be released. And that's what...
Yesterday about a speech you gave in April 2015.
Wow.
When you had stated, and I'm going to quote you again, that it melds to, when you were talking about sentencing, it melds together myriad types of law, including critical race theory. And you told Senator Cruz, I think it was, that when you made that statement, you were talking about decisions regarding sentencing policy. You said, and again, I'm going to quote, I was talking about policy determinations. None of that relates to what I do as a judge. I take that to mean that you don't make policy determinations when you're making sentencing decisions as a judge. So today, in response to a question from Senator Grassley, you said the exact opposite. You said, and I'm going to quote you again, I have at times identified various enhancements that I have disagreed with as a policy matter.
She's got to be out of time.
Because the Supreme Court has said that that's the authority of a sentencing judge in our system. So given that you admitted you made policy determinations in sentencing and you stated that you consider critical race theory in sentencing policy, let me ask you again, do you consider critical race theory in your sentencing decisions as a judge?
Thank you, Senator. Critical race theory, any academic theory, is not considered in my sentencings. It never comes up in sentencing. It was not what I was talking about in the speech in 2015.
Okay. I appreciate that. I do have one intellectual property question I'm going to submit to you for writing. You've had a
Very important. Very
and
important.
you've been very gracious. And I think that these are tough questions, but this is part of our doing our due diligence and meeting our responsibility to the people that we represent. And they expect this of us. And as I mentioned, they've been very engaged in this. As some have said, you know, I think I would like her, I don't agree with her, or I agree on some things, but not on everything. But they want to know what you're going to do when you get on the court.
Well, she can't say that.
Because their kids and their grandkids are not going to have the opportunities that you have had unless we keep this nation free. So it demands your best, and it demands that you go to the Constitution first. In your opening statement, I pulled this, and this is where I'll end with you. You say,
God.
I've been a judge for nearly a decade now, and I take that responsibility and my duty to be independent very seriously. I decide cases from a neutral posture. I evaluate the facts, and I interpret and apply the law to the facts of the case before me without fear or favor, consistent with my judicial oath. I wish you had said consistent with the Constitution of the United States. Thank you so much, Judge, for being with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blackburn. This concludes our rounds of questioning. And before we recess, a few observations. First, Judge Jackson, you are extraordinary. Your story is a great American story, and I think we've all benefited by getting to know you a little better during the last 2 days. You are exceptionally qualified for this position. I won't read through your resume. It's been read many times, but I think there's no one in the room who in the 2-day period of time has questioned your qualifications. There have been some dissenters. My colleagues promised a fair and respectful hearing. Most, including my Republican colleague, Senator Grassley, followed that admonition. He always does. But there were a few obvious glaring exceptions.
Indeed.
I'm sorry for that. But
Indeed.
your patience, dignity, and grace in the face of what was frankly some offensive treatment is a real testament to your judicial temperament.
Well said.
To your mom and dad and the Brown family and your Chicago lawyer brother, I thank you for being with us and being part of this historic occasion. Dr. Patrick, I don't know if surgery is any easier than this, but I imagine that you want to get back to it. And I just want to say a word to Layla and Talia, if she's here or she can hear us. You got a great mom. You really do. And what she's been through in the last couple days, most people would not even consider going through 1 minute. But she is strong, she's caring, she's kind, and you're lucky to have her. And we're going to be lucky to have her on the Supreme Court. So we've got a little bit of work to do. Incidentally, I could go through the list of all the invitees that have been filing in and out of the room behind you, wanting to be here for a moment to share this history with you. I will let you in on something which you may know. Tomorrow we're going to announce that you've been rated unanimously well qualified by the American Bar Association. That's the highest possible rating. We're going to conclude the public portion of this hearing and convene in Dirksen 226 for a closed session for discussing the background investigation. It should only take a minute or so. And I have discussed this with the ranking member, Senator Grassley, and for the information of all members, the committee will meet in executive session to consider Judge Jackson's nomination to the Supreme Court on this Monday, March the 28th at 3 p.m. And with that, the committee stands in recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
The meeting is right now.
That is the conclusion to the question and answer period. Wow, what a couple of days it has been. I want to say thank you to QT Jelly for gifting 10 subscriptions at the end there, as well as to Godkong TV. All of that puts us at 52. And it has been quite a trip here. Something's going on here. Senator Kennedy saying something there to Ketanji Brown Jackson. By every stretch of the imagination, she should be she should be unanimously confirmed. And of course, it will not be unanimous. I do want to let you guys know tomorrow morning I will be on the I guess it's a Daily Wire thing, Michael Knowles' show, talking about Judge Jackson's answers to what is a woman and are babies racist. They've invited me to discuss that, and I will be on tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern time. I expect it will be an unmitigated shit show. So that will be tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. We will see you then.